Um, I just want to say Hotep Henu to Saba. You definitely changed my life in so many ways, and I'm thankful. Since I first 101, my whole circle, I just did a whole circle of my whole life. I just feel so different now. Um, my the Jed been, been hurting me. So right now I'm doing good. I'm doing better. Um, yeah, so I just want to say with the hyperhidrosis thing, all I got to say is no sweat. You know what I mean? And a lot of people saying that, this is a scam and it's definitely not a scam. I could say Saba scammed me in the good way. You know what I mean? So um, it's been, I've been taking, my remedies, my rosemary, my sage, and it's definitely working for me. So I just want to say peace and love and handle to Saba, and I'm forever in your debt. Forever in your debt. Thank you so much. Tua, Tua, Tua. So peace and love.
Yeah, we'll have to go through the details. Now, man, I'm just amazed. I'm just amazed, man. You're incredible, bro. You sit and you stand before us, yo. The Tehuti, the real Tehuti. I truly believe that. Word.
But look, I just want to say, listen, yo, Tehuti is a close brother of mine, excellent scholar. You know, y'all better watch out because he's gonna be straight chopping some heads off.
Man, you got props from a Hebrew, bro.
The oldest known spiritual book to speak on the afterlife.
Get that Palo Santos burning. Start burning that Palo Santos and that sage together. You can mix them together in the bowl.
They gonna need it.
Some frankincense oil in there. Oh my goodness. What's going on? What the blood seed, Lord.
Brought out the holy tablet.
Oh man. It's on.
The Per M. Haru.
Coming to you live. He has been teaching for over 20 years. A 9-0 record in official public recorded debates. You've heard many teachers out there before in the so-called conscious community, but none with the demeanor, calmness, and detail as Tehuti Amun-hotep Ra on such topics as breaking out of the matrix, truth on religious origins, underground conspiracies, secret societies, mental, physical, and spiritual health, the Anunnaki, the Neteru, Kemet and the origins of Mad, meanings and symbolisms of Neteru, the only one who will stand in front of question of this wide range of subject matters, answer, question, and debate. Some have podcasts, but Tehuti is the teacher, so he has a pod class. Subscribe to the channel for updates, classes, and much more. Join the chat, call in, participate live. Get your notepads ready. Welcome to the Tehuti Pod Class. Open your mind. He has been teaching for over 20 years. A 9-0 record in official public recorded debates.
Correction.
All right, man. You already know what it is. That's the anthem for the debate music. Y'all already know. We got our brother Tehuti in the building, and he is going up against a heavy hitter, you know, who have been featured on this platform for a while now, Vocab Malone. I don't think Vocab, I hope Vocab put in his homework. I hope he knows a little bit about Tehuti and
I appreciate everybody.
Press 1 for Tehuti. Press 2 for JJ, y'all.
Yes, I appreciate always being here. It's fun, it's educational. It's good to hear all these crazy views and just hear where people are coming from. Peace and love, everybody. Check me out every Friday, 7 p.m. Pacific on the Tehuti podcast on YouTube.
That's your words?
Brother,
Stand on
that's
it,
not
man.
the topic of the debate, JJ. That was not the
I'm
topic.
talking about the whole word, I'm talking about the whole misinformation. I don't give a damn about the topic of the debate.
No, if you look at the community wall, I mean, damn, Tehuti is like dusting you on that shit. He killing you, Jay. And this
Okay,
is why
man.
you upset.
I'm gonna say what's up to JJ. Stepped on the screen for a moment. JJ, how you doing, good brother? You doing well?
Hey, how you doing? Hotep, brother. This is JJ 7000 from the Mandinka Hage clan from Mali. You know what I'm saying? Tehuti, I did my roots. Yeah, I found out my people from Mali. Yeah, from the Mandinka tribe. Hey, check it out.
Nice.
Hey, there's a Hage clan. You know, I found out that they took my family from Mali to Charleston, South Carolina, and they was on the Hayes plantation. Yeah, I went deep, man. But I want to join the House of Atom, man. So I'm just here to learn. Peace.
The correlation of her not being a literal person with having the sun on her head. I'm trying to link in why you're bringing up the sun is on her head.
I'd love to know how you think that a literal person could exist with the sun on their head.
So because this image has the sun on her head, therefore this cannot be a literal person. Is that your stance?
That's exactly what I'm saying. And I also want you to recognize that I'm saying the same about a rule and the same thing about a star.
Okay, great. Can I screen share, please?
Yes, sir.
So it's the brother Jabari.
Remove Jabari.
Sorry.
Okay. The Jabari stance is that because this image has a woman with her son on her head, her stance is that makes this woman not real. When I asked him if that was his stance, he said yes. I'm going to screen share, please. That is the premise that we are using. I want to know is was Anksenamun a real woman, Jabari? Yes or no? Anksenamun, or was that a myth?
Are you referring to Anksenamun, the wife of Tutankhamun?
Yes. Was that a mythological Neteru, or was that a real person?
She was a real person.
Everybody see my screen?
Yes.
Everybody see Anksenamun with the same sun on her head and the same two horns on her head that the statue of Ankset has? Everybody, can you see that, sun, Neteru?
Yes, we see it.
Okay, this woman is Anksenamun. She has the sun on her head, the exact same sun on her head, and she has the horns on her head that Ankset had on her head. And I made sure I asked Jabari clearly, what is the purpose of bringing up the sun? Is it because this woman has the sun on her head? Does that make this woman a myth or untrue? And he said that is his stance. Well, here we have a real person that the brother Jabari just acknowledged as a real person with the exact same symbol on her head, and nobody's going to ask what's the temperature of the sun. So we need to erase.
So wait. Let me see.
I gotta finish though. I gotta finish.
Go ahead.
We need to remove, Jabari. You need to remove the statement that you made. The premise that because you said because, and you agreed that because this woman has a sun on her head, then that makes her unreal. When Ankh-Senamun is a real woman, and can everybody see the sun on her head? That's a real woman. So yes, real women are depicted with images of symbolic suns on their head.
Can I ask you a question, dear brother?
But as soon as you acknowledge, my good brother, as soon as you acknowledge that having a sun on your head does not make you unreal. And you answered and you agreed with your stance.
I think you're not my question. You are not answering my question. You are not, and I know you are. That's because you have a smirk on your face, because you know you're not answering the question. And this is a simple question. In fact, you asked me when we started to go back to the question. I don't know to watch the videotape of being beaten, but let me show you the videotape again. Because we could have started someplace else. But you asked the question. And I started by asking you, how hot was the sun?
All right. Let me say something.
Let me finish on that. I wanted you to explain to me whether it is possible for a literal person to have the sun on their head, and you are not answering that as yes or no. I'm not sure.
That's your question. Is it possible?
I've asked it like 7 times, brother.
It's not possible, and that's why that is symbolism. Ankh-Senamun and Aset were you.
Answer the question. You're not answering the question. Is it?
No,
Let me ask you again.
It's not possible, but you set your premise on it.
This is 8. I'm going to ask it to you one more time, and hopefully you'll give me a clear answer. Is it possible for a literal person to have the sun on their head?
No.
Oh, good. Thank you.
Okay, all right. Let me quick.
Yeah, sure.
Now, Jabari, you know I love you, brother. You did get hit with a straight right on this one right here. If the brother asks you, Jabari, hold on. In all fairness, the brother asks you Now, I agree. But because of the answer to you when he asked you the question, you definitely said the woman have a sun on her head. She can't be real. Brother then showed you a sun on the head of another who you did say was real. That's all it is. Hey, Jabari, Floyd Mayweather, the best of them gets hit with a jab, brother. That don't mean nothing. Come back and show the brothers and sisters out there why you are the Floyd Mayweather of the House of Consciousness. That's it, brother. It ain't nothing.
This is the reason why you have to.
All right. Hey, peace and Black Power family. Welcome to another Son of the TV, House of Consciousness. But y'all already know what it is. The brother making his way back to the House of Consciousness. He is now official House of Consciousness member. Welcome to the party, Brother Tehuti. He made his official step through the door a few days ago, taking on the Floyd Mayweather of consciousness, Brother Jabari. Most people in the got Brother Tehuti winning. Now, hey, majority rule. I can't be biased. I got to go with the majority, okay? Because I'm not the referee. So, don't get mad at me, Brother Jabari. Oh, man. Well, I just got to keep it real. I'm going to keep it real, man. I can't be biased when it comes to this. You know, I got to show love to everybody because I'm bringing on the people on the platform. I got to keep it real. Chat, right or wrong. So as it stands now, I'll have to go ahead and give the win to Brother Tehuti. Now, I know a lot of y'all might get mad. but I'm going with the majority rules. It's the people who is making the call. Don't get mad at me, Jabari. You know I love you. You know I love you, Dr. Anika. But I got the W to Brother Tehuti. Now, you got the majority, and there's a lot of people that I read the comment, they say, yo, I love you, Jabari. You know I fuck with you, Jabari, but I got to give it to Tehuti. I'm reading these comments. I'm like, God damn. You know me, I'm going with my man Floyd Mayweather all the way. But I got to be fair, and I got to keep it a buck. So as it stands right now, Brother Jabari has, hey, and you know the best lose sometime, man, you know? The best lose. Cigarette. See, when you look at Floyd Mayweather, in order to beat him, you got to knock him out. In Tehuti, you gave Jabari a little knockout hit. You know what I'm saying? Because you caught him. I'm going to be real. You caught Jabari in that opening argument when you asked him about the sun. I got to give you that. And then you caught him again later on when you asked him about something else. I'm giving you that. How could I be biased? Everybody know I fuck with Jabari. See, when you look at Floyd Mayweather, in order to beat him, you got to knock him out. In Tehuti, you gave Jabari a little knockout hit. You know what I'm saying? Because you caught him. I'm going to be real. You caught Jabari in that opening argument when you asked him about the sun. I got to give you that. And then you caught him again later on when you asked him about something else. I'm giving you that. How could I be biased? Everybody know I fuck with Jabari. I just gave Floyd Mayweather his first loss to this brother.
To be very clear, I have never had an official date with anyone. And there is not, on Sonetter's platform, Sonetter announces the winner?
And on the people, on the platform, I got to keep it check, right or wrong. So as it stands now, I'll have to go ahead and give the win to Brother Tehuti.
And there is not, on Sonetter's platform, Sonetter announces the winner?
We got Zion the Lion, and of course, we got Tehuti making his debut, coming in the ring with Brother Jabari. It wasn't, I'm not going to say a TKO. I'll just say a little jabby jab. He won by a couple of jabs, you know. He took some jabs, you know. And now, well, we got the rematch coming with Brother Tehuti and Brother Jabari coming back this Wednesday, 9:30 p.m. And I know Jabari is not going to take him lightly on this one. I know everybody is looking at Zion, Tehuti.
To be very clear, I have never had an official date with anyone. And there is not, on Sonetter's platform, Sonetter announces the winner?
Damn, we have Tehuti and Brother Jabari is coming back. Brother Jabari will be back for a rematch coming Wednesday night. I think Jabari was a little unprepared, got caught sleeping with the brother.
Shout out to HOK. I definitely think it was an upset. I said Jabari did a good job. I just don't think that he won. I said Brother Jabari did a good job, but I just simply don't think that he won. As I told the brother earlier this afternoon, the brother Tehuti, I told him that I believe that he could have secured that W over Jabari a little better.
And there is not, on Sonetter's platform, Sonetter announces the winner?
So, I just got to go with that. I just got to go with the win. We're going to be giving out some powerful trophies coming up soon. So now. So, I just got to go with that. I just got to go with the win. We're going to be giving out some powerful trophies coming up soon. So now, Zion Lex is coming out. Tehuti is making his way. He's jumping out, going straight to the top right now. Brother Shaka gave me a call the other day. Yesterday, matter of fact, Sunday. Brother Shaka Utmost gave me a call on Sunday. And said straight up, Sonetta, yo, Saw, I think Jabari jumped out the window and he wasn't prepared for the brother's questions. Now, this is Shaka Utmost.
And there is not, on Sonetter's platform, Sonetter announces the winner?
Yeah, we got Zion Lex. We got Zion Lex tonight going up against Tehuti. Could this be 2 for 2 for Tehuti? That remains to be seen.
I've beaten people. The winner was announced by Sonetter. The winner was announced by the judges. I have the certificate, the proof. I have Sonetter saying I beat Jabari. I have all the judges saying I beat Kamisi.
You have me saying you beat Jabari.
Right? Yes.
You got me saying you beat Jabari. If I said you beat Jabari, he can't be Floyd Mayweather, bro.
That is exactly the point. So shall I screen share again? I mean, I have to keep doing this to people.
I must have been half asleep or some shit. I don't know.
Go ahead, show it, bro.
If I said you beat Jabari, he can't be Floyd Mayweather, bro.
That is exactly the point. So shall I screen share again? I mean, I have to keep doing this to people. And I took out the Floyd Mayweather, so I guess I'm the House of Consciousness champion. I just came here for an interview. That's my
you can't be the House of Consciousness champion yet. You got to go through some. You can't be the champion from one battle. You got to go through some scholars, brother. And now you face now with Zion. So
I'm sorry. When you beat Floyd, you don't get his title. I'm sorry.
Go ahead, brother. I just gave Floyd Mayweather his first loss to this brother.
Let me ask you something. Where did you hear me make this claim? What event took place where you heard me making this claim? Have you ever seen me before on here?
Yes,
Was it any kind of debate that happened where I was making the claim, or
You just saw me on Senator TV.
I think you was going at it with Jabari. Is that one? Yes.
That's how you know. That's the reason why you know that I came in for my first interview and you immediately called it were the Neteru real, and then Jabari came in and it was the first and last and only debate on that topic in all of the Kemetic since Dr. Ben till now. That's never been debated. Me and Jabari. So thank you for hosting, making history. That was the very first debate ever took place on that topic, right here on Senator TV. Okay, well, in the intro of my podcast, I have sections of me and Jabari's debate, and you announcing me as the winner, and then you and Shaka Akmo saying that he wasn't prepared for me.
Right.
I caught him sleeping, and he wasn't prepared, so therefore we should have a rematch.
Right.
I've never heard you say that about Jabari before in any kind of debate.
Well, sometimes we got to be honest. That don't mean Jabari is not the champ. You can lose one bout
and still be the champ. You can. What sport is that? No,
you can lose one and still be the champ. Like your record is now like 75-1.
To be very clear, I have never had an official date with anyone.
Maybe I think so. So you do acknowledge. Me and Jabari did have a debate, and I won the first one.
Yeah, I'll give you that because I already done came out and said you won that, so I can't go back on that now. I give it to you.
Here's the problem though with that debate. I cannot say Jabari won that debate because his wife was there helping him. Reggie was there helping him. Sai was blocking for him, even though Sai was a bit more objective. He was giving props to Tehuti when Tehuti was smashing.
Yes.
And Primordial, you came with children already also?
Yeah, I have one. Yes, sir.
Okay, good. Well, Gabriella, you got an amazing man. You're about to see something amazing because when a man steps into a relationship and he comes in as a parent to children that's not from his own seed, it takes a lot subconsciously from a man, and when he has his own seed through you, that you're about to see something amazing. So Primordial is an amazing being, and Gabriella to come in and your seed is involved. It's not from her, and now you actually unify to create one that's from both of you that has no outside influence. You're going to see some amazing magic because the outside influence is chaos. I'll tell you right now. They're not in my eye. They're not. They try to raise, and then you talk to somebody, and their frequency is totally. What are you talking about? So now with this, there's nobody to go to. Yeah. There's nobody to go to. So I know about that, and it's going to be a beautiful thing, which is going to influence the other children because they're going to see this one with no outside matrix involved, and that's going to influence them more. So it's going to be a beautiful. It's about to be magic in the house.
It begins with my odds, and I actually had a good conversation with somebody yesterday about life and death, and it explained that the ancestors didn't see this as life and death or separation. Everything was totally connected, and that's what I love about these teachings. That's what I love about Saba, is that no matter what, he doesn't deviate from what the ancestors are telling us. He doesn't even inject his own personality into what the information is. He just gives you the information. You can take it or leave it. And I believe that to not only me and many others is very attractive to people. And those that can't grasp that are what we call the so-called or quote-unquote haters. I just look at them as they're unfortunate. They're unfortunate beings that if they don't put their egos to the side, or if they don't realize that this realm that we're in is much bigger than me and you. So at the end of the day, I got to look at the collective importance. So that's what I was taught, and I didn't grow up that way. I grew up very individualistic. That's how it is in the United States. Everybody fights for themselves. Everybody's always in defensive mode, and it's a great feeling when you can see the change within yourself, and you can see the change also within others, and see them come from all different backgrounds, and be able to sit here with Saba and the rest of the brothers on the panel. So
yeah.
And it's interesting, Saba. You I remember we talked in the past, you said the people that are wearing like the sisters that are wearing the pantsuits go into the court clubs or brought a lot of money that you attract people to you. You have the homeless woman on the street, the person that just lost their job because they have a better chance of grasping what you have to offer.
Yes, absolutely. Absolutely. That's exactly right. The more you're attached to the matrix, the more you don't want to hear anything.
Our consciousness, when it comes to raising our consciousness, it's ma'ala not. There's no other way. There's no other frequency that I would rather be in. There's nothing else. I'm the lie. Man, listen, if you rather the lie, then just have at it. But I want to give Hindu and adoration to everybody that supports and keep this going, because we get questions that I think are not, that I would never ask. I would have never asked a question about luck. I would have never asked a question about feng shui. But we get these groundbreaking, monumental answers, hours long answers of just pure, consistent consciousness raising, high vibrational, just the truth. And this is something that you can implement in your life to change your life for the better. I myself, as well as Amunet, as you pointed out, I have done the same thing. I have instituted a lot of what I'm learning, and I'm constantly learning. I just want to learn, but instituting this into my life, right? It's not a part of my life. It's actually me transforming and Kepara into my true higher calling, right? Raising my consciousness. This is why I'm here every week. I'm here every single week, no matter where I'm at. I've been on the podcast in Mexico, out the country, and in other states. I'm here. Saturday night, I'm not at the club. I'm not hanging out. I don't want to be there. I'm here. I'm trying to learn because I'm trying to raise my consciousness. I'm raising a family.
Where the brother Menkor Ra, who's on the panel right now, I have it advertised. I have it shown in the title. The brother, since we just left me giving advice on how to help somebody's actual physical life or death situation, and we're on the topic of this helping lives. I want everybody to know, new people, old people, the Tehuti class. This is what I am all about. Thus, this is what we are all about. Because you wouldn't be here if I wasn't about it. If I was about drama and whatnot, you'd be wherever I was over there. If that was so, because I am about bringing this. They say when the student is ready, the teacher will appear, and the teacher teaches you to change your life. So we have a witness, a testimony from a brother right here because I used to always be asked when I was a little bit younger in the knowledge. I used to always be asked, "Yeah, man, there's a lot of good knowledge, but what's it doing for? How's it gonna put money in your pockets? How's it gonna put money in your pockets?" I've created wealthy people. I've influenced people, and I'm just the sab. I open the door. When I open the door, if you receive, your life changes. So here's a brother, Menkur Ra, whose life has changed on many different levels, and he's going to talk about right now about how his life has changed financially through the teachings of Tehuti, and then we're going to get into the answer to the next question and some shout outs to the donators. Go ahead, Menkur Ra. This is Menkur Ra here. They put him on big screen so everybody can see him. He's Menkur Ra now. He wasn't Menkur Ra a few months ago. he was like JJ
Arthur Richardson or AJ Super Mogul.
Oh, his name was Arthur Richardson. He went from Arthur Richardson to this new name, and now he's actually changed his life, and his income has changed and everything has changed. So go ahead, brother, and talk to the crowd. Just tell them a little bit of how teaching of Tehuti has changed your life.
Peace. Thank you, Saba Tehuti, master teacher. Thank you for all that you are and all that you give to us, your guidance, your protection, your wisdom, your love, and your dedication. So basically, coming into learning about Saba Tehuti, it was never about money. I love history. I love culture. I love art. I love music. I love our people, and I have been doing community work for a while, and I was always seeking the truth. I just wanted the truth, like Arcad said, and it really started on my journey. I was watching other scholars and listening to people, and all of those things led me to the Killer Priest podcast. And once I started watching Saba on there, I was like, there was something different about him, something very special. And so from the Killer Priest podcast, I saw him on Neteru a couple times. I saw him in a couple debates. And then I just started hitting him up. I was like, because he said on the Killer Priest podcast, if you're interested in one-on-ones with me, hit me up on Facebook on Messenger. And I think I hit him up for like 8 to 10 months before he replied to me. And I was so consistent. I was like, there is no way there isn't something different, and he isn't above and beyond them. And if he's doing classes, I want to know what he knows. I was consistent. I was sure that I needed to learn from him. And so I was so persistent. I think it might be the most thing I've ever been so consistent and persistent about in my life. I was like, I want to learn from him. I just knew. I knew that I needed to learn from him. So I started doing, I contacted him, and he agreed to do the one-on-ones with me. And then there was a little bit of a gap too. And then Saba started the pod class. And so I started doing one-on-ones and watching the pod class, and I could feel the changes in my mind, in my heart, in my body, my car. I could feel myself getting better, healing. And so he started the Neteru classes. I joined the teachings of Ma'at. We did the 1-year anniversary pod class. I flew out to LA. I met Saba. I got my RIN, and all these portals opened up. It was a gradual thing. I started preparing myself for the wealth to come in. But I think the biggest thing was my self-worth and my value, understanding my value change, because I saw the energy in Saba and how he lived for Ma'at and how he is Tehuti, like how he lived his life gave me an identity. It helped me see myself differently, see myself as a netter. And so I started following my intuition. I started having more clarity. I started doing things. I started my own nonprofit. I already had my business, but I wasn't understanding the things that I needed to do for my business to grow. The number one thing that I needed to do for the wealth to come in was to ask for what I was worth. I had to see myself, though, as worthy of more energy, more finances. And that helped me. That helped. What I'm making now compared to what I used to make, there is no comparison. And so the question, I'm only telling you this, I'm only sharing this testimony with you because the question is, who determines how much money that you make or that you worth? You determine it, but you haven't determined it because you're not seeing yourself the way that you need to see yourself. So who's determining what's in your mind and your thoughts? Who's determining your energy? Who's determining how you spend your time? Who's determining your creativity? Who determines how you feel? Your imagination, your freedom, your joy, your happiness, your health, your love, your relationship. Who's determining that? You're determining that. But the difference between me and you guys are, I'm in the Meta Netter class. I'm taking every opportunity I can to do a one-on-one with Saba. I'm at the pod class like all of you. Everything that I'm doing, you can do. What is your superpower? You need to figure that out. And you have to believe in yourself. And once you believe in yourself, and then you have to create the portals for the money to come through. I have a business banking account. I have my personal bank account, and I have my nonprofit bank account. So the money comes, I have a place for that energy to come through. I have a website. I have my own business. I am control of my life. I'm a netter. We're not slaves. We should be free, and we should be benefiting off our own energy. No Tamahu should be benefiting off of your energy as a netter. Arcad said something that was so powerful and so on point. He said, when you're supporting Saba, you are supporting Ma'at. And that was a huge mindset flip for me. And being in connection with Arcad and with Ahati and with Scribe and Saba, that was the energy that I needed to have the courage to live my life as a netter, to live under Ma'at through the teachings of Tehuti is the reason why my business grew and I have more money. So that's my testimony. I don't want to take up any more time, but you have to make the switch. You have to make the change and value yourself. That is the key to getting money. You have to be in the right energy for the money to flow. And I just want to say one more thing. I had a one-on-one with Saba about money. And so you have to ask the right question.
Say Dua and Hinu to the House of Aten for allowing me to do this in the first place. Because if not for a certain spell I found in one of the classes, I wouldn't have found my wife over here, and I wouldn't have been able to have my son.
I've been practicing like every day after every day, and especially on Mondays after I receive your classes, and I was laying down, and I realized that I saw some shoes next to me while I was laying down, and I know I'm the only one laying in the bed. So I said to myself, I said, Mom, don't show me something that that I'm not gonna be accustomed to. I had a feeling that I knew it was her. So I walked over to the side and turned on the light, and it was her. It was her. It was her laid down. Sorry, Sabo.
That's okay, brother. That's your mother. So I can't even fathom or imagine. I can't even imagine losing a mother and then reconnecting and the impact of that. So take your time. Not a problem at all.
Yeah, I didn't expect these emotions to come up. So wait.
I can hear you. Oh, did he say wait?
Yeah, wait. What's this?
Okay. Yeah, so this is this happens a lot on the pod class and in the Neteru class for the new people that are watching, or anybody that may be watching this in the future. These classes touch people's inner parts. It's the difference between just academic knowledge and actually affecting somebody's life. And I teach to affect people's life and to break the matrix. So you may see reactions like Menkura, Arcad, Maharu, and other brothers and sisters. It's mainly the brothers, though, interesting, but having certain breakdowns, because when your life has been pulled from you, that which you thought was real, and it's been pulled from you. This is a brother who was on the verge of being an atheist. He was about to be an atheist just a little while ago, and by seeing me debate somebody, I made him do a 360. If he stayed at 180, if he stayed an atheist, he would never have come into even thinking it was possible to contact his mother. So this is very emotional. This is what the pod class does. It actually changes your inner life, your Khan, your boss. So the brother's back. Welcome back, brother.
Peace out. Yeah. Yeah, so like I was saying, yeah, so when I got up, I saw the shoes or sandals that she had that she was wearing. So when I turned on the light, it was her. It was her laying down. I mean, I was trying to connect with her before, but this time, this is where I actually had a one-to-one with her. So she was laying down. I was like, I was surprised. I was like, oh, Mom, we finally communicated. Finally this time we talk. So I said, Mom, get up. Let me see you walk. Let me see you walk. Because before she passed, she had a knee issue, so she couldn't walk. So she got up and she started walking. She walked towards me. She was wearing a blue dress. So I held her hand. We started dancing. We was dancing together. And then something strange happened over. I kind of threw me off. She pulled out her right breast to give me her breast to suck. So I sucked her breast. I started sucking her breast, and then she laid down, and then I came back into my body. Yeah, that's what happened, man. And was confused with the breast part. I was like, Mom, I'm not a baby. Why you? And I was premature when I was born. So my mother told me I never really got sucked because I was in the hospital in an incubator. She told me, so I never really got any breasts when I was a child. So yeah, so yeah, that was really really, I was really happy though that I could communicate with my mom again, and that she was able to interact with me.
Check, check, and I'm going to come off the screen for a moment and do a sound check, but you won't see me. Check, check, press 9 if you can hear me. Press 9 if you can hear me. Microphone check. Check, check, check. 9 if you can hear me. Doesn't matter if you don't see me, as long as you can hear me. Okay, now I'm going to come back. See how the movement is. Okay. Check, check, check. Okay, good. Things are coming along. Let me check the 9s. It does take a few moments for them to pop up on my side. I'll do, and then they just go boop, and then they pop up once. And there they are. Boop. And they all pop up. Okay, wonderful. We got the Amunet. Such a heartwarming testimony. Yes, Amunet. We got 432 for 2 Kemba with the 9. Maharu, that's the brother that you just saw on the screen giving the testimony. Robert to the Williams. Shout out to you. Dedicated of the dedicated. Drip Skylark. You saw my debate footage, the repost with Jabari, and has been over here ever since. Drip to the Skylark. Shek Atika. All the way from Nigeria. Ramesses, Ankh Ma'at. We have people from Tehuti students in Nigeria, Tehuti students in the Netherlands, Norway, Canada, UK, all over the world. HOUSEOFATTON students all over the world. Nanny Aset to the Myrrh 9. The beautiful Nanny Aset Myrrh. And we have the 2 greeting me and greeting the lovely one, my mate Nana. Okay, that's the 9s. Everybody can hear. That's a wonderful thing. That's beautiful. Excellent. Ramesses says peace and love, family. Excellent. I'm going to start off with the proper frequencies here. And start off with the affirmation. In this class again, well, there's going to be announcements made also. There's announcements made of something that may be happening within 5:15, within 48 hours to, we'll see. 48 hours, 72 hours, we shall see how it works, but I'll be making an announcement here. Because the ripple effect and the frequency that I've been working on is starting to affect other channels, large channels, Sonator's channel and other channels, and I see a lot of a lot of channels now named. When I scroll through, a lot of channels are named. Titles are now the Neteru Real, the Neteru Literal. I don't know that.
don't even know what that means. Little. So it is working. I've been working on this um, since the grade school days. Okay, wonderful. We're going to start with the proper frequencies, and that is the proper frequencies are the affirmation. Let's start off with the affirmation and get into this beautiful frequencies. You've seen all the testimonies. Those are real testimonies. Right now, you're hearing it? Maybe when I'm moving the mouse. I may have to do the let me do this. Let me get this mouse and put this mouse here and move this closer to me, and then the noise won't be on the computer anymore. And I'll move this off of the computer, and now boom. All right, so yes, let's do the affirmation. Those testimonies that you saw, those are real testimonies. Those aren't fake AI generated. They're actually testimonies from people's hearts, their change, unprompted, of their life change, of what happens when you come in contact or be a part of the House of Aten, a part of the frequency of the Neteru, as the only movement that is standing on the frequency of what the ancestors taught about the Neteru. And standing on that frequency, the changes come to the people, just as they came thousands of years ago, who were standing on that frequency, and they seem like magical phenomenons. And I'm here to bring that back and renew that. It's taken me decades upon decades upon decades. Okay, how's my mic sounding? Everybody hear me okay? We're going to do the affirmation and get started with this wonderful class full of multiple topics. Whoa, we're going to step through Sabbaths. I'm going to give more jewels on the concept of Saba, the conductivity, discontinuality, ley line understanding of movements without movements. All type of things are going to happen today. But first, before we do any of that, we're going to start off with the beautiful frequency of the affirmation, which is a collection of, one second, please. A collection of beautiful words and phrases and sentences that have not been added onto, have not been altered. They are the exact sentences from the Purim Haru. And we are just going to read those sentences, which are affirmations for the House of Aten, the ancient Tehutian teachings of the Neteru, the first and only to continue the legacy of the Neteru. Let us start off with the affirmation and then move forward with this wonderful frequency that we are on. We'll start on the count of 3. 1, 2, 3. Anki ma'at an es, nim tet aset en ma'at, min have a pet en ma'at, her and hu kiwi, her ikut. I live for ma'at. I exist within her. I do not speak in the place of ma'at. Every day I advance towards ma'at. My being is surrounded in darkness. I come forth as conscious light. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Okay, let me put the banner at the bottom for the support for those who definitely want to keep this frequency continuing. Peace and love, everyone. If there's anyone new, can everybody hear me good? Press the 9 if you can hear me good. Can everyone hear me good? Right now, as I'm talking? Okay. Okay. It's probably okay. I don't know what to do about that, but okay. Any new people in the room, press A7. Any new people in the room, press A7. I'll wait for the 7 to pop up. Okay, let me check the room and see. Any new people in the room, press A7. Press A7. Okay, right now, is anyone hearing the scratching sound? Or maybe it was because I was moving my I was moving the mouse on the keyboard with my fingers. So you may have been hearing that. Do you hear anything now? Any type of scratching sound now as I'm talking? Check, check, check. Everybody hear me? Wonderful. We got Revolver X in the room with a 9. Revolver X in the room with a 9. Wonderful. Okay, so I'm moving my mouse, but I'm moving the actual mouse away from the computer. So you should not hear it now. Nobody hears any scratching now, right? Now I'm going to move the mouse with my finger. So just press no. You don't hear no scratching right now, right? No scratching right now. Hotep, Angela, straight out of the gates. Angela Gates, Hotep Mary Out, and Harass did. Okay, no scratching now. Is that right? Okay, wonderful. Now I'm going to put my finger on the computer and move it around and tell me if this is the scratching you hear. Do you hear it now? As I'm moving my mouse as I'm talking right now. Do you hear any scratching now? No scratching. Nothing right now. It does take a few moments for me to get the comments that you're actually typing. So I may see answers from the last. Okay. You hear something now, Nana? Yeah, that's me moving the mouse. So it's a mouse. It's not the mouse. There's no mouse. It's me moving my finger on the computer. And then when I move my finger away from the computer, then the scratching should stop. Okay. So wonderful. You can hear me great. And on top of that, I'm going to pull the computer a little bit closer to me. So my sound will be even better. Okay, wonderful. I'm going to move this. Is that a scratch right there? Oh, it's the haha, I see what it is. Let me move this out of the way. No, it's the it was the cord on my leg as I was moving. Yeah, so I move all the cords away from me. So there's no cords around me, nothing. So all that scratching should be gone now. It's when I'm moving around, it's my my foot on the cord. Okay, wonderful. Thank you, wonderful audience, and Nania Sitmer for telling me that. And that scratching should be gone now. Okay, excellent, wonderful. Let's get started, families. I want to get right into this podcast question. And let me go ahead and any new people watching the podcast, if you have been watching for less than 3 months, just press the 7. Whenever you're new, we greet you and say Hotep and greetings. I give you a heartbeat. I give you an applause and a heartbeat. Because all are accepted in the Tehuti podcast. All are accepted because everyone starts at their own level. So no one is judged at the Tehuti podcast. You come on whatever, Christian, Muslim, atheist, Hebrew Israelites, Buddhist students, every Hindu students, people from India, people from all over the world. And I walk them from the path and level that they're on. It's the only way that I have been teaching people since I've been in a grade school that wasn't double digits yet. Yes, I've been doing this since I was in grade school, not in double digits grade school, not when I went into double digits. So, okay, peace and love. So anyone here, press a 7 if you're been here less than 3 months. I know Drip Skylark, he's been here for a while. Just press a 7. I'll greet you properly and say peace and Hotep to you. Okay, shout out to all the beautiful people in the podcast and all the people in the room. For those who come in and start watching anytime while I'm talking. My name is Tehuti. I'm in Hotep Ra. Before you see my name, you see the word Saba. I reintroduced Saba to the world maybe some 6 years ago, because Saba is a very important word, which is actually what this class is going to be partly about. Saba is a word that is an intercession. It is a crossroad. It is a partition. The ancient Saba was a stargate, a gate with a star above it, as a partition doorway for those in the afterlife to go from one dimension in the afterlife to the next. It was also a word for those who brought people to the consciousness from one stage of consciousness to the next, thus a doorway. The concept of a doorway became a teacher because the teacher's job was to bring the student from one stage of consciousness to the next stage of consciousness. And thus the word Saba is a door. The door is unbiased. The door is in the middle of two rooms. So you do not have a living room door, and you don't have a bedroom door. The door that sits in the middle of the living room and the bedroom, based on perspective, is what you call it. If you're in the living room, you say that's my living room door. If you're in the bedroom and that side, you say that's my bedroom door. The door doesn't belong to either room. It's an unbiased partition that you just walk through to get to the next stage in your room, aka the next stage in life. So it's a beautiful thing. Peace and love to everybody. We need a breakdown. Angela Gates, send that in. Now we need a breakdown of the movie Disclosure today. Already? Oh my goodness. It just came out. Did it come out? It came out 48 hours ago? Disclosure movie. I'll do a whole. You want that? It's not even available to the public yet. You want it? Send in support, Angela Gates. Appreciate you. Send us some support today, Angela Gates, just on the strength anyways. Just shout out to you. You've been around for a long, long time. Shout out to Soze Mania. Send you a great support today. I'm actually interesting, Angela Gates. In this class today, I'm going to show something that is a part of that movie. I'm going to show something today that is directly linked to that movie. So yes, send in the question, and there'll be a whole podcast on it. So shout out to you, Robert Williams. I see you on the other channels, trying to tolerate the madness. Oh man, I watch everybody. Soze Mania, I see you. I see everybody. So peace and love to everybody. I watch everybody. B3 all over movie. Uh-oh. You know what that B3 is now that you saw your class, your personal class. The B3, people in the class, if you haven't seen the Neteru class, you don't know what he's talking about. But yes, boom, B3. Laugh out loud, I was thinking the same. Angela, wonderful. So peace and love, everybody. My name is Tehuti. I'm in Hotep Ra. I've been a Saba for decades and decades upon decades. Ever since I was a youth, I was told some interesting things by my mother about my existence, and it sparked my curiosity to step into different dimensions and different realms of reality and different aspects of knowledge, causing me to question the religions that were around me because they didn't match what I was watching as a child. When I was a child, let's go, Angela, huh? Let's go, Saba support on its way. Let's go. When I was a child, I was around these. This is Saket, the HOUSEOFATTON spider. Saket is the ancient word for weaver, and it was one of the oldest words on the planet for the realm of what people call heaven today. If you want to know why, send in the question. But the interesting thing is that our ancestors associated other animal forms with the highest aspects of spirituality. This is Meowku. Let's see if he stays still. This is Meowku. And Meowku, meow is an ancient word for cat, and also mind and thoughts. And ku is the ancient word that we'll be discussing, I believe, today for consciousness. Yeah, ku is in the class today. And as you can see, his head is in the print of a lion's head. That's why I call him Meow, because you can see a lion's face on his head right there, if you can position right. And his colors are the colors of Ku, which are bright yellows and whites, representing consciousness. That is Meow Ku. Very, very rare guy. Now he's going crazy because I'm moving him around. He's just sleeping on my hands. Now he's trying to find his comfy zone spot. Let me put him back down on my body, and he'll get comfortable again. Because he said, "I'm not a tree snake. I want to be feeling my body on your body. I want to feel like I'm climbing a tree today, Tehuti." So there he is right there. I'm going to put him back on my body where he can relax again like he was. Ooh, will there be another round of Meru Mondays? Will there be another round of Meru Mondays? I want to join from the start to learn. I'm not sure what that question means, another round, but for all those who want to know, let me address this beautiful question. So here, boom. What do we see here? Should be my background. I was not making it my background. Okay. That's interesting. Meru Monday. Let me see if I can put it on. Should be doing my back. Maybe this. It's not changing to the background. That's very interesting. Okay. Well, regardless, I wonder why it's not doing that. Okay. Men Under Monday classes have been back for a while, a long time. Let me go ahead and do it like this and show everybody, to give everybody the updates. Men Under classes are back and have been going on for over, it's going on 20 classes now since they've come back. Here is Men Under Monday. So Men Under Monday. Meru Magic Monday classes by Saba Tehuti, private group classes directly live with Saba Tehuti, walking line by line of the Per Haru in Meru Neteru, and given mental, spiritual, and visual and physical rituals based on the indigenous Meru words and imbued in tantric meanings, going from 2:30 till 5. Usually 5:30 actually is when it goes to about 3 hours long. It goes from 2:30 till sometimes 6 o'clock. They have been going on for a long time since we've renewed them back. So those are Men Under Monday classes. There they are again, Men Under Monday classes. Wonderful, as you can see. And that is them. Okay, so let me go ahead and show everybody the classes that you can obtain today, which I'll be talking about in the class today, because today's class is going to tie into the Men Under Monday classes. So let me go ahead and get that off the screen. Okay, I'll move this off the screen. Okay, and now for the Men Under Monday classes, let me give you all a beautiful teaser of the things that I cover in the Men Under Monday classes that I do not cover in the public. Those are private classes, which I give rituals, practice, and life-changing information that you can actually apply, which you will see, which you have seen if you watch the intro. 2 of those testimonies came from private classes. One from Maharu. Those are private classes. When I do private classes, you get direct guidance on how to change your life. And so Maharu and I did private class with Menku. These are private classes that a group can come to. Let me go ahead and show you all an example of the classes. I'm going to move this from the screen. He says, what did he say? Like next year, will there be a new group of Meru Mondays to start from the beginning? If you want Men Under Monday classes right now, 1, 2, 3, and 4, let me know. The Cash App TT Moon, PayPal at Rocky SV, and you will get them. We don't start from the beginning. We're on class 82. So we started from class 1, We have several of those classes on pre-recordings already done, and now we're on class 82 because we just continued where we left off. So we're not starting again. And when you understand the Men in the Monday classes, when you start to see them, you realize that there's no real beginning. You'll see when you get there. After class 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6 or so, the topics just change. So here, let me go ahead and show you the Medu Monday classes that you all can pick up. Cash App, TT Moon, PayPal at Rocky SV. They are $25 per class, and here we are. So look at the beautiful topics of these classes. So we have the petabytes. That was from class 40. I forgot the number of this class. But we have the Neteru, the Tree of Life redone class. Look at these titles here. We have the class Ser, SER, Land Heb Festival, and the Tongue. The class 68. Ucha, Het, White Crown, Lotus Ascend. The Peh class, Lion, New Tehuti Bird, and the word Hetem. And then we have Medu Monday, Nighttime OBE. Here's where the ritual here. Nighttime OBE, Medu Affirmation, Traveling Through the Doors, Subliminal Sexual Wording, the real definition of Isis and of Cirque. Then in a Monday class, Raquette. This is a beautiful, this one, well, they're all beautiful, but this one here, the other meaning of Tua, the Raquette, what Raquette actually means, Samao, the Samawi, the dark realm, and the nighttime affirmation, how to apply the nighttime affirmation word for word. Here's this one here. Chapter, the Rastao, the secret meaning of Ra, the Rastao doors. A dream ritual practice, mind-focused test, a mind-focused test, the door ritual continued, triangle Sapti, the word Medu itself, beer, what high is, why husband is the weeper, wife is the weeper, and lucid dreaming. Then we have polarity, the polarity of the set donkey. I only taught this in the Menetta class. Self-correction, awakening the deceased in the astral realm. Okay, this is what I taught Maharu, who's in the class. Awakening deceased in the astral realm, and that's exactly what the last testimony was about. So these are applied sciences that we have testimonies on. The intestine appetite discipline, origin of shoulders. Oh, the origin of shoulders, where we played the video of the origin of shoulders, and then I showed shoulders from over 2 million years ago, all the way up to the word shoulder and the Medu, and how they both tie in. A beautiful class. How about the ritual of attracting what you want? The science of the lion's share and the ancestors. The Fibonacci sequence dealing with the number 3 and how it ties into the word chem, the code within there. Empathy. What is empathy? Near-death experiences. Hall of Ma'ati and the mother collar. My personal Tehuti's daily morning affirmation discipline. What is the Neb? Neb is Ka. The Mandelbrot teachings. What is tribe? Unity, loyalty. And what is the concept of a drop versus a river? The Ba leaves the body and stays with the body. Class number 77. The Ba leaves the body and stays with the body interdimensionally. The silver cord. Different coups. The root word of Out. The root word of Out. The word for family. I give the root word of it. Dilation. Great small. Heru. The light microcosm. Class number 78. Live self-sabotage takes place in the class where one of the students self-sabotages herself in the class as I'm teaching from a message, and I use that to teach the class of self-sabotage. It's a beautiful live thing because the things I teach happen in real life. So when something happens and it's there to witness, I have a record of it and I utilize it for a class as it's happening, as I'm teaching on self-sabotage. If it's happening, I'll show it right there in class and use the person as the class. The silver cord, Tehuti's hidden name, the duality, the number 11 duality in the fingers, and the easy out-of-body ritual, class number 79, hidden meaning of Isfet, hypnotic frequency. The hypnotic frequency causes disloyalty. Why the letter T is feminine, the emmer wheat, swollen womb, kanum, amun, and the barley, aku. Class number 80, the true definition of the word black, the name of Asar, what it actually means, why the Kemet name, why is the Kemet name used, black woman title, emmer wheat, the emmer wheat part 2, the word kes, elaboration part 2, homage in the Heru face part 2, shrine and the serpents part 2. Class number 81, green light, mafket, out of body vision, perception, change. Control is to merge mind state. Oh, that's a beautiful one. Control is to merge mindset. The shed light set palindrome. Ma'at, untie. The Ari, Ara, Kepara connection with the lotus. And then this special class I did for Maharu, which was the last class. He sent in a question, which was the spellbinder question. And there was a question that I didn't answer live in the pod class for spellbinder. So I have spellbinder part 2 in the Neteru class. Spellbinder double communicative EVP range. The EVP range is the range of communicating with the ghosts. The ear stella, fully translated. The science of the word ear. The secret medu, ear palindrome, which I've never taught live before. The ka connected to the ear palindrome revealed. And then live in the class, because again, magic happens in the class. Live in the class, Tehuti pre-sees his student's ghost hunt device and puts the ghost hunt device in the class while the student is at any rate, live magic happening in the class. The student's name is Amun. He's in the class right now. And this was a situation of what he did before the class and how I answered his question and put something to help him for what he did before the class, before he even asked it. This is the type of magic that takes place in the Neteru class. Yes, could you break down, if there's 250 years of American PSYOPs, I can break down anything that I have the ability to. Thank you for asking, definitely. For those who don't know how the system works, let me go ahead and put this in here. It's scrolling at the bottom too. This is a reciprocity. Oh. Boom, I'm back. A reciprocity, hold on a second. A reciprocity system, class, and movement. Meaning that in order to set up any form of unity, in order to set up anything at all, there has to be a system set up to support those who are doing that which we feel is valuable. So the Matrix sets up a support system for basketball players. They believe that shooting a basketball is more valuable than a teacher. So the Shaquille O'Neal and Kobe and LeBron James in this society will make millions of dollars more than the teacher who is educating you. Because in their system, their support system, they believe that a black man shooting a ball and running back and forth on a court is more valuable than the science teacher who's actually teaching the child base biology and teaching you what it takes to be a biologist. You have to go to a biology teacher, but no biology teacher makes what a Shaquille O'Neal makes, which is $7,000 every time the every time he swishes the ball. Let me take that off. Every time the ball touches the white part when he swishes, he gets $7,000 to $9,000. I believe was the last time I checked. So in the Matrix Society, they make sure they set up a system that keeps and promotes what they feel is important. They have reciprocity for the teachers, Shaquille O'Neal, and a system set up so even the man that serves you fast food, flipping the French fries, which is killing you, he gets reciprocity per hour and gets overtime. And if he makes $15 an hour, then he gets one at a time, 1.5 times for flipping the French fries, which is killing you. So the Matrix sets up reciprocity systems to keep their system moving of death and fake entertainment. Positive tribes set up their system to maintain their movement. The Dogons, ancient people of Kemet, and everybody, the Hopi Native Americans, the Nahi, everyone sets up a system. What they've done in this society, they've removed us setting up systems of support and respect for each other. So we have been taught that when it comes to education and consciousness pertaining to setting up our education and consciousness, that is just a hobby. That's just a hobby. But the man who gets French fries, who sells you caffeine at the coffee shop, Starbucks, which is killing you, and the Arab at your corner store who sells you cigarettes, he's getting paid $25 an hour, $20 an hour, $15 an hour. So everything has up a system which you respect. The fireman, the policeman, the janitor. It's all a system, and it's the only way you can set up a community. So this community is set up for this system to run, and the system is the appreciation of these questions being answered, guidance being done, testimonies of people changing their physical bodies, hyperhidrosis. We're watching people being cured of hyperhidrosis. We're watching people's physical bodies change into fitness bodies. We're watching people contact their deceased mothers. We're watching people's income quadruple. This is what's happening at the Tehuti pod class. And it's not happening anywhere else. So this system is a support system. So everybody that's watching, those who want to support, who want to keep this system going, the support is at the bottom. And any of the questions that you have, when you send the question in, I'll let you know if it can be answered or it can't. 99% chance it can. The only questions that can't be answered are those that are blocked by the matrix industry that will shut down the channel if I actually go in depth in a particular topic and I leave it alone until the frequency is right for me to do so when I'm protected. So we have a support system, Cash App, TT Moon, PayPal, Rock SV. For the new people, welcome to the Tehuti pod class. We have pathways happening every year where people come, interact. We have the Walk of Ma'at. We have food, beverages, incense, oils, me teaching. You get to meet me in person. We get to vibe amongst each other. We have several different awards going out and all type of things because we are starting from scratch to set up a community. But the only way to set up a community is to have a valued respect system that takes place. And that's what the Matrix removed from the minds, especially of melanated people, is to remove the unity factor and the support system factor to keep your culture moving, meaning that your culture can survive if it was to leave and go to an island and not to depend on this system. Because the Pilgrims, Christopher Columbus, George Washington, and all of those lofty European men did not support or did not need the Native American system when they came over to the Americas. They said, F your system, forget you. We don't care if you have a chief. We don't care if you have a system set up. We don't care if you have rituals. We're bringing this over and we're going to do this. You have a Native American school? We're not sending our children there. No, we don't even have a school yet because we're just coming off of the boat. Christopher Columbus and George Washington and those men didn't have a school set up yet for their children when they came over here to the Americas. They had to start from scratch and then eventually build a school. The Native Americans in the tribe here had school systems set up for their tribal schools. The Europeans did not send their children to any of their schools. They said, no ant will be truant from your schools. We're going to set up our own. And our children won't go to school until we can set up our little classes. And then from there came universities, colleges. And that's the confidence that the Matrix people have with setting up their system. They start from scratch and they bond and unify and support that which needs to be supported. So welcome everybody to the Tehuti pod class. Peace to you, Revolver. You support. I've seen your questions, so you know where to send it in. That's more for the new people that are watching that may not know what's happening here. Peace and love to all the new people. Peace and love to all the old people. Peace and love to all those who want this to continue. Support Revolution Revolver X says That's some master classes full of knowledge. I need them. Wonderful. They are available. That's the topics are mind blowing. Wow, Saba, I'm speechless. The topics are mind blowing. They are available. Angela Gates says, harassed, did. Hatep Sinet, I want to join the live video too, but I'll have to settle for the recordings. Recordings are available. Yes. Knights of the Round Table 8th. Shout out to him. Wonderful. Shout out to everybody in the Tehuti podcast. And once again, I'm going to ask this. Are there any new people watching that have not been in the pod, who've just started watching within the 3-month period? I'll give a shout out to you. But at any rate, welcome to the Tehuti podcast. This is going to be a beautiful, wonderful experience. Oh, press 7 if you're new. The 7 if you're new also alters the introduction that I give. Shout out to all the beautiful people in the Tehuti class. My name is Tehuti Ambrot. I've been doing this since a child. When I was in grade school for the year that I lasted, the 2 years, I think 2 years that I lasted in the system, I was expelled, and I would go back to school and I would set up question and answer classes in the hallway during recess time because I was expelled from the schools. I couldn't go to the classes because I was a complete rebel. I completely rebelled, asked questions, fought the teachers, fought racists, and rebelled against the system. I wanted to go off of the grid, so I decided that I was not satisfied with the school system and what they were teaching my youths. Hotep to the beautiful Sheshayet. They were not teaching the youth that looked like me or the youth in general. So I was going to set up my own classes. So I would break into the school when nobody was looking through the side door because I wasn't allowed in the schools. I only made it to grade 9. I would break into the schools and I would go hide in the library so the teachers didn't see me. And I would collect knowledge from the books in the library. I was in heaven, and I would put together classes. And when the recess bell would ring, I would start a class like this. Of course, not as advanced. I was just a young youth back then, but I would set up question and answer classes for 15 minutes as long as recess went on, and lunchtime, half an hour. And I would go into the hallways and I would teach the students, and they would ask me questions about origins of the Bible, origins of life, the Matrix, the psyops, different things like that. And then when the recess bell would go off, ding, and the children would go back to classes, I would go hide back in the library again. So this is triple decades ago. This is long time ago. There was no money in it for me, finance, clout. There was no such thing as the internet yet. There was no YouTube. There was no Google. There was no AI. There was nothing to do with algorithms, super chats. This was just grassroots Tehuti teaching since a child in the hallways of school. When well, peace to Knights of the Round Table, teaching in the hallways of the school. Tehuti getting kicked out of his house, having to wage a bet with his mother because I was such a rebel with going against Christianity and breaking it down and destroying it in the household. I was a bad influence in the household. So the only way I could stay in the household is if I had a bet with my, I don't even call it a bet, but an agreement with my mother that if I was to beat the pastor in front of her, she would allow me to stay living in the household. And we set up that debate with the pastor. I was a youth. He was 47 years old. It went on for 5 hours. We had to eat and have lunch eating breaks. And after 5 hours, she kicked him out of the house for embarrassment because she said she couldn't take watching her son, a little young man, riddling up this pastor with questions and just letting him be known that he was foolish with the teachings. And of course, it was affecting her because she's a Christian. So as I'm breaking down the pastor, she's the judge. She's getting strays and hits because she believes in everything he's teaching. So therefore, as I'm pinging him off, stray bullets are hitting her, and she had to end it. She said, this is too embarrassing. And so she kicked him out of the house. At this point, everybody, something very strange started happening to Tehuti. And it was the very first time that this has happened. And it completely changed my life. And it's the reason why I'm fighting so hard to be here right now. What happened was after I defeated the pastor, I noticed something happen. And I'm going to tell you how it happened. There was an energy to remove people from knowing about me. I didn't know this was going on as a child because I didn't understand the energy that was flowing through me, that was so effective and intimidating to people as I was teaching. I didn't know this because I was just a youth. I was young to this frequency. I just knew that I was able to teach and answer questions as a youth. But there was an energy to remove my history from existence. And it started with this pastor. About 4 days or so later, maybe 5 days later after this debate I had, there was a letter on my door, and it was a restraining order. It restrained me from going around certain churches. We looked at the bottom. It was notarized by the courthouse and signed by the pastor that I had a debate with. This is the very first time young Tehuti is experiencing someone who has authority wanting to remove my existence from being seen. So instead of just taking the loss and letting me come back to the churches, he did not want anybody to know who I was. So he went down to the courthouse and made a restraining order so that I could not be seen by anybody. They call it apostasies. I've heard the word apostasy, some word they use on the order, going against the teachings that I agreed to, apostasies or something like that. So he didn't want me to be seen. I didn't take anything of it because it was brand new to me. And I was like, is this even normal? I don't know. I'm just a youth. Hotep Bijan Pharaoh, this is the brother that got healed from hyperhidrosis, from again, learning from the Tuti, learning from me and getting the wisdom. And there he is right there. He's the one in the beginning. So I continued on my mission. I continued on my journeys by teaching people. I broke back into the churches. I went into the churches unseen, and I would go there before the pastors would come, and I would teach the youth and teach the adults and get them to ask questions so that I could hide and step back. When the pastors would come in, they wouldn't see me, and the people in the church started blasting the questions to the pastors. And this is what caused a huge rebellion in the city that I was in. And I did it. I was in my snake style. I was able to get people to ask the pastors questions without me being seen, because they wanted to erase my history, wanted to erase that debate happened. It was the very beginning of that. At any rate, I continued on. I ended up joining an organization. At that time, it was called the Nuwabians, because as I was looking through their books, I was reading the Nation of Islam books, 5% books, whatever was available to me. But this was the only organized group that I had seen as a youth that was actually going out and breaking people out of religions and had their own soaps, had their own incense. It looked very structured, and structure was appealing to me. I like discipline. I saw them as very disciplined. So I joined the organization. Now, as a youth, I didn't have any finances to teach. So what I would do, again, breaking into the schools and teaching in the hallways, that's what I could do for free. And so now I had to find a place to teach because I had no stadiums or anywhere for me to teach. So what I would do is I would break into houses for sale that realtors were selling. A house for sale that a realtor was selling. I wedge in as a child through the, as a youth, through the window, and I went and knocked down the for sale sign, brought it to the back, hid it from the public, and then I had a couple of dollars. I made 5-cent flyers, come ask questions, question and answer classes, and I would make it for the property that I broke into. I would run an electrical cords that I would buy for $2 a cord because the house had no electricity. So I'd run electrical cords through the broken into window and set up little lamps in there, and I would teach classes under the risk of me being arrested. All this I was doing for free. All this I was doing as a youth. There was no YouTube, there was no cloud, there was none of this. This was just my awakening to awaken people. As those classes were going on, I noticed the same thing happened to me again. Pastors would come to the class, Freemasons would come to the class, and I was pulled to the side, and I was told, hey, we can't let people know about you. We have to keep you a secret. I'm going to learn from you. And he showed me his ring, the G and the compass and the square. He was fiddling with his ring. Let me see that he was a part of that society. And he said, we can't let people know that we're learning from you because we'll lose our flock. So here we are again with, why are they trying to hide me? Why was the pastor trying to hide me? Why are these Freemasons and pastors learning from me. They're coming to the house that I'm teaching from, but they told me they can't let anybody know about me. So they have to pretend that it's theirs. So here it is again. So anyways, as I'm teaching in the Nuwabian organization, I'm teaching with the animals, and I'm not using the books that are Nuwabian books. I'm using some of them, but I'm intermixing it with nature and animals and things that I'm learning from tribes and science and things like that. And what happened in that organization? The erased Tehuti happened again. The people came with torches, lit torches, to burn all of my belongings so that I couldn't be known as the teacher that I was. And they wanted to burn all my belongings that weren't written by that organization to erase my history, to erase the books that I'm reading from, to erase my history. And now I'm seeing that it's a pattern. Why is there so much frequency for people to erase me? What is it? The teacher at the time told everybody in the Nuwabian organization, if you all want to learn how to teach, go to Amenhotep, he'll teach you how to teach. And he said the knowledge that he's teaching, that I'm not teaching, the teacher said this, his name was Malachi. He said, I'm going to take it. And you all don't be mad at me, you all take my knowledge, I'm going to take Amenhotep Ra's knowledge. This got them furious. The Nuwabians got furious because here's their master teacher saying in an open crowd, I'm going to take Amenhotep Ra's knowledge that I don't have. This created furiousness. They wanted to burn my belongings. There is number 3 of trying to erase my history. Number 4, I have videos that were going out from here to London, from here to Trinidad, of me teaching, CDs going out of me teaching. Some of the people took my head and photoshopped my head off of my body, and they put the head of another person on, and they put my name at the bottom, Amenhotep, and started selling the CDs as if it was him teaching. And he was someone that I taught, that I was teaching. He was someone that I taught. They used to come to me for advice and tips, and they put his face over my face, Photoshop. This happened in 1998, and they left my body, my little skinny body at the time, holding the staff, and they put my name underneath, and they were selling the CD as him teaching. It was me. There's number 4 or 5 of trying to erase me, taking me out of existence. I didn't understand what this was, and I started to realize this pattern. Why are people learning from me, and then why do they want to erase that I exist? Just point everybody and say, hey, that's the brother right there. I went onto YouTube and I saw several people that I taught, and they weren't mentioning me. I was like, hey, what is this? Because I don't understand. I was raised up in the wilderness with animals, and I didn't have the street life, so I just was around animals for 5 hours a day, and I'd just go around animals all day and be in the ponds and the swamps. I didn't understand this corrupted type of world. When I came back to live with regular people, I didn't understand this strangeness. And I was like, hey, there's him. Hey, I rescued him from Christianity in 1993. Oh, he's your YouTube guy? Okay, he's going to mention me. Let me watch the video. Oh, I'm not being mentioned? This is very odd. So I decided to come out to the public and let myself be known again, because for this interesting reason, people were taking my identity. And I decided to release information about the Neteru, government psyops, and all type of different things. I went on to Kill a Priest, and the show blew up. Kill a Priest was wondering how I was able to teach and answer people's questions without me knowing them or what the question was. He said, it's like you wrote a book prior to them asking the question. How did you know they were going to ask to have all that organized? And I said, it's something that it's because of who I am. I can't be explained right here, but just enjoy this, because I can't really elaborate much on it. This took years of development. This took being in dark rooms, building rooms of magic, doing all kind of different things to myself, and all type of different things. At any rate, so a brother named Ahati, who was here, everybody knows him. He used to call me Utu. Utu was commander. It was a little personal thing between both of us. He would call me Utu, and he would tell me, hey, Tehuti, do you want to start a movement? You want to start like an organization? I would tell him, no, Ahati, no, I don't have trust for people, because I've been through this road. I know what's going to happen. And I'm a very disciplined, accountable teacher, Saba. And when I teach people, I'm going to hold them accountable to it in a very nice, polite way. but I'm going to hold people accountable because I teach discipline, and they're not going to like that. And I predict, I said, they're going to do what these people have been doing to me in the past. They're going to learn from me for a certain period of time. They're going to have no problem with me, but then they're going to disappear and branch off and start their own thing. And he said, no, let's just start something. Let's start this movement. I said, okay, you be over the people. Ahati, you go ahead and start what you have to start. I'll be a ghost in the background. I'll oversee it. And I'll just make the final decisions and words. But I don't have trust because I think people are going to just take and leave and they're not going to mention me anymore. And I'm about unity. There's no way to build Kemet if people keep branching off and breaking off. How are you going to build any community like that? I'm all about family. And I get my feelings hurt because I'm developing relationships with people, saving their lives, and they're going to leave me. So anyways, that continued. It was the teachings of Ma'at, and then became the House of Aten. And then lo and behold, he does it. He disappeared. No word, no information, no communication, no complaint, no, hey, can we resolve this? Nothing at all. And then he puts out a set of videos, and I go to the videos of the channel, and I'm erased from all the videos. The thing that I predicted. This is what I predicted. And I went back to the channel, and I'm like, hey, how come my videos of teaching are not on the channel anymore? What did I do? No communication, no complaints, no, can we resolve anything? No, nothing, no witness to anything, and I'm erased. So he himself fell under the same, and I'll let everybody know, no one can help this. Once you get on that frequency, you don't even know that you're doing wrong. So he himself now erased me. The same thing that I told him, that I can't set up a movement because people are going to learn from me, and then erase me like as if I'm not the one that taught them. And then I looked at the new videos that he put up in place of mine, and they were called Adventures of Utu, my name. I'm like, what? Wait a minute. I thought I was Utu. Wait a minute. Erase my videos, and now you're Utu. What did I do? What happened? Any complaints? Nothing. But I still strive to do this for everybody. So I continue to strive with the other brothers, and one by one, they disappear. No word, no nothing. And now we have this new guy, Lamar, does the same thing. Disappears. Actually, he didn't disappear. He said he was leaving, never gave a reason. And now he's calling himself my name with the Saba attached to it. Set up an organization that's named after this organization with some twists, and then has fake AI testimonies of that from my testimonies of all of you that I raised from scratch. And he has those same names with my name in the testimony, but they're going towards him. And it's this, I'm like, what? I'm like, so where's your testimony? Because your testimony has to have me in it. And so he did the same thing. Now he has my name, the name of the movement twisted around, and my testimonies, but the AI made the testimonies. They're fake testimonies. So this is the pattern. And I realized where this pattern came from. Unless we're going to get into the podcast after this. This pattern started over 5,000 years ago. To be precise, when it got very strong was about 2,000 years ago, 2,300 years ago, when the Ptolemies came in. The pattern is that when you're of a Kemetic frequency, when you're of a Kemetic frequency, what will happen? The same thing that happened to Kemet itself. The very first group and culture of people whose knowledge was stolen, and then the people that stole it, he tried to erase them out of history and claimed themselves as the Kemetic people. Kemet is the very first that happened to. It's a frequency. It doesn't happen to the Romans. It doesn't happen to the Portuguese. No, it doesn't. It doesn't happen to the Samoans. Nope. It doesn't happen to the Catholics. Nope. It doesn't happen to the Babylonians. There's no group of people saying, we are the original Babylonians. It originally happened to the first originators that had the frequency that was so strong, that was changing people's lives, that people came to learn from them, took the knowledge, I'm your student, branched off, and then tried to erase Kemet and put their Greek face there, their Arab face there. So I realized that this is the frequency that only comes if you channel the Neteru. This is the frequency that comes with that. Ever since I was a child, I was wondering, why are people coming to me, learning from me, saying I'm testimony students, and then branching off, and then not leaving me alone, not branching off and starting some other thing, but branching off and erasing me from the history. And I realized, because that's what happens when you represent, when you're the frequency of the Neteru. That's why some of the pharaohs' noses and faces are chopped off. That's why you see movies like Stargate and Gods of Egypt, and they all look like Europeans. That's why Herodotus and all these men, these guys are the new fathers of medicine. Not Imhotep, the new guy, because the consciousness that automatically happens with Isfet is to remove the original, to replace it and erase it. Let me say it again. Remove the original, replace it and erase it. And as long as people continue to do this to me, as witnessed by all of you, I will continue to do what I've been doing with all of you since the Killer Priest Podcraft that you all met me here, and before that I was doing in the 1989s and 1990s, teaching in the schools, in the hallways for free. My attitude doesn't change. My personality is not changing. I'm not disrespectful to anybody. I've been like this on Kill the Priest. I'm like this. I was like this on the Lions Den. I'm like this on Sonetter. I'll be like this on Sonetter a couple days from now. I'm like this on Black Magic 363. I'm like this in the one-on-ones. I'm like this in the Manetta class. Nobody has ever come out and said, Tehuti's a new kind of guy now. I don't like the way he behaves. He's going against my odds. No one has presented anything. It's just the frequency of when the information is so abundant, high, potent, and you don't see any problem in the person or any problem in the movement or any problem in Kemet. The human mind finds the problem. And when the human mind finds the problem, you can't debate it because it only exists in the human mind. When your mind finds a problem, it doesn't have a date to it. And that's why there's no date to anyone that has ever branched away from me or here. It doesn't match a date because it's the frequency of Christianity. Christianity doesn't have a date as far as Jesus, because they couldn't come with the Jesus story while it was happening. Between the years of 1 to 33, no one could come then and say, see this man over here, Jesus, he's walking on water. Everybody would be like, I don't see him. See him over there, he's dying on the cross. I don't see him. See this man over here, he just resurrected Lazarus. I don't see him. Isfet, which is a word that means to cut off, it cuts off the original, because Isfet means to cut off. Then when the T is added to it, then it becomes chaos. But first it's Asif, to cut off. You cut off the original flow, and then chaos begins. That's Asif. That's where Isfet comes from. So it cuts off the original story. It has to wait for the people to die of 33 AD to 0, has to wait for all those people to get old. Then it comes years later and rewrites history with no date. And then millions of people convert to Christianity with no proof of a date, because the way Isfet works, it cuts off the original, creates a new story in the mind, and because it's created in the mind, it doesn't have a date that's traceable. So when the people come and say, I'm breaking off from the House of Aten, I'm breaking off from Tehuti, what's the date, sir? What's the date, man? Does it match the date of a complaint? It doesn't. Just like Jesus and the invention of that and the stealing of Horus doesn't match a date, because he had to write it after the people are gone. If you dared written it while the people were there, no one would accept Christianity. If you dared to come while Tehuti's right here in your face, I would ask you for the date of when you presented. What is it that happened? Tell the people, I'm all ears. I'm all sedem. There's nothing but crickets. And that's what will happen to each and every one of anybody that stands on the path of the Neteru. People will want to take and erase you. And we have to fight that, and I will fight that till my death. When I'm 89 years old, and people try to say Tehuti's a myth. There was never any pod class. There was never a Tehuti. I never, and we have videos of you all of you will be testimony that yes, we were part of this beautiful experience, the House of Aten, and it changed our lives. We have new babies now. We have new wives and husbands now because of the teachings of the House of Aten. We're living proof that this is changing our life. So welcome everybody to the House of Aten. Welcome everybody to the Tehuti Pod class. Welcome everyone to the truth. This class is a reciprocity system for people that appreciate the time it takes to do what you're about to see and what you don't see, because the putting together of the pod class, the putting together of all this that is happening, all these beautiful experiences started before a lot of people here were born. So this pod class didn't start 4 years ago. The makings of this started in '89. And I fought everybody that tried to erase me from 1992, from 89, 92, from the pastor to the Freemasons to the guys that you watch on YouTube to the people that took my heads off to the people that took my name. I fought and fought through because I want people to know where the truth is coming from so they can make their decision and change their life. And Isfet will always try to erase me. And there'll be some people here right now that are in the class that are Tehuti, and 2 years from now, I didn't really get much. You know what I'm saying? I didn't really. Who's that guy? I don't know, man. I'm the House of Atum. My name is Soba Tahopki. People will be doing that. So welcome everybody. This is about peace and love. And because my energy is just about honesty, peace, and love, I will never understand that. My job is the Saba and the servant. The Saba and the servant. I'm the doorway with the eyes of Ma'at. Ma'at does not just mean order and justice. Ma'at is vision, discernment, examination. That's what Ma'at means. The ability to discern good from evil. When you discern good from evil, then things are placed in order. When good and evil are mixed, that's chaos. That's Asif and Isfet. That's the opposite of Ma'at. When good and evil is mixed, because there's no evil that exists without good. There's no lie without the truth. Every single lie is based in the truth. So evil is a combination of good and evil. Asif is a mixture. When you divide the two, then you start to put things back in order, because you've seen with your Ari, your eye, the difference between the two. Shout out to everybody. Peace and love. Welcome to the Tehuti Pod class. I'll ask this one more time for the beautiful new people, and all those who pressed it once, which is Knights of the Round Table, Drip Skylark. If there's anybody here that's been here within the last 3 months, press a 7. I greet you with a heartbeat and a round of applause. That's the love that I will always give everyone. I'm a being of love. The Neteru, we're about the Eve. The Neteru, we're about the truth, love, and what would be with Kem. Kem is the combination. Isfet Asif is the opposite of collection. Kem is collection. It means to complete. Asif is to cut things up. Branch off, branch. Kem is this. Unity. And that is what they want to take from us, is unity. If we cannot unify under any type of structure, there's no purpose of getting this knowledge. There's no purpose of it. Because you can't build anything with anyone else, because you always have distrust for someone else. And as long as that always exists, it's a selfish knowledge. I'm just getting it for me. Then there's no community. There's no village. There's no town. There's no group. There's no nothing. It's just individual, which is the opposite of every single indigenous people on the planet. There's no indigenous person recorded prior to colonization that moved as just one individual, always in a tribe. Find some ancient person written about that wasn't a part of a tribe or a movement or a group, because they need structure. You need a treasurer. You need a doctor, dentist. You need a teacher. You need the students. You need the cleaner. You need the man who controls the boats. You need all these things to have a smooth governing society. And when it starts off, maybe you just need the hunter, the gatherer of the wheat. The females do the cooking. Some type of structure takes place because there's no family without structure. Out. Shout out to Ordilla with the 7. And shout out to FRB Supreme, Ashe Soul Council, Ashe Diamond and Soul Council. Okay, everybody, I'm going to get started right with the podcast question. So everybody, as you're watching this beautiful question, say thank you in the chat. Your mind's going to get blown as always. Send support, Cash App, TT Moon, PayPal at RockSV. I'm going to put the link in the room because I'm going to get started immediately, but I'm going to put the link in the room just to say peace to everybody, because I'm about humanism, for lack of a better word. I'm about anti-transhumanism, which means I'm about the connection of people, like in the days of Huey P. Newton, in the days of Malcolm X, in the days of Khalid Muhammad, in the days of Farrakhan, then the days where people met at movements and hugged each other and dapped each other and said, peace, brother, peace, brother. When people played board games with each other, not just like this in the cell phone, individual playing something on the phone. When people actually played family games, cooked for each other. I'm from that era of love and unity, of communication. The computer AI world wants to disconnect people where we don't feel connected with each other anymore, and we're just in a state of introvertism, and we just sit in the corner of our room, flip through the phone, watch the Facebook, and then you lose how to communicate. And I'll do a class, if you ever want it, on how AI said that's its mission, that's what it's gonna anyways, AI said that's what's gonna happen. That's what's gonna happen. And predicted its own destruction of us because of us loving it and becoming less human. I have all that information if you want a class on it. I'm ready. Shout out to First Nether who gives I. All right, so I put the link in the room. Everybody, we're going to get started with this podcast question. Peace and love to everyone. My name is Tehuti. I'm in Hotep Ra. I want to let everybody know what we're going to be working on today. So let me give everybody the update too, because look at this flyer. Look at what's happening today. What is this, everybody? Tehuti answers questions on the science of dream premonitions. Has anybody here in the room ever had dream premonitions? Is it true? Can that happen? Is it possible to see the future in your dreams? If so, how is that possible? I got Kefa, but I can't get Ramesses in because he's not showing him connected fully. Ramesses, you'll come in when I see you connected. Is it possible to see the future in your dreams, everybody? How is that even possible? Does that mean the future has already happened? Is there something that you can see where something has happened already? Beings that can move in between time are here. What is going on, everybody? Do the high elites in the government practice dream premonition magic? From Saba Tehuti, the first one to reawaken the world to the truth of the Neteru, were real living beings according to the words of the ancestors. Interdimensional light beings of Kemet. There's a Kemetic papyrus of dreams. Are you learning about that from your... Oh, here's Ramesses. Okay, good. Are you learning about that from your Kemetic teacher? Can something exist in two places at the same time? Can Kefa be here? Can Kefa be here and somewhere else at the same time? Can Ramesses be here and somewhere else at the same time? Can something be where you are and somewhere else at the same time, and it's that exact same thing? Not that it moved from place to place, but it is the same thing. And then, of course, the announcement, Neteru called me this morning. I think it was this morning. Interviews, Tehuti live on the topic of the Neteru update. That will be a live broadcast. It should be Monday or Tuesday. We're going to confirm it. And when it's confirmed, the flyer will go up. It'll be Monday or Tuesday. I'm not sure which one of those days. But when it is confirmed, the flyer will go up. And people may be wondering why would that be happening now? There's something very exciting going on, and that is that. Oh, thank you, TT. What a great podcast. Thank you. Something very exciting going on that I've been working on for 30 years. 30 years because it's 2026, and I was doing this in the 90s. For 30 years, I've been trying to wake people up to the to the Neteru being real. So that's 2000, yeah, 1999, even before then. But on my own, as far as individual projects that I've been working on, trying to wake people up. I've been always teaching people the Neteru are real existing beings according to the words of the ancestors. And I've been walking around trying to break people out of the matrix and bring them to that reality. And I came into the so-called conscious community where everybody was teaching the Neteru or something called principles. And I said, no, I have to break this matrix. There's something happening. There's an atheist agenda going on, and I'm going to break this matrix. So I'm going to go show everybody right now what's happening on the beautiful Neteru channel right now. This is my oh man, hold on. You're gonna hear a little scratching because my mouse dropped somewhere. Where did it drop? I can't see it. Okay, I gotta use this. It's gonna scratch a little. I'll get it later. So I'm gonna go on the Neteru channel and show you all the beautiful thing that is happening right now on the Neteru channel, and you will see. Let me go ahead and screen share. And this is a promotion of the Neteru channel. Me and Neteru have a very interesting relationship because we have a very interesting relationship because he's a promoter. So he's a promoter, and being a promoter for his agenda, for what it is he wants to do, and getting people's names out there, he has to do a lot of interesting things that to test people, get on people's nerves, or to challenge them, or to put people to fight. But he's a fight promoter. He promotes debates, and he also has some of the most profound people, including myself, on his channel to be seen because he does have a large audience. So we have this very interesting relationship. And so right now, what's happening, and I'll go ahead and show the channel. So people will say to me, I remember Neteru even called me one day. He said, "Yo, did you say I'm done with that N word? I don't even use the word N word. I'm done with that N word, Neteru. I'm sick of Neteru, the N word." And I'm like, I don't even talk like that. I don't even talk like that. F that N word. I'm like, when do you ever hear Tehuti? If you hear somebody say Tehuti said that, I don't even speak like that. F that B-ah, whatever. Imagine I keep talking like Kevin would be like, what? Hold on a second. That's a clone of Tehuti. That's not the real him. Come on, man. I might as well go back to the streets. So let me go ahead and show the House of Consciousness here as a promotion to what's happening. And as you see, now there is an exciting topic that Tehuti has brought. Tehuti has brought into focus, and it's everybody. Now it's the fight topic. Look at this. Are the Neterus literal? Are the Neterus literal? Who has the truth commit when it comes to ancient commit? All this is about the Neteru. Are the Neterus real? Again, so here we are. The topics on the Neterus literal, or the Neterus real, and now it's Jabari versus the good brother Reggie, who had actually came to help Jabari during our debate. He was on Jabari's side, and Reggie said, according to Jabari, while Reggie was there, Reggie said he went back. He said he talked to me, but I don't remember talking to Reggie. But he said he went back and looked up some of the things that I was saying in the debate I had with Jabari, and he found them to be true, and he changed his view. So this led to a debate, and now the energy's on. Now the energy. This is all that I wanted, was for the focus to be on the Neteru. Let this topic of were the Egyptians black, Egyptians are black, Egyptians are black. 5 years, 6 years, the Egyptians are black, and the Bible is wrong, and the Egyptians are black, and the Bible is wrong, and the Egyptians are black, and okay, 9 years of that. Now let's go to what the Egyptians actually taught. It was about the Neteru, and now it's in the people's minds. And now even this young brother that tried to go against, his name is Ashe. He just had a show, are the Neteru real or something? Everybody. So this is a beautiful thing. Tehuti has brought the Neteru back into the minds of the people, where there was never any conversations or debate about the Neteru. Since Dr. Ben and Dr. Clark never had a debate on the Neteru. There's no Ashar Kwesi. There's no Ron Nephramoon. There's no, who else is out there? Brother Phil Valentine, Bobby Hemmitts, whoever you may listen to. There is no sit-down arguments about the Neteru. Tehuti brought it back, and now Sonetter called me because he said, "Yo, we need to have you on the show. This is your thing, right?" And so this is going to be we got beautiful Rotetto in the building. All right, so the Neteru are real is the new topic, is the new topic on the Sonetter channel, and I'm so glad, because just like this hat says, what I'm all about, the Neteru exist, the Neteru are real, and now they're arguing about it, debating it on the bigger channels, and that's all I wanted. I want this to be on every channel. If you're Kemetic, you should be talking about the Neteru. What type of Kemetic person doesn't have shows on the Neteru, which is what the Kemetic people mainly spoke on and gave adherence to, was on the Neteru. And there's no, you can flip through YouTube right now. Find me a Kemetic channel on the Neteru, where they're opening up Legends of the Gods, where they're walking through the stories of the Neteru, where they're talking about even what the Neteru symbol is. They say it's a flag. They came out, I had to debunk that. They came out for 40 years now, 40 years in the conscious community, came out saying the Neteru is a flag, the Neteru is a flag. And I had to say, no, the Neteru is not a flag. And I had to come out with what the Neteru actually, what that symbol actually is, because how can you discuss the Neteru if you can't even break down what the symbol of the Neteru is? So all those people that say the Neteru is a flag, nope, the Neteru is not a flag. So people can stop that nonsense. There's never been a flag ever found in Kemetan archaeology. There's nothing of that. Nothing of that exists. So we're here to bring the truth of what the ancestors taught according to their words. That is what we're here to bring. Shout out to here's a name, Aru Hotep Saba, for the teaching. Hotep, to you, I'm going to try to say this name, Iru Love Vitar 44. I don't know if I'm saying that right. Shout out to you, and I'm going to give a hand clap to you, because I think it's a new name. And the heartbeat. Shout out to all of you. There's a sound. Everybody mute their mic until I get to you. There's a sound when my friends come in. Shout out to all of you. Shout out to everybody in the chat. We're going to get right to this podcast question. I'm going to greet everybody in the room. Shout out to all the people here that are faithful and true. And when I say faithful, shout out to you. I don't know if you're male or female, so I'm just going to say your name. I'm going to say shout out to her, shout out to him. But Aru, let me put everybody on mute. Aru Luvitar, shout out to you, male or female. Doesn't quite matter, but shout out to you. Peace to all those who are faithful and true. And when I say faithful and true, I mean faithful and true to what you acknowledge is the truth. You have no obligation to be faithful and true to that which is not true. So thus, if you're faithful and true to the truth, you'll be faithful and true to what is happening here, until you find that Tehuti is not teaching the truth anymore. That's how nature works. Okay? So the way that nature works is the line for every aspect of nature, the beehive, everything is faithful to the mission of what that species is. And that's how it gets things done. And if there's anything shown where Tehuti is not teaching the truth or misrepresenting Ma'at or something, I promise everybody here, and I'm going to say this live, come to the panel, and I promise I'm not going to scream at you. I'm not going to be angry. How dare you? What are you talking about? I'm not going to do any of that. I'm going to say, state, just like you had a testimony of the love and the truth that I brought, bring your testimony of the problems, and I will listen to it, and I will let the whole podcast hear it, and we'll decipher it right here live. This is the type of man I am. This is the type of Neteru I am. There'll be no disrespect. There'll be no yelling. Bring your testimony of the truth. Bring a testimony of the lies. And I'll be open to both of them. Because I am unbiased. I only represent Ma'at, which is the examination of whatever it is you're going to say. And you will be examined and scrutinized. Shout out to all those who are truthful. And shout out to all those who even are not. Because your verification that you could never look me in my eyes and say there was ever a problem, which is verification that there was never a problem. If you can't talk about it. So shout out to everybody. So I'm going to greet everybody in the podcast on the panel. Kefa Ib Ma'at Fatu Kemba. Peace to you. How you doing, good brother? I'm ready to get into this wonderful question, but I want to know how you are.
For asking Saba. Hotep. Big love, big Ma'at. Tour for all of Aku, you know. It's big love, big Ma'at all the time. Uncle Justin to you and your entire out. Tour for your consistency. Tour for all the provision you'll be providing, you know. So I appreciate all of the Nefer light that helping me to be a better Kefa, you know, and tour for Marin as well. Appreciate Marin a whole lot. So tour Uncle Chaseneb to everybody on the panel, Retetua, Ramses, I don't know, everybody in the chat, big love, big Ma'at, Uncle Chaseneb.
Uncle Chaseneb, good brother, Fetu, Kefa. Shout out to you, good brother. You are wonderful. Shout out to you and all your emails that you send me and all your stories and all your tests. I get 4 testimonies a week from brother Kefa. Shout out to you and all your stories and all of your yeah, every time I read your emails, I'm watching a mini movie, a little mini movie and a story. I'm like, what's Kefa gonna tell me today? What life-changing, challenging thing is going to happen that he's going to be grateful for? And I get those emails. I have a file for you. I have a file for you. A file for Batetu. I got a file for Amunet. Who else I got a file for? I got a file for VRI. I have files for everybody. And I go back to those emails when I'm feeling like the world is on my shoulder. I go back to certain emails and I read them. And I'm like, okay, yeah, they still have love. They still appreciate it. They still everybody's fine. Let me just read these emails and just swim in here because outside of this world is chaos coming for me. A lot. And I got to stay strong. So to it to you, good brother. Keep strong. Great.
Toa, Saba, Toa.
Okay, I'm going to say peace and love too. As Angela Gates says, Hotep, Sanet, Retetua. I'm gonna just read her. Hotep to you, Retetua. How you doing?
Hotep, can I be heard?
Yes, greatly.
Hotep Mary to everyone on the panel. Hotep Mary to the great Saba and everyone in the chat. Hotep to the great out of the great Saba Tehuti. Hotep waves hello to everyone as well.
I'm gonna wave down because she's under us. I'm gonna wave to her down. How you doing down there?
So she's very observant. So she saw me jump on and knew immediately to just start waving. hi to everyone. So I needed to make sure her message goes out to everyone. Great to be here. Just grateful for another day, another class, another upgrade. Hotep to everybody in the chat and all the sisters. And it's just great to be here. I'm excited to just learn and absorb this. And this is very interesting and aligned because I was thinking about dreams. I've been having some interesting dreams. And so it wasn't this exact question, but it was something aligned with this. So to it's an Neteru for always aligning with the great Saba and the great students who come forward with these Nefer questions, and to the great Saba for always having energy and power and knowledge for all of us. It's Nefer to have someone like Saba, and I look forward to continuing to supporting you, Saba, in whatever way I can, because you support hundreds, I'm sure, of people that you're not even aware of, even though those sneak learners, right? So, yes, I hope to always be able to give that reciprocity back, and it's just great to be here. Hotep to the great Nani Aset Mer.
Greetings, everyone. Can I be heard?
Okay, yes, greetings, Nanny. And Tua to you. Oh, were you done? You're done with Teto, right?
Yes.
Okay, beautiful. Beautiful, beautiful words. Beautiful, very, very genuine. Your energy is very, very genuine. I love it. It's like a baby or something. I don't know. It's like a baby, and you look like you're 13. I don't know. This baby energy that you give off. It's like, when somebody's not been corrupted by the sickness, you give off that purity with your genuine appreciation. So keep up the great work. Keep up the support, the appreciation. Keep being a great mutt. A great mutt over and over again. Mutt one, mutt two, you keep going. So keep it up. And Uncle Justin, up to you. 2 or 3 beautiful words. It'll be great. Excellent. And on to Ramesses Unk Ma'at. Peace to you, good brother. And if anybody wants to know, in the days where the person cut my head off and put his head on my body, it was around 1998 or 9. I looked just like him. Ramesses is me in 98. In 99, if you want to know what I look like, that's me right there. I want to get a picture. You and Johan Biladu are my long lost cousins or something, because I look just like that brother right there. He is my twin right there. All you need is a snake around your neck and a staff. How you doing, Ramesses?
Saba, can you hear me?
Hey, great.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Can you hear me?
Yep, I hear you. Can you hear me? I hear you good. Yep, I hear you great.
Hotep Saba, Hotep everybody.
Hotep.
Can you hear me?
You all can hear him?
Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Peace and love, everybody.
We're hearing you.
Peace and love, fam.
Peace and love.
Peace and love.
Peace and love, everybody. This is my first time being here, and I'm grateful for the opportunity. I'm grateful for being here. I don't have anything to say really, because I've been trying to reach you, my Saba, for a very long time. And for me to have this opportunity, I don't have anything to say. But thank you. Thank you. Peace and love, everybody. I love you.
What's the last word he said, everybody? What's the last word he said? Peace and love, everybody, and what? Alafia?
I love you.
Oh, I love you. Okay, Alafia. Oh, I love you. Yes. E. Mary Uck, wonderful. Yes, it's good to have you here. I know we've seen you here before, but you must mean like in this time period. It's good. It's your first time here in this time. Um, but shout out to you, and you finally got to reach me, and you finally are talking clear. We can hear you. Everything is good. So wonderful. I'm glad you're here. Enjoy the pod class. Enjoy this experience. I'm going to step off for just a moment. I'm going to say peace and love to Nanny Aset Mur. How you doing, Nanny? And while Nanny is talking how she's doing, I'm going to actually veer off just to go put some water on my face and come back and blast into this pod class question. So how you doing, Nanny?
I'm doing well. Thank you very much. Very excited for this. Very excited for this particular pod class. I mean, I'm excited for all of them, but this one, I can definitely relate to it. So I am excited for it. And thank you again and again for all that you do to prepare for these classes. No one knows the behind the scenes of what has to go through for him to get these answers out. So I look forward to it. I'll be sharing some experiences myself of as far as in premonition dreams. So yeah, so I'll be sharing some a little later, but pretty soon actually. But, yeah, but thank you so much for doing this answer. Very effort. So very much.
Nini Up, wonderful. 290 for your great appreciation and all the work you do behind the scenes. To you, E. Mary Uck, love you very much. I love you very much, and you are definitely a key component to everything that's happening. So shout out to Nania Setmura. Yay. Okay, and also I want to give a shout out to a new name in the room, and here's how we do the new names in the room. We greet them and give them a heartbeat. And I'm going to try to say this name properly. Ariel Dark Star 123. Where's King Tut? So we give a shout out to everybody that's new in the room, everybody that's brand new. Enjoy the Tutti Pod class. I'm going to put it on the screen one more time, and then I'm going to step off and come back in like 3 minutes and just start teaching on the questions that were sent with reciprocity. We're going to be covering Tehuti answers, questions sent in about the science of dream premonitions. How is it even possible? Is it possible to see the future in your dreams? Beings that can move between time are actually here. They are actually here. From Sabatusi, the first one to reawaken. From Sabatusi, the first one to reawaken the world to the truth that Neteru are real living beings according to the words of the ancestors. Do the high elites in the government practice dream, promotion magic, interdimensional light beings of Kemetic papyrus of dreams? Can something exist in two places at one time? Send in your live questions with reciprocity to Cash App, TTM Moon, PayPal at Rocky SV. That is how you support the system. That is how you keep things moving. And that is how you get entire pod classes dedicated to you. I'm going to step off the screen when I come back, while I'm answering the question. Send in your support, say thank you, and at the end of the answer, I'll be reading off everybody's support and appreciation, and we'll build on the panel again. But these answers are over an hour long. It's going to be completely in depth, and it's going to be beautiful. I have 2 videos, clips to play. Yes, the interdimensional beings, they've always been here, but now they're being acknowledged. The beings that can travel in between time. So shout out to everybody in the room. I'm going to step off for just a couple of minutes and I'll be right back. Shout out to Shesh Shayet. And I also got to find this mouse behind me so you don't hear that scratching sound. I'll be right back, everybody, in about 4 minutes to get into this pod class answer. You all build for a moment, and I'll be right back. Hotep for a moment.
Enjoy your break, Saba Hotep. Uncle Chasenev.
Enjoy.
Thank you. I'll be back. Thank you.
Uh-oh. It's Tuesday.
Nenio.
Ari says, peace. Nice to meet you all. Ariel, wonderful. You will enjoy this. I'll be back.
Oh, it was showing that there was two of you. So, okay. So greetings, everyone. I did want to make an announcement. I haven't quite finished the touch up to the flyer, but Pathways to Awakening 2026. So just we do have a date. So verbalizing the date, and then we'll get that flyer underway with seeing it. So that it will be on a Saturday this year, the last Saturday of October, which is the 24th. Okay, and the time for the one moment. Oh, okay. Around here, when we hear noises, it could be anything. It could be the lizard. It could be the snake. So I gotta make sure it's Saba, not not anything else. So, okay. Yes. So save the date. October 24th, Saturday, from 12 p.m. to 11 p.m. It is an all-day event. It's a meet and greet. Saba explained it. We talked about it a little bit earlier. Mentioned it. There's going to be some. There's the offering ceremony. The offering ceremony is where one brings reciprocity and gifts, and as you're meeting with Saba personally, of course you get pictures taken, and you get to talk to him. You get to just express, and also there is the Walking Ma'at, if anybody's wondering what that is. So Walking Ma'at is it's kind of like a competition in a sense. One dresses up as whether it's one of the Neteru, or if it's a particular object, or if it's something that's in one's name, and you dress the part and you present. You do a presentation about 2 minutes or so, and you just talk about it, and whoever expresses the best will be the one that wins a prize. Last year that was our first time, and it was Amun and Amunet. And maybe when they come in day after they get off work, they'll get to elaborate a little bit more. And maybe probably could show pictures as well. But yes, and of course there is my life. Yeah. Okay, it's okay. And of course there is the Ren ceremony. And the Ren ceremony, very, very beautiful ceremony when people are getting their name, but not just any name, of course. It's a name that Saba picks out through knowing you, through seeing you, through seeing how you interact, how you support, how you're in the class, how you're on the panel. And whether he has me with some of his students, he might have had like one-on-ones or things like that, where he can personally get to know you a little bit better, so that he can see the attributes, see what you yourself feel about yourself, or what you would like to work on yourself, or what have you. And then, from there, he takes it from there and sees what attributes he sees in you. And then that's one of the processing of the name. And then it's just a beautiful ceremony. So as a matter of fact, we got two people here. You got Kefa and Neteru that could definitely attest to it. Last year's ceremony, they participated in they were two of the three, right? Was it three? Was three people last year? Oh, was it more? Yeah, because then it was
Kiss Betu.
Kiss Betu. Okay. So the Tetra would like to share a little bit about your new beautiful name. Almost a year.
Yes. Almost, yes. It has been very nefer to just have a new Ren, a new beginning, and definitely look at life and this new journey with this new Ren and the power that it comes with. More and more, the Neteru shows me just the power that can come with a shift. It's for us, well, in the Matrix, it's one would think of it a name change, a simple thing, but within our culture, we know that it's a major shift, and I've definitely seen the shift, especially lately, with the power that it comes with, and all the different ripple effect it has within my life, within my family, and especially within myself, and of course none of that wouldn't have happened without the great Saba Tehuti, because Saba just has great knowledge, and he has an amazing way to show you things that and make you realize things that will just change your life completely, and will change your perspective, and that has a true and genuine effect on someone. When you start to believe in yourself, when you start to believe that your Ren is greatness, you begin to see things align with that greatness. And so, I know that as time goes, I'll have many more examples. This is just the beginning for myself, and my new Ren. But it definitely is a never experience to be able to feel reborn almost, and just have this new journey, this new path, be aligned with yourself. So for that, I'm forever grateful for Saba to have given me, given my family, because it like I said, it just has its effect within self, and then that effect is pushed out, and that energy is pushed out, and every day you start to see just different things align, and different situations, different incidents, different experiences happen that make you realize, like, wow, I am powerful, and only Saba is able to show you what that really means, so before, I used to hear stuff like that, like, no, you're powerful, like, you have the power to change your life. But once you meet Saba, and once Saba begins to have that impact in your life, and you allow that energy to have its impact, it's it's just a never thing. So that's so far my testimony to my wonderful never Niren.
Okay, beautiful, beautiful. That's and absolutely what you say about rebirth, and that's exactly what it is. Because you are no longer the name before. Because well, that's what the Ren is. The Ren is a new vibration and frequency that changes our lives. So yes, yes, I definitely see how you say it's form of rebirth. Welcome back, Saba.
Yeah, thank you for coming back. What's the last word you said? You said it changed your life. You can definitely see what it cut you out.
What is the last thing you actually heard?
You can see how it definitely changed your life. And then I couldn't hear. You can see how the Ren definitely changed it.
Yes, it definitely changes your life. Thank you, Saba. And then I said, welcome back.
Okay, thank you. Nania Setmer. Okay, everybody. Thank you, everybody. Peace and love. We're about to get into it, everybody. Get your pens, your pads out. I'm going to ask everybody on the panel, just raise your hand. Have you ever felt that you had a premonition dream? A dream of seeing something and then that thing happened in the future. Has anybody experienced that at all on the panel? Anybody know anything about that? Have you seen something and then you walked into it? Because the ladies, okay, brothers are staring at me, but brothers like, I don't know, not yet. I don't know. I see two hands up from Kepler. Is that
That's it, Saba.
not yet? Okay. Who said not yet, Saba? Who said that?
Ramez.
Oh, okay. How about you, Kevin? Not yet, right?
Well, all kind of crazy things happen, so I would have to like focus in because all kind
Okay.
of crazy things happen.
Okay. We got harassed as more than once. We're gonna get started, everybody. We're gonna get started. I'm gonna go for about half an hour straight. And then I'm going to take another 4-minute break and then get right back into it. So we're going to get into this, everybody. Take a look at this class and the topics. Look at this. Beings that can move in between time are here. It is possible to see in the future. Is it possible to see in the future? Is it possible to see the future in your dreams? Interdimensional beings of comedic papyrus of dreams. Can something exist in two places at the same time? To the high elites in the government, practice dream premonition magic. Send your live questions with reciprocity, as you see it screening at the bottom, to Cash App TT Moon, PayPal at RockSV. Peace and love to those who have sent some reciprocity already before the class has even started. Peace and love to all of you that are definitely supporting before the class even began. And so I'm going to show one, and I'm going to get the class right started. Let me see if this is Amunet. Okay, Amunet. There was Israel Hoyley. I'm going to go ahead and show Amunet. And then we'll go ahead and get the class right started. Let me give shout and praise. What happened? What just happened? I'm gonna give shout and praise to the ones who sent in the question. I didn't get to read this question, but I'm gonna show the support for it. So here it is. Peace and love to Amun and Amunet for this, and then we're gonna get right into the question. I'm gonna go for about as long as I can, and I'll take a little food break for a minute, and then get right back into it. So here we go. Boom. Save. I know it's giving me problems. Okay, here we go. Boom. Save. All right, here we go. So shout out to Amun and Amunet. Let me go ahead and get this off the screen. Show the support. Then we're going to get right started. Here we go. So here's how it works, everybody. When you send in pod class questions or you send in your support, it immediately gets read on the screen. And you get your hand claps and appreciation for the support, because it is the supporters that are keeping the pod class continuing. Without the support, no pod class question can come in. June 13th, here it is. So shout out to Amun and Amunet. We'll show this on the screen and get right started. for podcast questions in the email. To a Mary Hath, $33. Shout out to you all. We're going to give you some noise. Shout out to Amun and Amonette. And they're the ones that actually sent in this question. Shout out to Amun and Amonette. Thank you. Everybody, we're about to get started. Oh, I feel hunger kicking in already. Okay, that's okay. I had a workout. We're going to go as long as I can, then I'm going to take a little food break. So shout out to Kefa Eve Ma'at Fatu Kemba. Peace and love to you. Jump back in the chat. Shout out to Ramesses Ma'at. Peace and love to you. Jump back in the chat. Peace and love to Nani Aset Mur. Peace and love to you. You can jump back in the chat. And Retatu Amut Aut. Peace and love to all to you. Jump back in the chat, everybody. Peace and love to all of you. We're going to get this podcast question right started, everybody. Great question, right, Harass? Great questions from great students. That's right.
Peace.
Peace, beautiful Nanny. Yes, I've seen it in my head while awake. I saw it months later in real life. Oh, there we go. Shout out to Ozaze versus Reggie, and Frank wants Tehuti to assist Reggie. We'll see what happens. How time has changed, right? If that's the case, imagine. When me and Jabari first had the debate on this topic, Reggie came in to assist him, and now Reggie is on the truth side of the topic, and I'm going to do an interview, and that could assist Reggie. It's like the Twilight Zone, right? It's very interesting, but it's all good. It's all getting in views for the Sonetter debate. It's building the momentum. I told Sonetter, I said, hey, could this may it wreck the debate if I come in and drop a lot of jewels? Sonetter said, no, it'll help promotion, good promotion. So yes, it's good promotion. Let it be promoted, and I'm glad people are discussing and debating about the Neteru. We're gonna get right started, everybody. Get your pen, your pads out. Get your iPads, get your iPhones, get your eyeballs. Get everything ready. When the questions are being answered, send your support, Cash App, TT Moon, PayPal at Rocky SV. Just say thank you. It supports. It's not about supporting the channel. It's about supporting the movement and having appreciation for the changing of lives and the answers and the 2-hour answers, 1.5-hour answers, 3-hour answers, the pathways of the awakening every year, everything that it takes to keep this movement growing. They make sure that basketball never dies. They make sure that their football never dies. They make sure the marijuana man will always live. Everything inside of the system and the matrix. Taco Bell will still be around. KFC will never go anywhere. McDonald's French fries always here. Chocolate bars and everything. They make sure their system is constantly supported. We are starting off the grassroots, doing something that's actually helping and assisting the people. Show the people that we support this. Cash App, TT Moon, PayPal at Rocky SV, and support truth and love and health, mental health and awareness. You saw the testimonies. Shout out to Echelon tapping in with a check mark, star, lightning. Shout out to you. Okay, everybody, we're about to get started. I'm going to go for a few moments and take a little break, and then break for about 5 minutes, and then go right back again. Okay? So here we go, everybody. Ready? Can everybody hear me? Press 9. Everybody hear me? Press 9. We are ready. My name is Tuti Amanotep Ra. Saket is ready. Miaoku, my assistant, is ready. We are ready to go on. Press 9 if you can hear me. That includes new people, old people, everybody. Press 9 if you can hear me, so I can know the sound is good. And then I'm gonna go right into the questions. I already did the intro. I did the intro I usually read. I did it in right here on the screen. Therefore, I don't have to read the intro. We can get right into the question and answer. Are you ready, Drip Skylark? Are you ready, everybody? Soze Mania, you ready? Let's keep this moving. Everybody who watches this podcast, please support. I got messages, honorable messages from those who said I can't support during the podcast, but maybe I can send on a Tuesday. that's at least honorable. I appreciate that. At least show support and say, hey, you put your time in. This movement is beautiful. I want the Tehuti Pod class and the House of Atten to continue, because without this, it's all just rhetoric and babble and people arguing and screaming, and no one is talking about the Neteru. So let's get started, everybody. I'm going to put the timer on. Here we go, everybody. We're going to time these classes. It is 7:11 and maybe 10 o'clock where you are. We're going to put this on and get it started. There's Shango lady stepped in. Who I feel I can go 15 minutes and take a break, because I feel that hunger for my workout coming in. Okay, here we go, everybody. Shango lady, you ready? Shango lady, press a 9. Everybody who watches the pod class, please just be honorable. Send support. Cash App, TT Moon, PayPal at Rock ASB, and say thank you. Just say thank you. I appreciate it. The class is beautiful, and we want to keep this moving. We got Angela Gates with a 9. I thought I clicked on Shango lady. Okay, Shango lady with a 9. Peace to Saket. Hanu Miaoku. Let's get started. Everybody ready? Let's go. We're going to start on the count of 3. Ready, everyone? Here we go. 1, 2, and 3. Boom. Here's the question coming in from Amunet Ka'at Sa'onk. Amun and Amunet. Podcast question in the email. And what is the question, every beautiful people? The question is, Hotep Mary, our Saba Tehuti, pure of heart, mighty of strength, Tua for everything you do, or Par EE. Amun and I's questions are, they send in 3 questions where 1 was chosen, number 2 was chosen. Master class on precognitive dreams. What a wonderful question. Oops, sorry. Gotta put the timer on. Boom. Timer's on. Okay, so again, Hotep or Saba, pure of heart and mighty of strength, Tua for everything you do, or Par E. Amun and I's questions are, they want a master class on precognitive dreams. What a wonderful question coming in from the loyal, dedicated, consistent couple, Amunet and Amun. Precognitive dreams, and to put it into more simple terms, the ability to see things in the future within a dream before the apparent physical cognizance. So to put into simple phrases, it's seeing something in a dream before it happens in the physical world. In other words, in other words, can one see something or many things in a dream or dreams before they happen in the physical world? And let me ask the class, have yourself ever experienced or known anyone? I've actually already asked this, but have you known anybody in the class to have experienced this? Have you yourself experienced this? Have you had a dream or what they call a premonition? Then that thing manifests in real life. What a beautiful ability that would be. If that was possible, is it possible? What a beautiful ability that would be if you could do it at will, if it's possible. So, anyone ever had that experience? I asked it before in the on the panel, but I'm going to ask it again right here in the chat. Anybody have an experience? I'm going to come back and read the answer afterwards. If there's anybody in the chat that wasn't here when I first asked it. So what a beautiful question. What a beautiful ability that was possible to have. Going to sleep, which all of us do every single night, even in the daytime. And then, is it possible to see anything outside of your consciousness, which is supposedly taking place within your own neurological system in your sleep? And how could you see the future or past if the future has not happened yet? And you are not informed of the past. If time is set and incidences are sequential, how would it be possible to see future events that have not happened yet? This would be an amazing ability to have. Now imagine there were ancient cultures who based foundations and this ability being readily attainable. Now before we go backwards to the ancient cultures, Let me show you what is documented today. What if I told you that 60% of the population has experienced this randomly, but uncontrollably? In most cases, it's something that is just taught by spiritual people. But let me take you to Psychology Today. Let me take you to a psychologist, Dr. Helene, in March 25th, 2025, in Psychology Today. Precognitive dreams, when your dreams come true. As much as 60% of the population has had a future-telling dream. Precognitive dreams defy logic, but that doesn't make them any less real or valid. In one study, more than half of a sample of cancer patients experienced warning dreams about the disease. The unconscious and subconscious mind takes in information. The conscious mind doesn't register. Okay? So what are the writings on it in this article? Sensory dreams express dream material. And 1 second, everybody, hold on. One moment, everyone, if you can. One moment, hold on. All right, let's continue. Everybody ready? Let's continue. Let's get back to it. Here we go. Boom. All right, so extrasensory dreams express dream material that is not derived from sense organs. Notably, it includes precognitive dreams that foretell knowledge about the future that cannot be entirely inferred or known from actual available information. More specifically, this category also refers to dreams that may be considered quote-unquote telepathic. The capability to communicate material directly, mind-to-mind communication, and quote-unquote clairvoyance, which is what? The ability to perceive visual material without the use of normal senses. As a depth-oriented psychoanalyst and someone who specializes in dream work, I find all dream categories fascinating, but extrasensory precognitive dreams most often enthrall the general public. Some people dismiss these dreams out of hand, saying it's not possible to predict the future. This is a common response. We can tell all easily fall into the unconscious practice of holding strong opinions towards that which we have never or neither experienced or understood. Jung spoke to this when he said, "Never do human beings speculate more or have more opinions than about things which they do not understand." So boom, doctors and psychology specialists recognize that there are aspects of consciousness that are not picked up from your senses that will be under the category of telepathic or clairvoyance that exist on the mental plane or mind-to-mind dimensional realm that gives the ability to perceive the future, and the ones that are programmed to be skeptical about it are the ones that do not understand or have not experienced it. Well, are you ready to understand, everybody? How would you like to know the part of the brain that taps into the atomic and subatomic realities that can exist in bilocated time and even break illusionary time barriers? That there was an ancient culture brought to this earth called the Neteru that introduced dream premonition as a part of our culture? That the government is studying as we speak if it is possible for atomic particles, which create physical matter that you exist in, to exist in two places at once? Is there a parallel universe of consciousness that retains the future? And is there an entire papyrus dedicated to it? But of course, everybody, to learn all about that and much more, what is it time for, everybody? Type it in the room. To learn all of that and much more, what is it time for? Type it in the room, and then we shall begin. What is it time for, everybody? I know the new people are wondering, what is Tehuti talking about? What is it time for? Time for what? Type it in the room, everybody, and we are about to get started. Here we go. Ready? Let me go look in the room and see what the people are typing. Let's see what the people are saying. What is the time for everyone? And then the new people are wondering, what is happening? What are they talking about? Uh-oh. Overdella says many times, Tehuti overdrive. Tehuti overdrive. What is this on the screen everybody's typing? Tehuti overdrive. Tehuti overdrive. What is this everyone is typing? What is this, Hand of the Gates? Albert, what are you typing? Ramesses? Why is everybody typing this? I know the new people are wondering, what are they typing? What are they talking about? What is the time for everyone? And you're absolutely right. It is time to step it up a notch. It is time to go behind the veil, behind the matrix. It is time to go into ready? Are they ready? Meowku? I think they're ready. Let's go, everyone. Walk with me now. Let's walk. Tehuti overdrive. Ready, everyone? Here we are. So even though there is as much as 60% of the population that have had dream premonitions, precognitive foresight, and seeing something of the future in a dream, even though there's 60% of this happening, what's missing? What is the percentage of those who can control it? What is the percentage of someone going to bed at night prior to sleeping and seeing this and saying this night, I'm going to foresee this specific event, and when I wake up, I will give you the answers on this specific event. What is the percentage of that? Let me take you to the Australian Journal of Parapsychology, Volume 13, Number 2, specific pages 187 to 212. Phenomenological examination of premonition, experiences, and dreams, and waking state survey. So we see that 60% of the population is experiencing this. What is the percentage of people that are able to control it? Here we are. Ready, everyone? I have it underlined. Spontaneous precognitive cases exhibit much of the same evidential problems as other types of ESP. Nevertheless, because precognitized events relate to the future, investigation of their predictive accuracy is possible. To this end, several premonitions bureaus, so there are things called premonition bureaus, so several premonition bureaus have been established, including some on the World Wide Web. People who have premonitions are invited to register them with one of the bureaus before the precognitized event takes place. So here it is, everybody. Here's where you can actually register it before the event takes place. One of the major interests in parapsychological research is the focus on descriptions of parapsychological phenomenon from the experience point of view, whether or not those experiences have paranormal basis, as with other extrasensory experiences. Spontaneous case collections have been used to ascertain the phenomenological features of precognitive experiences. In the Irwin-Watt study, 2007, Shriver study, 1987, for example, analyzed 115 dreams of a single subject and found no differences in emotional intensity, vividness, personal significance between well-confirmed precognitive dreams and insufficient confirmed dreams. So what do they all fall under? SPC, spontaneous cases. So in the present day, none thus far. None thus far. So 60% of the people, there are 60% of the people in the population that are having these experiences, but none thus far that are, before they go to bed, saying, I'm going to pre-see the future of this particular event. When I wake up, I'm going to write down what I saw, and then the event happens. So they're spontaneous. So in the present day, none thus far are controlled. They fall under the category of SPC, spontaneous precognitive cases, meaning that even though this is a phenomenon that is taking place, and people have this ability, they have the ability, there has not been a continuous pattern of one being able to pre-call the ability state and state the specific event that they're going to precede in their dream before they went to sleep. Then the event happens, and then it matches the dream. In most or all documented cases, and even if you have experienced this, it is spontaneous, where you go to sleep first, then wake up with the feeling that your dream is a premonition. Then it may happen. But why is this? When in the past, before the Matrix, people used to go to others to request for prophetic dream abilities. They used to go to others to profess to the oracle, I want you to go find this out, and pinpoint the location, interest, and intentionally go there and then come back with the information. What has changed from past documented cases before the Matrix to now today, where people still have the innate ability, but they don't call the ability first and control it? Well, first, before I reveal that, let me ask everybody in the class, what and where is this, everybody? What is this? Look at this picture closely. Can anybody identify what is this a picture of, and where is this a picture of? I'm going to see if I can expand it a little bit. Maybe not. No, it's expanded. What is this, everybody? This is a schoolroom. And what is that picture beside it? Does anybody know? I'll give you a few moments to look at it. Then I'm going to check the chat for anybody to tell me, what is this a specific picture of? It looks like school children around maybe 6 to 8 years old. And there's a city right there. It looks like some houses right beside them. Does anybody know? Oh. Does anybody know what this is they're looking at? Let me come to the chat and see. What is this, everybody? Anybody know? If you don't know, just say, I don't know. It's fine. What is this, everybody? What was that a picture you were just looking at right there? Anybody know? Type it in the room. What was that a picture of? That's right, related to what? Tehuti Overdrive. Let's go, harass. Anybody know? If you don't know, just type in, I don't know. What was that a picture of, everyone? And press 9 if you can hear me, because I don't know if I'm locked out or if the chat is locked. What was that a picture of? I don't know if I'm still here in the thing, because it looks like the chat is locked. Oh, there we go. Okay, now they're coming in. Okay, Harass says, I don't know. IDN is I don't know. Ram says, I don't know. Okay. Kindergarten class, okay. Kindergarten class. Anybody know what is it? Where is that? Ready, everyone? Here we go. Where is that a picture? What is that a picture of? And what is it? Nania Stemmer says, I don't know. Batu says, I don't know. Well, let's find out what that is a picture of and how that relates. How that relates to what you're up. Let's find out what that's a picture of and how this relates to what you're about to learn tonight. Here we go. Before I tell you that, we're going to leave that in suspense too. Before I tell you that, let me take you to a documented account of a 10-year-old girl named Iro Mai. This account is logged by a retired college professor of the University of Michigan, James M. Dean. Let's read this account. Here we go. So this is early October 1966. Welsh, a 10-year-old Welsh schoolgirl named Errol May Jones had something important to tell her mother. "Mommy," she said, "I'm not afraid to die." Mommy says, "You're too young to be talking about dying." Her mother said, "Do you want a lollipop?" Here we go. Here we go. See begin. "Mommy, let me tell you about my dream last night," she said. What does Mommy say? "Darling, I have no time now. Tell me again later." "No, Mommy, you must listen." She said, "I dreamt I went to school and there was no school there. Something black had come down all over it." That's what she's telling her mom. Her mother thought nothing about the dream after all. They lived in Aberfan, Wales. There's poor coal mining. So her mother thought nothing of the dream. Just a young girl having a dream, in Aberfan, Wales. But the girl said something very distinct and interesting. Not only that she saw something in a dream, but she said something very distinct. What she said she's no longer afraid to die. Something extremely unusual that you do not hear a 10-year-old saying. This in Aberfan, Wales. This happened in Aberfan, Wales, Wednesday, October 19th, 1966. That's when this conversation happened. And this girl is talking about not only that she had a dream, but she's telling her mother, "I'm not afraid to die." Something very extremely unique for a 10-year-old to say. Okay? Let's continue. Ready? Well, everybody, this picture I showed you, this is this. This is this. On October 21st, 1966, nearly 140,000 cubic yards of coal waste slid down and rain-saturated man-made mountainside in Aberfan, Wales. This picture that I showed you on the side is this. Two rows of white arches near the top of Aberfan Cemetery, as seen here in 2016, mark the graves of children killed in the colliery tip disaster of 1966. How the 1966 Aberfan mine disaster became Elizabeth II's biggest regret. Aberfan disaster wiped out a generation of Welsh school children and devastated the nation. So here, that picture that I showed you is this right here. Yes, Aberfan, Wales, 2 days after Errol May's dream of something black covering her school, and there's no longer a school there, which killed her. That means she saw her own death. It killed her, and her mother brushed it off. Her mother brushed off 116 children covered in coal. So 116 children, here are their graves. Here it is right here. Wiped out a generation of Welsh school children. 116 children, which happened 48 hours later. Here are the children. And Errol Mays says she's not afraid to die. She saw something black and there's no more school. "I'm not afraid to die, Mommy." What does Mommy say? "Here's a lollipop. Take in some sugar. Here's some sugar for you." I don't have time to hear this. And those school children turn into this, covered in coal. drowned in heat and cooked. There they are. And that turns into this. What does it say? Rescuers search for survivors after a coal waste tip collapses on Aberfan in October 1966. Bereaved families later spoke of dreams and portents before the accident. That wasn't taken seriously. Errol May went off to as junior school that day as usual. Nothing unusual happened. The next day, Friday, October 21st, she did the same. But at 9:15 that morning, the coal tip gave way, sending tons of coal, sludge, water, boulders to the village below. The avalanche mowed down everything in its path, including stone houses and trees, and swept towards the Pent Glass School, where it crushed the back of the school. In all, 144 people were killed, most of them children at school. Errol May Jones was one of the victims. Had her dream provided a glimpse of the tragedy in the future, or was it merely a coincidence? That's their new word for everything, coincidence. Dr. John Baker, a psychiatrist in a nearby town, was curious to discover if anyone had precognitive dream or vision about Aberfan disaster. He persuaded a news reporter to run an article asking people to send in written accounts of any precognitive experience related to Aberfan. Altogether, he received 76 letters, but many seemed too vague to have anything to do with Aberfan. He selected the cases that seemed believable. Then he made sure to ask each correspondent to supply him with the names and addresses of anyone who knew details of the dream or vision before the disaster occurred. Only by asking friends and families of correspondents for confirmation could Baker be sure that the correspondents were telling the truth. Errol May's experience came to light through Baker's appeal for precognitive cases. Although she was the only school child in Aberfan to have a future vision, she wasn't alone in her precognitive experience. However, most of those who wrote had never heard of Aberfan, didn't live there, and had no connection to it in any way. So yes, documented an inert ability that some spontaneously tap into that can serve as a pre-warning or pre-vision of any type. That can also be positive. But when this is verifying a disability bypasses the aspect of what we call the physical time. Thank you. This topic is also very important. So this ability, let me correct that typo. So this ability bypasses the aspect of what we call physical time. This topic is also very important personally and special to me, because me personally, Tehuti, I'm a result of one of these precognizant time barrier bypassing conscious experience. When my mother, me, Tehuti's mother, my mother went to an oracle to go into that state, or what's back in the day, back where we're from, an Obia woman, and the Obia oracle woman started describing me Tehuti, prior to me being born, in a premonition of the physical markings that I would have on my body and how it would look and where these physical markings would be when I was born. And my mother saw the exact physical markings on my body in a specific location that the oracle had a premonition to tell her where it would be. And there are hundreds of markings directly below the left area below my chest. So the left area below my chest, the typo there back, below my chest, there's hundreds of little markings that this woman went into a premonition and told my mother of this, and also how those markings would represent a particular behavior. And without me knowing it, I had the markings, and then I acted out the behavior that the person had the premonition of. So how is this even possible? And that's why this particular question is personal to me, and I love it because it pertains to something I found out about it as a child, pertaining to me directly. But how is this even possible? Let me walk you through. But first, some of the teachings that I've taught my students before is the word for consciousness in ancient times. Let me ask the class, everybody, then I'm going to take a quick 4-minute break. What is it that I brought back? What did I bring back into present day consciousness? That's the oldest word for consciousness, pre-matrix, in the oldest spiritual language on earth. What is the oldest word? I'm asking the class, what is the oldest word pre-matrix for consciousness? What is that, everybody? Type it in the room. What is the oldest word pre-matrix for consciousness itself? So the ancient people prior to colonization had a consciousness that there was a consciousness, and they had a word for it. What is that word? Everybody type it in the room. What is that word? 33 people watching. What is that word? I brought it back into consciousness recently as far as the internet is concerned, and I said, here's the word for consciousness, and then I showed the symbol of it, how old it went back, and what the symbol represented according to the actual writings of the indigenous people. What's the ancient word for consciousness, everybody? We got Ku from Robert E. Williams, Ku from Fatu Kemba, boom, absolutely right. The oldest word for consciousness, Ku. Here it is. I'm going to show this, then I'm going to take a quick break and come right back. Here we go. So here's the oldest word that I had to bring, that I brought back for consciousness. Here it is. It was very important to bring back this word because of what the image of the word was, which related back to the name Tehuti. Here we go, everybody. Ready? So science news today is consciousness, the secret to understanding the universe. Mind conscious of thoughts. So this is in science news today. What's that oldest word that was brought back? What is the oldest known word on the planet for conscious intelligence before the matrix? Consciousness, ultimate operating system. What if functioning from consciousness was easier than thinking? Access possibilities. What's the oldest word on the planet that I brought back for consciousness? I showed you years ago in Archaeology Times, archaeology newspaper, bringing you back to the tomb of Uj at Abitu. In the burial chamber, they found these bones with carvings on them, and it had the bird with the circle on it. In the Perm Haru, 1250 BC, unions has made carried away from me my soul, my intelligence. That's the bird with the long beak. That's a Tehuti bird. This is the word Ku, found as far back as 3400 BC in the tomb of Uj at Abti. So yes, now understanding that in the realm of frequency, that you're seeing things happen in a dream, existing in a conscious light state, usually during the REM sequencing of dreaming. All that you see are the images, all you see are the light images, creating a story composed of light. Excuse me. When what's called the high order visual cortex becomes highly active, as seen in the PET meta-analysis scans activity of the brain. I'm going to leave this on the screen for a moment, and I'm going to come right back. I'm going to take a little quick break. I'll be right back. I may play some testimonies in the meantime, but I'll be right back in about 4 minutes. Ready? Here we go. Right back, everybody. Oh, sorry, you meant to type Ka. You got it right. I'll be right back, everybody. Let me put this back on the screen. And then we're going to get into the PET area of the brain and light, and how it matches into the word ku, and what the ancestors actually said, and what the scientists actually say today, and how it matches. Right, everybody? I'll be right back in a moment. Let me go revive myself. Here we go. Whoops. Okay, we're back, everybody. Press the 9 if you can hear me. We're going to get right back into it. Press the 9 if you can hear me. We're going to go right back, continue right back in. Press the 9 if you can hear me, so I can know the sound is good. And we're going to go right back into the class. Check, check, check. 39 people here. Let's see, there's 39 nines. Well, maybe not everybody's here. Okay, we got a 9 from Angela straight out of the gates. We got a 9 from Drip Sky Lark. Let's see. We got a 9 from Angela straight out of the gates. 9 from Drip Sky Lark. 9 from Weather the Storm. Shout out to Weather the Storm. I think Weather the Storm. Were you in here last pod class? I remember somebody was in here with a cat icon. I think you're new, so I'm going to go ahead and give you a welcome. And I remember someone with a cat. a cat icon. I don't know if it's Weather the Storm 00 with the 9. Shout out to you. And if you're new, you always get greeted like that. Okay, we got Harassed Did with a 9. Harassed Did with a 9. Okay, here we go. Related looks serious. Related to what? Oh yeah, with the purple hearts. And Weather the Storm says, "That's me, thank you." Okay, you're welcome. Yes, okay. I remember the cat. I remember speaking on the cat. Nice cat. I used to have a cat just like that, named Miss Tibbs. All right, let's go, everybody. Ready? Now y'all can hear me. Let's get right back into it. Behind the Matrix. Let's go. Ready? There we go. Enjoy the class, Weather the Storm, or enjoy the class, Oya Shango. Oya Shango Lady. You know, Oya Shango Lady is new. Still new, so. Oya Shango Lady is definitely new, so she gets the heartbeats. Wonderful. That's how we treat the new people here at the House of Attend, the Tehuti Pod class. Let's go, everybody. We are about to get back into it. For those who just tuned in and may not know, whoa, what did we just step into? What is going on? Peace and love to you. And today's masterclass, again, on questions that are sent in with reciprocity. And if you just tuned in, let me get this off this image off the screen. We got Angela Gates saying, welcome newcomers. What you just dropped into is Tehuti answers on the science of dream premonitions. Is it possible to see the future in your dreams? Beings that can move between time are here right now. Do the high elites in the government practice dream premonition magic? From Saba Tehuti, the first one to reawaken the world to the truth that Neteru were real living beings according to the words of the ancestors, interdimensional light beings of Kemetic papyrus of dreams. Can something exist in two places at the same time? And either tomorrow or Tuesday on Sonetter TV, Sonetter interviews Tehuti live on the topic of the Neteru. That's the update, live broadcast. Send in your support and live questions with reciprocity to Cash App TT Moon or PayPal at Rocky SV. Support the Tehuti Pod class. Support this movement. Keep this phenomenon going. Let's continue, everybody. Ready? And we got Knights of the Round Table with 9. And here we go. Ready? Here we are. Enjoy, absorb, and support, and keep this phenomenon going. Here we are. Boom. So the oldest word for consciousness in existence that was brought down to this, planet, that was revealed on this planet, goes back 3400 BC. That's the oldest spiritual world word of consciousness. It is Ku, and we have it here in the Abti tomb of 3400 BC, and we have it in the Prem Haru on page 113. And now you understand that in the realm of frequency that you're seeing things happen in a dream, it only exists in conscious light, in the conscious light state, usually during the REM sequence of dreaming. All that you see are light images creating stories composed of light. When the high order visual cortex becomes highly active, as seen in the PET meta analysis scans activity in the brain. Okay? So, how the brain is conveying these messages to you, because you're not seeing them with your physical eye, they're conveying them through light. Images which you actually see in the wakened state in the back of your head through light, not with your actual eyes. Functional neuroanatomy of human REM sleep and meta-analysis of PET results. And here are the areas here under the Marquette study, the Leffinger study, the Braun. Here's a Marquette, Braun, Leffinger, and here these are the areas here of study and what's happening. So by light, that's how this communication in dreams is communicated to you. That's why you can see them even though your eyes are closed. You can still see your dream vividly with details because you're actually seeing through light. So scientists have even associated dreams with parts of the brain that they call, in their words, lights up. So they're using the word light to show how dreams communicate. These parts light up when we dream, as seen in Science Alert, April 11th, 2017. And here it is. Science Alert, April 11th, 2017. Scientists have finally pinpointed the brain's hot zone associated with light again that lights up when we dream. This is in the human section, April 11th, 2017. David Neild. They call it lights up. They associate it with light. So scientists at the University of Wisconsin-Madison have found that dreams work within the low frequency activity in a region in the back of the brain called the posterior cortical hot zone. That's the same hot zone that lights up. The region that includes the visual areas as well as areas involved in integrating senses. So the results are held regardless. What they found that results are held regardless whether in the dream state remembered or whether it's remembered or not. It occurred during REM and in non-REM. Thus, light imagery is created and held in that area whether you are conscious of it or not. And what is that area? What area is that? The area right here, yes. So light in which holds and conveys the images that you see when you're dreaming, even though your eyes are closed, and you will soon find out are outside of what you consider your mind, are composed of light. Now let me ask the class, what is the oldest word for light pertaining to spirituality on this planet pre-matrix? So I asked you what the oldest word for consciousness, brain and mind activity was. Now what's the oldest word for spiritual light? What's the oldest word for light on this planet? Go ahead and type it in the room. There's 39 to 40 people watching. What is the oldest word on this planet for light? Type it in the room. What is the oldest word we can find on the planet for light itself? And once we find that out, and once I show that, then you'll see the association and link immediately. So what do we have here? Oh, Aku. Yeah, that sounds like the word above. Aku. Anyone else? There's 40 people watching. What is the oldest word pre-matrix, pre-colonization on this planet for light? These are very important questions that I asked the pod class and asked the viewing audience. Why? Because when you flip through these YouTube channels and flip through these conscious books and flip through these new age woke channels and woke articles, that's all that you see in every article. Light, consciousness, light. Well, did our ancestors know of this prior to colonization? Or did this information just come out when YouTube was invented? Were our ancestors intelligent enough for themselves to write about the word light and the word consciousness? Are not they the original teachers? Or did this information just come about 40 years ago, 50 years ago, and now it's on YouTube? What did the original people write? What's the ancient word for light, everybody? We got Aku. Aku, we got Ki, Aku. Angela Gates honest says I don't remember. Well, we found that the oldest word on the planet for consciousness is Ku, 3400 BC in Apti. and written about again in what they call the pyramid text, which we know is not called the pyramid text, the Nefer Unas Haset Sapti. That's 2700 BC, and then 1200 BC, we have it in again in another full sentence in the word ku. Now, what is the word for light? Revolver X puts, hey, ku. What, the same word? Let's see if that's right, everybody. Let's see, I'm going to give you a round of applause regardless, because I think you all are onto something. Those who have been studying underneath for years, I think you're onto something. Here we go. All right, what's the oldest word for light on the planet? Let's see, everybody. And for those who are new of the 39, so 4 people answered out of 39. For the 40. So for the 36 people who never heard of this before, you will find out today, June 13th, 2026. Let's find out what is the oldest word for light, and how does this comport with the knowledge. Here we go. So the oldest word for light is, we're here in the actual writing of the Purim Haru. And we see here, light is the same word. Ku has fallen light within the darkness. So here we are, the chapter of not mut, being killed or dead, which is the word mit, which is mother, not dying a second time, rebirth, not dying a second time. Annie opened my hiding place, which has fallen. There's light. So the oldest word for light is ku. And what's the oldest word for consciousness, intelligence? Oh, it's the same word, ku. So our ancestors pre-matrix are the first to associate the word consciousness with light. And now today, when you say someone is intelligent, you say they're bright. That concept came from 3400 BC. 3400 BC, not 3400 years ago, 3400 BC. This is where the concept came from, and why you today put a light bulb over somebody's head in an image when somebody has an idea. Well, this was brought to you by the ancient people of the Neteru, and here's where it ties in. So yes, light and consciousness were the exact same word within the first spiritual language on the planet Earth, which was ku. It's very important for you all to know and understand what the first spiritual language is. Let me come to the screen for a moment and tell you why this is important, especially for the new people in the room. This is extremely important. Very, very important for you to know what is the first spiritual language. Why is that important, Christian? Why is that important, Muslim? Why is that important, Hindu? Why is that important, Jew? Why is that important, Hebrew? Why is that important? Why is it important to know what the first spiritual language is on the planet? Why? Because the first spiritual language on the planet could have only been given to man by who you call God. Did a chimpanzee? Because when people talk about spirituality is the most important thing. Eternal life, your connection to nature, your connection. Well, what was the first communication of that? Because we had to have learned that from something higher than us, right? In every spiritual story, spirituality is learned by another set of beings or something higher than man. If in the case of biblical, it would be God. So therefore, whatever the first spiritual teachings and spiritual language documented in archaeology on the planet, that would have to have been the first language that God communicated to man with. If your language inside of your religion does not date back past 3400 BC, 4000 BC, then your language communication and your God came later. Because if God is communicating with people and he's not giving spirituality to fish, he's not giving spirituality to the giraffe. If spirituality is coming through communication, writing, passing it on to the children, that would have to be communicated in a language that humans have according to religion. So what was that language? Because whatever that first spiritual language is, that's where we're going to trace God back. Your God's language can't come after, because according to the Bible and the Quran and the religions, nobody could speak before God gave them the ability to talk. Is that correct, everybody? Nobody could talk. So therefore, the first talking that is taking place wasn't talking equally. It was a God teaching man how to talk in everybody's culture. So that's that first language of communicating what spirituality is, would be the original language of God. Well, here we are with the first word for spiritual light and consciousness, 3400 BC, and I can't find anything prior to. I can't find a Hebrew word. So Hebrew was not the original language of God. Can't find a Greek word that goes back before 3400 BC. I can't find Greek teachings of spirituality, so it can't be Latin and Greek. It can't be Hebrew. It can't be Arabic. If Arabic was God's language and God was speaking and giving information to man and man was writing down what God was saying, then the first spiritual sentences would be in Arabic, but I don't find it in Arabic. I find the first spiritual language being depicted as animals. The first images of spirituality was communicated through animals. That means without the knowledge of animals, you have no spirituality on this earth. Prove it wrong. Show it forth. Bring your language. Here's the first word for consciousness and light, and it's a bird. It's the Habu bird with a long beak. The same glyph for the word Tehuti. Not for Moses. Here we go, everybody. Boom, let's continue. 1, 2, 3. Let's go. There we go. I don't like Tehuti. I don't like Tehuti. He's not nice to us. Here we go. Boom, boom, boom. So here it is. So we see the first spirit, the first language, the first word for light is the same first word for consciousness. So here we go. So, boom, yes, light, consciousness were the exact same word within the first spiritual language on the planet Ku. Now that I've walked you through, because I have to walk you through to get to the dream, now that I've walked you through the ancient and newly discovered scientific fact that the dimensional pathway for dream sight is not your eyes, is light. The next step is to show you and for you to find out that this light that is bioenergy connected to a person can bypass and move forward in time. Because if such is the case, if this bioenergetic conscious light can bypass and move forward in time, if such is the case, then you will soon understand and have further confidence that your dreams exist on a light frequency, so they can also bypass time. Also, ready, everyone? Let's walk. Here we go. Did you know that the different physical diseases such as cancer and others give off a specific oscillation light that can be used to identify the disease? Thus, light can be used to identify something in the physical form that is dangerous. Let me take you to Scientific Report, September 12, 2017. Scientific Report, September 12, 2017. There we go. Oscillations of ultra-weak photonic emission from cancer and non-cancer cells stressed by culture medium change the TNF-A. Cells continuously emit what? Photons. Photons is the source of light in an atom. Photons in the UV to visible near infrared range. Ultra-weak photon emission, UPE. Perturbations of the cell state cause changes in UPE, which is what? Ultra-weak photon emissions. Evoke UPE. The aim of the present study was to analyze the evoked UPE dynamics of cells caused by two types of cell perturbations, which is stressors, a cell culture medium change, and I2, or 1, 2, application of the pro-inflammatory cytokine tumor necrosis factor alpha TNF-A, right? Four types of human cell lines were used: squamous cell, carcinoma cells A431, and anocarcinomic, alveolar basal epithelial cells A549, P53 deficient keratinocytes HACAT, and cervical cancer cells, all found to be giving off ultra weak photonic emission, where they can use the different frequencies to identify each one in a light form, not seeing it physically, but seeing the light and the UPE that it evokes and emits. Now that light composes this danger exists in the present. So the danger that exists in the present can be seen through this light, which means that they can also go and look at it as it's occurring in the present. But imagine that could bypass time as we know it in the physical, because we know that light exists, or this exists. That imagine this existed before the disease itself catches up with the physical time. That would be present. The physical time now would be present. But imagine if the light could be seen before, which means you were able to see that light realm, not room. Let me fix this. You're able to see the light realm. You'd be able to know what the future holds. Okay? So they're looking at this light, the UPEs in the present. So we know that physical matter is giving off these UPEs, apparently giving it off. But imagine you could see that life form before it becomes a physical mass. Everybody remember Dr. Javant Shah? Everybody remember Dr. Javant Shah and what I showed he discovered? Here's Dr. Javant Shah. Here he is right here. So Dr. J.M. Shah, Javant M. Shah, the chairman and managing director of the Suru Group. Dr. Javant Shah, an alternative therapist, has introduced Kirlian camera for the first time in India, which predicts the disease 6 to 8 months before they appear in the physical body. So here we see the diseases, yes, they do give off UPE, they do give off ultra-weak photonic emissions. And here we are with a doctor that can see the light emissions, but what is he doing? He's able to see it 6 to 8 months prior to it happening in the physical, which means the light consciousness of that reality, of that danger, exists in a light form that can be foreseen 6 to 8 months prior to the physical form. So thus, if you could see something in that light realm frequency, could you not foresee a physical event or a physical disease before it manifests? Because this light is bypassing time. Are you understanding now? Boom. I've just shown you that light consciousness pre-exists physical time. So thus, if light consciousness can be tapped into, which is what we see in a dream state, then yes, this gives way to the beginning of the understanding of dream premonitions and prophetical foresights. What is missing in today's culture, in today's society, is the discipline and culture and the purity that is needed to govern these apparently extraordinary events and phenomenons that happen within yourself. You've lost your culture, you've lost your way, you've lost your discipline, and that's the reason why these supernatural things take place randomly now, spontaneously, as opposed to you having more control over them. I am here to bring you back to what was natural, the natural way of the Neteru before the conscious poison affected you. Before the conscious poison affected you, and now these things just pop up randomly. I'm trying to bring you back to a state of consciousness of where it's controlled, not just random. Because we used to have a society based on controlling these things. These ancient conscious realities, as far as factual documented literature writing, and guidance can be dated back to indigenous ancestors, not memes, not modern day images, but actual references from the ancestors pre-Matrix. It only originates in one culture, that is the culture of Ma'at, that was brought to this planet Earth by the Neteru. We have just established that the partition aspects to see into these future realms in the dream state is light. That's the partition. That's the aspect consciousness that can bypass time, as Dr. Javant Shah showed, that when he went into the light frequency, he's time traveling 6 to 8 months prior to the physical reality, and thus if he saw the light that existed, what can he do now? See a future event. Because the light consciousness is the partition. These future, what just happened there? That's interesting. These future realms in the dream state are light. So let me ask the class, what is the most ancient word for dreams that I brought back into present day consciousness from the ancients in the original culture of spirituality that came to this planet Earth from the Neteru? What is the oldest word, everybody? I know all my students by now should know it. What's the oldest word for dreams? Type it in the room. Because when they removed these words, the original words of light, consciousness, dreams, they removed the consciousness that tied you back into the ability that defined what the original word meant. So type it in the room. All my students, if you study Neteru under some Kemetic teacher, or you've just done your own research, there are 40 people in the room, you're free to type the answer too. Everybody's free in the pod class. What is the oldest word for dreams? Let me go and see what the crowd is typing. What did I bring back to Earth consciousness as the oldest word for dreams? Sabatuti's conscious light. Thank you, Ras. Yes. What's the old? Oh, Angela Gates jumps right in. Upesh. Nania Setmer. Upesh. Is that right, everybody? Oh, Robert Williams puts in Rezi. Rez Upesh. Okay. My students are on deck, on board. The oldest word for dreams, Upesh and Rezi. Peace and love to my students, and peace and love to all those. I think 4 people answered, so there's 40 people in the room. 4 people answered, so that's 36 people that are learning this for the first time. Upesh and Rezi. Okay, wonderful. So what happens when we shift the word from dream to Upesh and Rezi? What conscious shift takes place by using those words and those original definitions, as opposed to what they give us today, the word dream, which I brought back to consciousness that the word dream means to lie. Dream means a lie. That's what it means in the etymological dictionary, because the people that were hearing about the dreams didn't believe it, so they said those were lies. Just like Early's mom, mommy, I have a dream. What do you want, a lollipop? They don't believe the people that are telling them about the premonitions. So modern day people in Europe created the word dream, which meant a lie, an illusion. Our ancient ancestors brought the word dream to this planet, and the word that the Neteru brought to this planet was not the word dream. The word that the Neteru brought was, as they typed in the room, where are we? Here we are. Yes, Upesh. See, sleep, dream. But Upesh, hey, Upesh means to give off light. That's not the definition of dream in our English language. But here, we see all these symbols. The symbol there with the arrow, I elaborate on that in the Neteru class. Come to Neteru class for that elaboration. We have the horns. We have a ma'at feather. We have it meaning light. The same word for dream, pre-colonization, was the same word for the light goddess. How many females do we have on YouTube, Instagram, and TikTok calling themselves the light goddess? hundreds. Huh? The light goddess, the light. I'm the light goddess. I'm the goddess of light. Okay, so you're Upeshit. Tell me about the Upeshit, the light goddess, because we brought light goddess to consciousness, and it had a specific meaning. So show us the meaning. Show us what the ancients said light goddess was before colonization. Why are all the definitions of light goddess now coming after colonization? It doesn't come from what the ancients said. Look at that. Hey, the word dream is light. Oh, that makes sense. Because what did they find out in Wisconsin Madison University? Scientists have finally pinpointed the brain's hot zone that lights up when we dream. So they're just discovering this in 2017. Here we are in 2700 BC, almost 5,000 years earlier, and we already told you all, hey, the Neteru already told us that the word dream was light. It dealt with consciousness. So here on 2017, finding out, oh, when you dream, certain parts lights up, and you receive this kind of consciousness. Yes, we already knew that 5,000 years ago. Here we go. The most ancient spiritual word on the planet that was brought to this planet. Not, but that. I don't know why it does that. The most ancient word, the most ancient spiritual word that was brought to this planet, that I had to bring back to reestablish back into the minds of modern day people. The word for dream was similar for the illumination light. This was the illumination. So the same word for dream was the same definition of light and consciousness to our ancestors. So the word aku, it means light and consciousness, and the word for dream, upesh, is a consciousness that you're having while you're sleeping, and the word means light. That was similar for the illumination, aka light. Right? I don't know why it says doesn't. Does. The aspect of an interdimensional conscious reality that can bypass time. Thus cause precognition, or what people call today dream premonitions. That's why we have the word dream meaning light and the word ku meaning consciousness. And as I've shown you, light contains information and consciousness of something that can happen 6 to 8 months before it enters into the physical world, because this light consciousness bypasses the illusion of time. And this light consciousness was called ku. And when you were sleeping, it was called upesh, the illumination when you're flooded with light. When you're sleeping and dreaming, then you're flooded with it to give light. Flood with light. When you're sleeping. That's when you're flooded with light. The aspect of reality that can bypass time, light consciousness. Consciousness is not held within the boundaries of time. This word originally, dream, was also a word that meant to cross over. What do you mean, Tehuti? Yes, the original word for dream was also to cross over, because in order to get to the dimension where time does not exist, you would have to cross over from this dimension into a parallel world of superpositioning, where two things can exist at once, or one thing can exist in more than one place at the same time, by location, that you would have to cross over or connect the two in order to experience them both at the same time. To tap into both, that means two realities, a parallel reality, that you'd have to cross over from this physical conscious attachment reality into a parallel reality where two things are taking place at the same time, and because of light consciousness, one is taking place before it hits this physical realm. you'd have to cross over to connect the two in order to experience them both, or in order to see one dimension before it manifests in this dimension. Wait, Tehuti, are you saying that something can exist in two places at the same time? I learned in school that physically that's impossible. It's impossible. That's what you teach, Tehuti? That has to happen in order for in order for that for you to for this to happen. Two things would have to happen at the same time in order to have a premonition. The altered reality to this one we are in would also be a possibility simultaneously in a realm or world one range off from this one. So atoms can exist in two places at the same time, Tehuti? Because if atoms can, I was taught in school, no, that can't happen. But if atoms can exist in more than one place or bilocate to location, which means it can exist in two places at the same time, then so can their light counterpart. Do you understand? If something physical can be seen by its light consciousness 6 to 8 months prior to it happening in the physical world, and that physical, if it's possible for that physical thing to exist in two places simultaneously, thus the light consciousness of it can also exist in two places simultaneously. Thus, if you can tap into the light consciousness of it, you can track what's going to happen in the duality aspect of it over here prior to it happening. It sounds strange, and you may say, no way, Tehuti, you must be making that up. But if you are right, Tehuti, then yes, two realities can happen at one time. Well, let me, Tehuti, take you to Live Science, October 4th, 2019, to show you where Tehuti's making it up. Here we go. Live Science, 2,000 atoms existing in two places at once. Tehuti wrote this article. 2,000 atoms existing in two places at once in an unprecedented quantum experiment. The new experiment demonstrated a bizarre quantum effect from the double slit experiment. There was an original double slit experiment. Here's the new one, and this one is an unprecedented thing that they found. It's the double slit experiment at an unprecedented scale. So the double slit experiment was the waves and the photons, whether they were seen as a waveform or a photonic infinite form, and when they went through and they put the observer there, that it would actually change and hit the other side as something they weren't supposed to be seen without the observer being there, because waves can exist in multiple places, whereas these photonic balls are finite. They can only exist at one place at the same time. But that was only on a subatomic scale. This one is an unprecedented experiment. It's a double slit experiment on an unprecedented scale. An illustration suggests the behavior of big, complex molecules spreading out like ripples across space. We're not on the photon and waves anymore. Giant molecules can be in two places at once, thanks to quantum physics. That's something that scientists have long known theoretically true based on a few facts. Every particle or group of particles in the universe is also a wave. So particles and waves, as in photons. Particles and waves. Even large particles, even bacteria, even human beings, even planets and stars. And waves occupy multiple places in space at once. So any chunk of matter can also occupy two places at once. Physicists call this phenomenon quantum superpositioning. And for decades, they have demonstrated it using small particles. But in recent years, physicists have scaled up their experiments demonstrating quantum superposition using larger and larger particles. Now, in a paper published in September 23rd in the Journal of Nature Physics, an international team of researchers has caused molecules made up of 2,000 atoms to occupy two places at the same time. Tehuti, you made it. Here we go. Boom. Yes, in these realities, where scientists are discovering now, what scientists are discovering now are just catching up to ancient realities that were already known. Yes, just as we have seen with the light produced by the disease in the physical state exist at the present time that you exist in, the light that it apparently gave off existed 6 to 8 months prior to that present state. So there's something that can exist and bilocate, can also consist of light consciousness that one can tap into, or its double in the parallel realm before it reaches this realm. I hope you're starting to understand. We knew this as the crossover, which was to connect two lines, each line representing one side of the parallel path, side by side making them parallel, crisscrossing in the center will represent where they converge. Very similar to the conductivity discontinuality ley lines or crisscross points of the invisible latitude and longitude lines, similar to that which the UAPs use to travel interdimensionally. What, Tehuti? And break the barriers of time. But of course, that is a different class. But for this class, here are the ley lines of the crisscross points, just to get a visual understanding, whether you understand ley lines, conductivity, discontinuality, ley lines, or whether simple grade 8 latitude and longitude lines, whichever ones you want to accept, whichever ones you want to understand. These are grids that are used to pinpoint a coordinate. Think of interdimensional time bypassing coordinates. I want you to understand this. Think of interdimensional time bypassing coordinates as being very similar, except for there's no physical vehicle needed to get from distance to distance. You just move from coordinate to coordinate where the lines crisscross consciously. Thus you are there at the crisscross point, and then you are there at the other crisscross point. Instead of traveling in a vehicle which needs time and coordinates, you go from crisscross point to crisscross point consciously. This is how the UAPs are traveling, and they are here now. I'm finally happy that this is coming out. I predicted way before the announcement that this is going to come out in July. The real ones are going to start coming out in July, but they're releasing some of them now. And it's June. They're going to be released the way better ones in July. Remember I said that around July 26th, they're going to release the way better ones. But right now, we have the UAPs using coordinate locational time bypassing to move from place to place, as opposed to trying to travel light years in a vehicle that's moving with time that would take too long for them to get here, or to get from point to point on the planet Earth. They're using conscious crisscross locations. This is what's being done in the conscious realm. In this partition transition crossover realm, this is the realm where you have true sight. This is where true sight, one pointed consciousness that can break time barriers or move ahead of illusionary quote unquote time. So guess what else is added to the word dream? That is the word in your current teacher has never told you. That is, the word ma'ah really means sight. So ma'ah means sight, examination, also represented by the feather, which becomes a play on words because the feather is associated with light, as in consciousness, and radiation. So get a good look at the word for dream now, and watch the two symbols that you see. Watch what the two symbols are that you see. So understand that the symbol for Ma is a feather. But the word ma'ah and ma'ah means examination. Understanding this crisscross reality and crossover, going from point to point at the crossroads, or where the two parallel lines crisscross. That's where you get a coordinate from, or a latitude and longitude crisscrossing, or a conductivity discontinuality ley line crisscrossing. Understanding that, now let's look back at the word dream that I brought to this Earth's consciousness. Had to rebring it back because of this. Around 26 years ago, I had to bring back the word for dream and what the symbols were within the word. Now that you understand that, now let's look at the word closely. Boom. What do we see there in the word dream? We see the crisscross symbol, and we see the feather of Ma'at. The same word dream, which is to be flooded illumination of light. Why does it have the crisscross symbol in there? Because the crisscross symbol, according to our ancestors, was a symbol of what's called the Urut. Huh? The Urut, this I usually teach in Neteru class, but let me go ahead and teach here because I taught it before. The crisscross symbol is the symbol of bilocation in the Neteru. It's a symbol of two worlds simultaneously taking place at once. One in the physical realm and one in the realm that's crossed over, that's echoed to it. This was the Urut, which is why, look at the bottom on page 74. There's a physical funerary mountain grave. That's in the physical realm. That's called Urt. That's in the physical realm. Well, as I've shown you, because we acknowledge from the Neteru that we have the Ba, which is the pure energetic projectable double, that there's a double realm, one range off from this realm that looks just like it. It's a copy of this realm. So the things that you see in the physical realm look the same on the first plane of what people call the astral realm, which is called the Ma'ati, the realm of double sight. In that double realm of double vision, things look the same there because they're echoed here. And that's why when you have an out-of-body experience, you still see your bed, but you can walk through it. You still see the wall, but you can walk through the wall. You still see your door, but you can walk through the door because it looks just like this world, but it's higher, refined, and less dense. So how did the ancients show us this? Simple, right there in front of you. The funerary mountain where they physically bury the graves. But here's the funerary mountain where they physically bury the graves. But what's the difference with this one? This one is the name of the other world, not the physical world, the other world. But you see the images look just like this one in the physical world. But what's the difference in the image that makes it the other world? Oh, the crisscross symbol. That's a difference. So in Neteru, the same word for where you bury the deceased in the touchable world, the echo of that is on the other side, except for the partition crisscross symbol is in it. And when you add the crisscross symbol in it, the crossroads crossing over from the physical to the non-physical, now the definition of the word changes to the other world. Same word, wort or ortet. Ortet, the same word, except for now you have the crisscross symbol. And of course you have the extra feminine symbol, the extra, what people think is a bread loaf. I may break down one day. I don't know if I did a Neteru class. We'll get to what that symbol is outside of the bread loaf, but we'll call it a bread loaf for everybody to know a bread loaf. So the bread loaf, feminine, that's a birthing symbol. That's what makes something feminine. The unique quality of a female or feminine is that they can birth things. So why is that extra T there? The word is earth without an extra T, but the other realm is the realm that the ancient Kemetians want to be birthed into, called the afterlife. They want to be rebirthed. Thus there's an extra feminine symbol. There's a feminine symbol there because that's the birthing symbol. That's where we want to be reborn. That's why the word for death is mut. What does mut mean, Tehuti? It means mother. Because we had no word for death. The word for death was mother. Why? Because we want to be reborn. So that's in this realm. We understand we're living here. This is great. Everything's great. But what's the end goal? We're going to die. We want to be reborn. So let's make the same images in this realm of what location, what coordinates. Oh, the coordinates in which the funeral, where you bury people. That's the coordinates. So what's the opposite side of that? Because now you're buried. So what's the goal after buried? You want to be on the other side, reborn. So how do we tell the people the difference? Oh, put the cross symbol in there, in the feminine symbol, because that's where we're mutz. That's where we're reborn. I know people hate this. That's why we left Tehuti. It's too much. He's a bad guy now. Can't you all see that he's bad now? He's different now. So there's the orts that I've been teaching about for 26 years. There's the orts in the physical where you die. That's the coordinate. And then that's the coordinate. Then there's the X. The double realm. How do they emphasize the double? Because of the mountain. The mountain where the sun would raise, rebirth. So how do they do it in the physical? The Valley of the Kings, where the tombs are placed where? Inside of a mountain. That's why the symbol there is a mountain, Ort. On the other side, you're rebirthed. When you come out on the other side, you're still going to see the same scenery, the same mountain. You're going to see the same thing that you saw in the physical realm. Just like when you have an out-of-body, you still see your pillow in bed. What more do I have to do, man? Here we go. Tehuti's bad, though. There we go. Boom, boom, and boom. Y'all better run from Tehuti now, man. He's making it up. Huh? There it is. Ort. There's the mountains. That's called the Manu. The Manu Mountains. Jabari said a couple days ago, Tehuti can't read 3 Neteru glyphs. I got $8,000 on it. I don't have $8,000, but I'll win the bet, so I'll make $8,000. There we go. So there's the Urt. See, the funeral mountain, the name of the other world. There's the coordinates. Then there's a double side of the coordinates where your consciousness goes there. You don't need the craft. You don't need the vehicle. But these coordinates are to what is happening in the parallel world. The orts is what's happening in the parallel world of the crisscross, the crossing realms, like your conductivity, discontinuality, ley lines, crisscrossing, and then supernatural things are said to happen there. Or just if you don't want to believe in that, simple latitude and longitude lines where they crisscross, and thus that's your locational address where they're crisscrossing. But these coordinates are happening in the parallel reality, the realm of the pure energetic projectable double. That's what the Ba means. It means double. That's what the Ka means. It means double. That's what the Ma'ati, it means double sight. Tehuti's making it up. And in that realm, once you understand the crisscross coordinates, which is the conscious understanding to get to the time dimension you want to foresee, then you just automatically are there. And there's a reason why it's happening in the dream state. Why is it happening more in our dream state? There's a reason why it's happening in the dream state, which we will get to later in the class. But if you remember, in one of my last classes, I showed you where you saw the CIA used to travel forward in time. They used their consciousness. They didn't use the fake Artemis craft and this craft is going. No. When the CIA goes there, they're not announced. We're not using this shuttle to go there. How did they go there? They didn't use a physical vehicle. They used their consciousness. Let me remind you again about how did they get to where they wanted. Tehuti's making it up. There's no coordinates, mental conscious coordinates like latitude lines, and you just appear there. Well, when they wanted to be in the future, right? What type of culture did they get there? And what type of culture did they witness? Let me take you back to the Mars exploration of 1984. Remember this, everybody? Here we go. Right? How did they get their method of acquisition? Huh? How did they get there? A spacecraft? No. Let me read it. Here we go. Plus 10 minutes. Ready to start. All right, now, using the information in the envelope I provided exclusively, focusing your attention, that's your consciousness. Now, using the information in the envelope, focus on, there's the coordinates, everybody. They're not traveling using a car with time that takes time to get there. They're focusing their mind on the coordinates that crisscross. See? 40 to 89 degrees north, but you need another one. You need another one because you need the crisscross. You need the crossroads. You need to cross over to get to a specific location. That's how latitude and longitude lines work. So they give them the degrees north and now the 9.55 degrees west. What happens when they focus their their consciousness there? I want to say it looks like, I don't know, sort of looks like kind of got oblique view of, a pyramid. So when they went back and traveled in time to the more advanced civilization and culture, what did they get? The same civilization and culture that brought this information in the first place. But this is 1 million years earlier. I guess these were principles. It's a principal pyramid. Go to the CIA and tell them they saw principal pyramids. And tell me those are humans 1 million years ago on Mars. Go ahead. Here it is. Pyramid or pyramid form. It's very high, kind of sitting in a large depressed area. All right. It's yellowish, ochre colored. All right. Move in time. So they're not moving with a ship. They're moving in time through their consciousness. The time indicated in the envelope, because those are the coordinates, the crisscross. I provided you and describe what's happening. They appear to be the end of a very large road. There's a marker thing that's very large. Keep getting Washington Monument overlay. It looks like an obelisk. So when they traveled in time through their mind with light consciousness to go see the advanced civilization that was superior to humans on Earth, what did they find? The same civilization of Neteru that brought the consciousness of how to do this to the Earth. They didn't find Amish people. They didn't find Hindus. They didn't find Hebrew temples. They didn't find Catholic priests. What did they find? The same structures of Ma'at that when they're built here on this planet, the regular humans can't figure out how they did it. Why? Because these pyramid-shaped structures and obelisks, the one that they can't move, the obelisk in Kemet, they can't even move them with anything today. So the same obelisk science and the same pyramid science is 1 million BC. Go argue with the CIA. Leave Tehuti alone. Go argue with the CIA about it. Tehuti made up the CIA too. Yes, they crisscrossed coordinates within the realm of consciousness, and boom, they received the sight to move back and forth in time and to see an ancient civilization that was hundreds of thousands of years old. I'm being nice because 100,000 of years old, that was another one. This one was 1 million before that, 1,500,000 years before that one. That's another class. Hundreds of thousands of years more advanced than Earth's, and they did not need a vehicle. They tapped in time forward and backward interdimensional light coordinates movements through crisscrossing to gain sight without their physical eyes that bypassed time. That's what the ancients said of the Upesh and the Orut. It's another world that's double to this one. That's the crossover realm. You get to see it. Ma'at means to see it when your dream state is flooded with this conscious light. Then you can go there. You can see this in consciousness. The CIA is doing more phenomenal, more supernatural things than the people wearing ankhs that doubt this. The people wearing ankhs and the people wearing ankhs and Kemetic garbs and running around the Neteru principles, and here's the CIA saying, forget you all, I know what you all talking about, because when we talk about this, Tehuti's spooky, He's a pseudo. He's a pseudo. The CIA is like, okay, you Kemetic guys, you non-believers, we're gonna invest hundreds of thousands of dollars, and we're gonna go there using the sight eye consciousness that's not of this physical realm. We're gonna go to 1 million BC, and we're gonna do these supernatural things to see who the same culture that you're worrying the unks about. That you're, my name is Asar, such a Patah. My name is you got the Kemetic names, and here we are going back to show you that we're seeing that this culture with pyramids and obelisks is 1 million years ago, before it even got to the earth, and we're investing hundreds of thousands of dollars of this, while you all are walking around with the symbols of the same culture, saying that that's spooky. So I want everybody who doubts it, please post a video of you going in front of the CIA or talking to a CIA agent, convincing them that this is spooky, that they were investing their more money than you ever seen in your life. More money than any conscious person with an unk ever seen in their life. The CIA is investing this in all of these projects to travel in time and use the science that the ancients taught. While people today are saying that spooky, you're spooked out, Shudo. You're Shudo. You dare not say it to the CIA. Don't talk to me. Go to the CIA. Please send them a letter and tell them that this is false and pseudo, and tell me the letter that you get back and post that on your panel. Leave Tehuti alone. I want you to debate the CIA. I don't debate anymore. I'll leave that up to the CIA to debate you. Here we go. Boom. Ready? Here we are. So here's the Oryx. Here's the crossover realm. Here it is. Huh? This is it right here. There they saw the obelisk. There they saw it right there. There it is, the feather ma'at, which is sight, in the crisscross realm, the realm that looks just like this one. That's why they draw the images the same, but they let you know clear. This one's the other world. This one's the physical world. The same symbol for the other world, where the ancestors are. The Neteru, who everybody thinks is fake, and principles. Yes, principles built pyramids 1 million years ago. The CIA is studying. Principles built these things. Yep, that's what the ancients said, right? It was the ancient interdimensional beings that came to this earth in the physical realm that taught us this wisdom in the first place, because this earth is like children to them, and they taught the wisdom that led to the most advanced spiritual, interdimensional, immortal society along the Nile Valley that was called Ma'at, which meant to see. The word Ma'at means to see. The ability to see in both dimensions, because they can operate through the time spaces. What are you talking about? Operate through the time spaces that we believe we're limited to. They're operating in between the time spaces, to which is why the feather of Ma'at and the crossroads symbol, that the symbol to go into the other world, that is the echo of this one without time restraints, is the same symbol in the word dream that you have the ability to do today, to create dream premonitions. Here are the ancient words, which is why during this disclosure time, everybody, let me throw a little something in for the UFO UAP. Here we go. This disclosure time period. What is a very interesting thing that's been revealed just a few months ago, as they revealed the Department of War, Department of Defense, they're revealing there are supernatural beings that have more advanced technology, a more advanced technological way to travel than Earthlings. This is when Congresswoman, Air Force veteran over the declassification of federal secrets, Anna Paulina Luna, was interviewed live on the news. What did she say? What did Anna Paulina Luna say? Because Tehuti's teaching this, and Tehuti spooked out. Tehuti spooked out. But please go to the National Defense and Congresswoman, veteran, and please start a debate with her. You dare not. But here, let's see what she says, though. First, I want to see if what she says is matching what Tehuti has been teaching before she was even into this. Before she was even into this, Tehuti was teaching this. But let's see what They just what they have revealed to her. Let's find out. What are they? Let's see what they're talking
Committee task force on the declassification of federal secrets. She has said that there is evidence of interdimensional beings that can operate through the time spaces that we currently have, which is obviously going to catch a lot of people's attention. Anna Paulina Luna, thank you very much, Congressman. It's good to have you with us today. So I want to go back to that. You told Joe Rogan in a podcast in August when you were discussing all of this that you have viewed evidence of interdimensional beings here on Earth and that they operate through the time spaces that we currently have. Can you explain what you mean by that? Yeah.
No, I gotta play that again. Hold on. I bring the Kemetic people. I need you to battle her. Set up a debate with Anna Paulina, the veteran over the declassified secrets, and just tell her that she didn't get declassified to this or seen it. Just set up a debate.
Committee task force on the declassification of Committee task force on the declassification of federal secrets. She has said that there is evidence of interdimensional beings that can operate through the time spaces that we currently have, which is obviously going to catch a lot of people's attention. Anna Paulina Luna, thank you very much, Congressman. It's good to have you with us today. So I want to go back to that. You told Joe Rogan in a podcast in August when you were discussing all of this that you have viewed evidence of interdimensional beings here on Earth and that they operate through the time spaces that we currently have. Can you explain what you mean by that? Yeah.
Tehuti's making all this up. No, things are just coming out now that's verifying what I've been trying to wake people up to for the past 37 years or so. Since I was in grade school, running around the hallways. Let me teach you all something. Can't fake this. You can't make this up on AI. Huh? There we go. Ready? Here we go, everybody. Boom. Let's continue. Huh? Okay. Let's go. There's clip one. Woo. Here we go. Talk to him, Anna. Boom. Yes, these beings that are far more advanced than human consciousness, knowledge, and technology travel by moving in between time interdimensionally. The ancient ones of the Nile Valley were called Neteru, the original teachers of going into the interdimensions of dreams and interdimensional sight premonitions, which breaks the barriers of time because they are from there. That's the realm that they can exist in, back and forth, so that they can teach it. When they are seen by the naked eye at times, they can appear as forms of energy that our eyes see as light. Because if you ask anybody to describe, when they say, I saw a being, I saw something, and it looked just like a ball or a form of energy, whenever they say that it was something giving off light. Something like a ball of light or something. It's like energetic being. So coming in and out of this time frequency, when we see them, we're seeing them parts coming in, part coming out, or not fully here in the double realm, but a part of our eyes can see it. So we say it looked like something coming in and out it looked like a being, but it wasn't as detailed as us. It looked like it was made out of light, because these are light beings, but light energy. These were the original beings from which the angels and gods, etc., developed. It's where your concept of angels and gods developed, which will question the current belief system. Listen to me close. These are energetic beings from which your angels, and listen to my words closely, beings of energy, which are light, energetic beings, which is where your concept of gods and angels develop from. This will question the belief system of today currently, if this information gets revealed. The Neteru and other interdimensional beings, because the Neteru are not just the only beings that are over on that side. So the Neteru and the other interdimensional beings, when they're seen as energy. This concept develops into gods and angels, and if this truth comes out, this will question the current belief system and spiritual system. So what did Luna Paluna of the Air Force veteran over the declassification of federal secrets, what did she say? This is what Tehuti has been saying for 36 years. What did Luna say? Let's see what she says. Let's find out what Luna says. Luna, can you talk to these people? Talk to them, please, because they want to debate me, but they'll never set up a debate with you. So let's just show them what you say. There we go. So here's Luna Paulina again. Talk to him, Luna.
So when you say that it operates outside our understanding of physics, what specifically are you saying? Like what happened?
To I guess break it down in simple terms is that I think that some of the tech that exists, that whatever these things have, these energy things have,
energy things? What do you mean?
Well, they call them interdimensional beings. I think that they can actually operate through the time spaces that we currently have, and that's not something that I came up with on my own. That's based on stuff that we've seen. That's based on information that we've been told. And then also too, I think that there's this historical aspect of, this gets into the deeper theories and concepts of religion, and I think the history that we currently know, and that kind of spins off into another topic of, you have the modern day Bible, you have this aspect of Bibles or books of the Bible that have been removed that explain and kind of touch on these topics. And I think that we're in a time and age where you have such a vast amount of information that we have access to via social media, via your cell phone, via the internet. And so it's really changing the way that we understand, the origins of life and the spiritual reality that we know.
So when you say that it operates outside our understanding of physics, what specific? When you say that it operates outside, so when you say that it operates outside our understanding of physics, what specifically are you saying? Like what happened?
To I guess break it down in simple terms is that I think that some of the tech that exists, that whatever these things have, these energy things have,
energy things? What do you mean?
Well, they call them interdimensional beings. I think that they can actually operate through the time spaces that we currently have, and that's not something that I came up with on my own. That's based on stuff that we've seen. That's based on information that we've been told. And then also too, I think that there's this historical aspect of, this gets into the deeper theories and concepts of religion, and I think the history that we currently know, and that kind of spins off into another topic of, you have the modern day Bible, you have this aspect of Bibles or books of the Bible that have been removed that explain and kind of touch on these topics. And I think that we're in a time and age where you have such a vast amount of information that we have access to via social media, via your cell phone, via the internet. And so it's really changing the way that we understand, the origins of life and the spiritual reality that we know.
So when you say that it operates outside our understanding of physics, what specific?
You are a Neteru. You shall be a Neteru.
shall cross the sky, traverse the firmament. Through the waterway, they shall worship you. Are we back? Okay. Here we go. Ready, everybody? Here we are. Boom. Let's go. Here we are. Boom, boom. Boom. We're back. Talk to him, Luna. Yes, she describes beings that are supernatural, that are far more advanced than our technology. She calls them energy things. In other words, light beings, typo there. In other words, energy things. In other words, light beings. Let me start again. Okay, I don't have a full screen in here. Let me move it over. Okay. So yes, Luna Paluna over the DSEC classification. The Congresswoman now. She describes beings that are supernatural, that are far more advanced than our technology. She calls them energy things, in other words, light beings, that do not quite look physical at times, and immediately associates the terms interdimensional with energy beings, with operating through the time space, then immediately into spirituality. The Bible, the missing ancient books that reveal these things. You know, the missing ancient books that reveal these things. Well, this one never got put in there. It's not missing, it was never in there. The missing ancient books that reveal these things. Energy beings with operating through the time, space, then immediately into spirituality, Bible, missing ancient books that explain these topics, and understanding energy light beings that are interdimensional, that are not bound by time, will change the way that you understand the origins of life and the spirituality that you know. That's what she says. Question and change the way of the spirituality and the origins of life that you know. She's immediately acknowledging and knowing that these interdimensional beings that can travel through the spaces of time directly correlate with beings that were spoken about, with books that were not placed in the Bible, and they are the origin that will question your origin of what you think life came from and the origin of where you think spirituality came from. Absolutely. If the information comes out about these interdimensional beings, light beings, and Neteru, and these things start to come out, of course it's going to question your reality on your Bibles and Qurans and all this, which came thousands of years later. Well, guess how the ancient people describe the supernatural beings? Here we go. Who are these? Are these the principles? Huh? Akut, the gods and beings of the kingdom of the light god. Here's the Neters right here, and these Neters are described as light beings. The same word for light, Aku, that I think Angela Gates and some others typed in the chat, is the same word for spirits, the same word for light, radiance, glorious. The same word is the word for what the beings are called. The beings are called the Aku, and the Tu makes it plural. That's what these beings are called. These are light beings and beings of the light kingdom, beings of the light god. That hacker separation of the dead, judgment, good spirits. The Ku or the Aku, the same thing. Light beings coming into existence. This Purim Haru is speaking about what's seen on the other side, not what's seen on this side. So we have full acknowledgement that the ancients acknowledge that there's beings that exist in a realm that is non-physical. They're called the Ku and the Aku, and that's the word for light. And these beings are non-physical. Their consciousness apparently incarnate, but they're not carnal. They just look like they're incarnate, but they're conscious beings that are light gods that exist on the other side, because the Purim Haru is about what's happening on the other side after death. And these are light beings that are coming forth, that have consciousness, that are doing things on that side. I guess these are the Kemetic teacher's principles, right? Huh? These are the principles. Whatever the heck that is. These are the principles, beings on the other side that are non-physical, called Aku, Akuti, light being, spirit, gods. And how do you get to them? You get to them through the Saba doors. If you look closely at this image, you'll see the Saba door there. It looks like the letter T. If you can see it, I don't know if you can see it, but it looks like the letter T. That's a doorway. That's a doorway. So boom, yes, as beings that are composed of light, they will be compared to light, something that you can see but not quite as physical or dense matter. And that is because they are conscious light incarnates, are apparently incarnates. That's how our eyes are viewing them. They don't have a carnal, touchable body, but they're incarnating, looking like something that is a touchable body. They have the ability to move through the spaces of time. Thus, there are no time barriers, and thus they were the first to teach us, the people on earth, because they, let me type this in. They were first to teach the people on earth because they come from a realm. What is it around? They come from a realm that is void of our limits of time. So thus they can teach us the crisscrossing over because they're more adept and they're more used to that side, and they can come to this side. Thus they can be teachers of beings that don't even know about the other side. That's what the whole Perm Haru is about. You have to ask these principal Kemetians. They have the entire first literature of ancient Kemet is about what's happening on the other side. Who is teaching them this? Where are the teachings coming from? Is this a make-believe world? Do they think they're living in a car? It's just for fun? Do you think the ancient people, Ramesses and Khufu, were about play? Huh? Ramesses used to cut your head off. Khufu put you on a spear and feed you to the crocodiles, huh? Which was the Khufu story. Go back to the Westcar Papyrus and the feeding of the people to the crocodiles. Khufu is not playing with you. You think they make up a play realm? Huh? They're being taught about what's happening on the other side. Who would have the knowledge of what's going on the non-physical realm? Somebody just making it up? They thought they were being tricked? No, that's your skeptical, new colonized mind. These people were extremely serious about what was going on the other side, and the only thing that could teach them about what's happening in a non-dimensional, a non-physical realm would be an interdimensional being or beings that can go back and forth, teaching what's happening on that side and on this side. But there people want to believe that because you're so atheistized out. They were the first to teach because they were from that side. They were first to teach the people on earth because they come from a realm that is void of our limits of time, thus teaching you to tap back into it through meditation and sleep, causing the original people to learn from them, to have sleep premonitions and eventually develop into what today would be called oracles, prophets, and ones that could cross over from one dimension to the next, which in those times before the Matrix, they were called Sabas. Why were they called Sabas? Because they didn't have the word prophet, they didn't have the word oracle, they didn't have they were called Sabas. Why were they called Sabas? Why did I bring this word back into Earth's consciousness? Because nobody was using this word. Nobody was using this word. There was no Saba, Bill Valentine, Saba, Bobby Hammond. Show me Saba Ashar Kwesi. Show me, and this isn't a knock to anybody. This is just, that's not a word that any of the teachers are using. My name is Saba, Dr. Ben. Show me a Kemetic teacher. Show me Saba. I'm Saba, Dr. Clark. No. I'm Saba Ashar Kwesi. No. I'm Saba Phil Valentine. No. Nobody had Saba before their name. I had to bring this back into Earth's consciousness because by bringing back the word Saba, which people thought just meant teacher, I was also subconsciously reintroducing everybody to the gateway. There was a star beside it. That same letter, that same thing that looks like a T right there, why I brought the word Saba back, why the fake teachers out there that are imitating me are not bringing this back. Why? Because I had to bring this back and run through the run through the people and tell them that, listen, there's the gateway right there. There's the door. That's the Saba. Those are the original ones that taught you about the other side. Thus the doorway, the Saba, Stargate. Why? Because these light beings were compared to stars, also called Sabas. That's why you see the Saba doorway. So you see these beings of light, and thus you see the word Saba, which is what? The star god, a light god. Those are the same beings. You see the same determinatives. You see the same images there of the Neteru there called the star god. Yeah, those are the Akuti. Those are the light beings. There they are right there. There's the same determinative. There's the Saba. That's why I had to bring it back. So you can't fake this. I had to come bring this back to show you that Saba is a door, because what is Saba? It's a doorway. That's a partition, the crisscross. It serves as a tool to cross from one area to another, to another area. Thus, if there's a door, that's the coordinate, that's the link between two areas. That coordinate is the gate. What happened? That was the Saba, because the original Sabas were the light beings, the door, the partition, which serves as a tool to cross from one area to another. So what did the original Sabas and light beings teach on dreams? These were the Sabas. That's why I had to bring this word back. There is no conscious community, conscious teacher, nobody that cared about the word. Now everybody's Saba. I'm Saba. I'm Saba. 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 Everybody's Saba now. Saba. I'm Saba too. I'm Saba 3. I'm Saba 2. Saba yaba daba do. You get out of here. There was nobody bringing this word Saba as a part of their name while introducing everybody to a doorway that had a light in front of it. That was a star for the light beings. That's why I brought it back for the public on Killer Priest. That's where I brought it back. But I brought this back to my students from 27 years ago. You all think I'm from the internet or something? I'm not your AI fake teacher stealing. I'm not him. I'm not him. Never will be. This is the real right here. Here's a Saba, because it's the star god, the light being. These beings here, the Aku, that I wanted to bring back to let everybody know they're interdimensional beings that are light conscious beings. They're the Sabas. You needed Luna Paulina to bring it to you. Shout out to Luna. Come to the pod class. What if I were to tell you that there was an entire, so what do the ancient Sabas teach on this? What if I were to tell you there was an entire papyrus dedicated for the first time in written Earth's history, as the entire teachings focus on premonitions, precognitive visions that dream state cite, and what symbolisms in dreams and subconscious meant and mean in the physical world by the time the dream manifested. And this has never been done on the planet prior to this. In other words, the first time dreams, upeshes, the first time that they're described as what's to happen, what they meant, were focused on in Earth's history was introduced by these light beings, introduced by the Neteru for dream visions and passed down to humanity. Let me introduce you and most of you for the first time on this date, June 13th, 2026. I have to keep giving these dates, family. I had to keep giving these dates of when I introduced these things, so the fake teachers, again, the fake imitators, I came up with this, and now I have to give dates every time I bring something new, so that you can come back and say, nah, the real Tehuti, not the fake one, the real Tehuti, he taught this, and he gave the date of when he started this, so you're teaching this now 2 years later. Show me you teaching this 7 years ago. Because this isn't about clout chasing, this isn't about fame, this is not about YouTube views This is about bringing the truth. But when I come to bring the truth, I see a pattern of people wanting to erase me out of the story. You can't erase me out of the story. You got to come kill me. You can't erase me out of the story, brother. Devils can't erase me out of the story. Sorry, because I'm the one here to bring back the Neteru, and the Neteru is not going to allow you to erase me. You can try and try again, steal my name, cut off my head, write me out of history. You can't do it, just like you couldn't do it to the ancient Neteru, which you're trying to do, but it's not going to happen. Not going to happen. It's not going to be allowed. So I now have to give dates every time I teach something. So when the fake teachers come and say, "Oh, I taught this," no. You can't do it because you don't truly believe in it. You're teaching it as history. You're teaching it as history. We're teaching it as this is our culture. When I close this computer down, this is what I'm living outside of here. This isn't a play game for a debate for me. This is not that. So let's go. So on June 13th, which is today, 2026, let's go to the what? What is this called, Tehuti? Oh, it's the Irma Su M. Excuse me. Let me move this down from the screen. It's the Irma Susa M. Resut. What? What's that, Tehuti? My Kemetic teacher just teaches me the Egyptians are black. Let's go back to 1220 BC to the Irma Susa M. Resut. Let's go back to it. What's this? Why is this important? Let me tell you why it's important. I teach this in the Metanetter. I teach this in the Metanetter class, and people say, negativity is following. I'm going to give you one of the jewels. Here's some from the Metanetter class. Negativity is following me. It's following them. How did I teach Menku to quadruple his income? Huh? What's one of the teachings? How did I teach Menku to quadruple his income? Why do people have so many testimonies? Because I'm coming from the frequency of the Neter, teaching what they taught. Why did Ahati say, one thing I really love about Tehuti is he doesn't veer from what the original teachings say. How is Maharu able to see his deceased mother? How are these people able to transform? Because I'm using the frequency that's the most potent, that nobody cares about. So I got it all to myself because nobody's teaching from it. So I'm going to share it with everybody. I teach this in the Metanetter class when people say, negativity is following me. Negativity is following them. I tell them, if you want to get the devil off your back, change your jacket. It's your jacket that the evil energy is attracted to, not you. What are you talking about, Tuti? What kind of parable talk is this? That's your false identity, the jacket you're wearing, aka your clothes. The clothes that you're wearing, not the physical clothes. not the physical clothes. Not the physical clothes that you're wearing, but that which you're. Why won't this turn off? What happened here? Not the physical clothes that you're wearing, but the energy that's surrounding you, that you're clothed in, that is your false identity. Your true spirit, your Ku and Ka is fighting inside of that. But all these physical things all these matrix things that are associated with you, you associate it with you. I'm a pizza kind of guy. You're naming yourself after these. I'm a race car guy. You're adding all these things, and when you associate with it, you say, man, this negativity is around me. How do I get it off of me? How do I get it off of me? And I say, change the devil, change the jacket. What do you mean by that? Change the clothing, the thing that's on you that you believe that you're attached to. Change that. Get rid of that, and your true self comes out. So where did that come from in the Medu teachings? Where did that come from in the Medu class? Where did that come from in the ancient teachings? Woo, when I said get the devil off your back and change your ways, that the views dropped from 40 to 19. Did y'all see that? As soon as I talk about changing the ways, the views immediately drop from 40 to 19. Woo! Baby, here we go. So what do they teach in the dream, in the dream papyrus? Here it is. In a dream, if a man sees himself in a dream, doing what? Destroying his clothes. What is that? On plate 5, good. It is his relief from all ills. Do you understand now? If you have a premonition in the dream where you see yourself and you're destroying your clothes, That is good. This is one of the hundreds of things in the wisdom of the Neter. It's good. It's mean you're releasing yourself from the ills that are attached to you. That's why I say if you want to get the devil, the isfet off your back, the negativity from around you, change your clothes, which means change that which is around you that the isfet is attracted to. And thus, if it's not on you, that negativity, that attraction, it has nothing to attach itself to. So yes, this is one of the hundreds of examples about how the subconscious mind produces that renders a meaning in the physical world of a person. If a person was just to read this, one moment, everybody, I got an update. Okay, I got an update from Neteru. I'll tell you after the class. So if a regular person, this is a typo, if a regular person was to just read this, who was not, there's typos here, who was not imbued. So if a regular person who was to read this, not recipe person, that's a regular. If a regular person was to read this, who is not imbued in the culture, or if they were to have a dream where they saw themselves where they pre-saw themselves destroying their clothes, they would take that as negativity or a negative dream, where the ancients taught us that you are not your clothes. That's not you. That thing that's around you that you're identifying with, you can come out of those clothes, because the clothes in the ancient wisdom are the garments that you're wearing that are temporary. You can come out of them, which are your surroundings. They taught that the clothes also was your physical body that you can also come out of, and an out of body. And thus, understanding that you can come out of your clothes, the fear of death eliminates simultaneously. Thus, the young girl Earl, in 1966, she saw herself dying, coming out of her physical body, and the first thing she said to her mom is, "Mommy, I'm not afraid of death anymore," because that's what the ancient ones were teaching. Coming out of your clothes, getting out of your negative surroundings and situations, and that your body is just a clothing over your spirit. You don't have to have fear anymore. Break away from that negativity, break away from those carnal desires, break away from the things that your physical body is attracted to. Those are the false clothings that you think is really you. Then you start to fear what's going to happen if you break away from it. People say, Tehuti, how'd you break away from the grid? I lost my fear of the consequences and totally lived off of the grid and lived off of magic with no fear of the possible death that could come from that, or being homeless or living under a bridge. And I let magic take over. I took off that fake clothing, that fake identity, that fake personality where I thought I had to adapt to the society. And I started to live without that fake clothing on me. I started to live without that. Okay, so the rest of which is just one of the hundreds of examples, the rest of which I can go over with you in Meta Monday classes. You can email mysticaltelevision@gmail.com on how to attend, or ask for asking the live chat how to get one of up to the 80 plus classes that have been pre-recorded right across for the spiritual symbolism, to learn about the spiritual symbolism and give guidance and practice that would apply to us. The language of the ancestors and its effect on your subconscious. Here's an example of the titles of some of these classes, which are private classes, which I actually gave I gave this before the class started. I read them live. Those are some of the examples of the classes. These are the private classes that are not on YouTube. You can inquire how to attend them or how to get the recording of them. So now remember, these interdimensional beings that were recalled light beings, the ones who taught us, they knew the best ways to connect with them are this is some typos here. They knew the best ways to connect with them, or to come back in contact with them while still in the living form, was in a dream reality or in a meditation reality where you put yourself on a different frequency. Because when you put yourself in that frequency, just like the CIA did, they were able to break time barriers and go into that light frequency where they saw consciousness and go back in time. And thus in the ancient writings, we have here, Ak, may you be a spirit for me and before me, so that I may see in dreams how to strive for me. So here's a petition, Ak. Ak is what? Ak is this, the light beings, the Aku. So this is a petition in the ancient writings where they're asking the Aku, may you be a spirit for me and before me, so that I may see in dreams how you strive for me. So they want to see these beings, but the teachings was the ability to see them while you're in a physical form, because they're in that realm of light consciousness, was to see them in dreams, to see them in that realm. And that's when you see them in that realm, you can then see how they work for you. You can't see them in this madness, this pollution, this chaos, horns going off. You can go into nature and calm yourself down. If you ever wonder, how come the ancient stories, it was so easy for them to do supernatural things or to contact the beings in these stories? How come I can't do it now on 1/5 Park on Manhattan Street? How come I can't do it beside the brothel? How come I can't do it beside my PlayStation 5? I want to do it with my PS5. How come I can't do it? I got some weed in my hand. I'm hanging out on the club. No. These ancient stories are coming from people that are living within nature. They had nature all around them. There was no car honk. There was no motorcycles with gas coming off, pollution. There was no Monsanto. There was no GMO foods. There was no. These people are in a state of purity in nature, in a state of calmness. Thus, their stories are going to be more supernatural than yours, sitting in front of TikTok. Also note that the other word for dreams before the matrix that I had to reintroduce in today's consciousness was rezi, which we can see here in a prior ancient sentence. A papyrus, in plural, would be rezut. So here we see rezi, which Robert Williams typed in the room. Let me do a check in the room a second. Let me see something here. Oh, it jumped back to 37. Viewer, jump back to 40. Ready? There we go. Ready, everybody? Boom. So here's the word rezi, the other word for dream. See that there? Rezi, dream. And notice there's an open eye in this word. So the word for dream that we're doing in our sleep when our eyes are closed, the glyph for it is an open eye. Yes, the word for dream was also an open eye, the same word for the symbol of the word ma'at, because the purpose of the interdimensional time-eluding dream world was to have the ability to see. Below is the word ma'at. You see that? This is the word ma'at right here below. Here's ma'ah. Over here is the word for dream. Do you see the same eye? Do you see the eye with the brow over it? This is the word for dream. This is the word for ma'at. The New Age conscious Kemetic teacher can't tell you how this could be the word for ma'at, but ma'at means order. What does this have to do with order? This is the word for sight, whether in the physical dimension or in the rezi, dream, interdimension. It's the same symbol. Rezi, the same word for rezi, that symbol there is the open eye. That's how you said ma'ah, because ma'ah means to see. And thus I have taught in classes earlier the other definition for the word dream, which was rez, was also the word for what? Wake up. That's what I taught recently, 6 years ago and 5 years ago on Killer Priest, and 28 years ago. Wake up. Why? Because you're awake when your eyes are open. When you're dreaming, that's when you have your eyes open, your real sight, the sight of Ma'at, to see the double realm. Thus in the afterlife, the realm is called Ma'ati. Two visions, double sight. The second sight, Ma'ati. The dream realm of the interdimensional light, precognition, if one has the discernment of ma'ah, the I needed to put things in order. It's your responsibility to put the things in order when the word ma'ah applies to you. Because you're looking out in the universe appears to be in order, but the word ma'ah to you is examination, because as a representation of that which is going on in the universe, you have to take responsibility and you discern good from evil. You put things in order. Things don't automatically fall in order. Things don't automatically fall in order in your life. No. When you look up at the sky, oh, the sky's in order. The ocean's in order. Everything's in order. No. You jump in the ocean, they saw nature. Nature was in order. Everything was in order. Be in tune with nature. Jump in the ocean and go talk to the shark about order. From its stomach, by the way. That's where you're going to be talking from. Go talk to the orca about order. Well, he puts you in order. Go get into with nature and jump out and talk to the lion about order. His order is to eat you. That's the order. No. Ma'ah makes you responsible. So you look in nature and you say, where do I fall in? Because this order was in existence for over 4 billion years. It took to make this situation that I see. Here I am born 25 years later. What does ma'ah mean? Vision. How do I place myself in here? Oh, don't hunt at night because the leopard hunts at night. Now you're observing your surroundings, examining ma'ah, and you're putting the things in order. Because if you just jump out there, nature's in order. Come hug me. I'm jumping in order. The universe is in order. Go jump in the sun. No. You look out and say, these monkeys, these monkeys here, these ones are the dangerous ones. These ones over here, these ones eat vegetables. Let me go hunt over here. I have to discern my reality as a God to control the order of me placing myself in the situation, and that puts me in ma'at. That puts me in the order because I'm making the decision, not just said ma'at is universal order. Listen, kid, you're a part of the universe, right? Point to a part of the universe that's not you. Aren't you in the universe? So it's not universal order, because if universal order was automatic, you'd just be walking on like a robot. I'm in ma'at. I'm in universal order. No. You place yourself by discernment. That's why ma'at is an I. Your community teacher never teach you that, though. He'll never teach you that. Huh? Because that'll lead back to the word rezi, because the I of ma'at was in the dream state. Can't teach you that because I have to teach you about dream magic and dream work. That's spooky. We don't teach that. Here we go. There's your I. There's your rezi. Woo! Here we go, man. Interdimensional Aku light being. So here we go. Thus, your dream is your awakened state where you can petition to the interdimensional Aku, like we just saw. Aku, can you help me see in the dream world where you aid me? That's what I just read, right? You petition in the interdimensional Aku, the interdimensional realm of the Aku light beings, as we see in the ritual of Amenhotep I, which your community teacher will run from this. In the ritual of Amenhotep I, and for the word awakening in peace, the same word for petitioning the interdimensional beings, so you may see in dreams. So here we go. Look, watch here. Here we are. Here's in the ritual of Amenhotep I. What does it say? Your awakening is peaceful. What's the word for your awakening? The same word for dreams. Rezut, plural. Rezi, the same word, rezi, for dreams. Rezi, pluralized, rezut, is the same word for awakening. Why? Because dreams is the word for wake up. So that's in the ritual of Amenhotep I. Your awakening is peaceful. Ak, may you be a spirit for me before me, so that I may see. That's ma'ah. So I may see in the dreams how you strive for me. Tehuti's making it up. There it is. Back here, what does it say? Ak, may you be a spirit for me. And here's the transliteration. Before me, so that I may see in the dreams. What's the word for see? Right here. Ma'ah. That's the word ma'ah right there. So I may see in the resu, dreams. Because when you dream, that's when you're actually awake. So the Neteru, your awakening is peaceful. Resut. Hetep, too. Ma'ah. There's the ma'ah there. We don't like Tehuti anymore. He changed his teachings to what? Our ancestors 3,000 years ago, before the Matrix, said the word for dreaming meant to be awake. Guess what? The new latest discovery on dreams at the University of Wisconsin, the same ones that pinpointed where I showed you earlier, the parts of the brain that light up, light up, Upesh, dream world, that light up when you're dreaming. Well, guess what else they discovered? Scientists have finally pinpointed the brain's hot zone that lights up when dreaming. Oh, what else did they discover? This suggests that dreams recruit the same brain regions as experience in the waking state, the wakeful state, for specific contents. This also indicates dreams are experienced. This also indicates that dreams are experiences that truly occur during wakefulness, and that they are not inventions or confabulations that we make up while we wake up. The experiments also linked greater activity. There's that area of the brain, the prefrontal cortex, during dreaming, the part that the brain associated with memory and better recall those dreams. Maybe the dreaming brain and the waking brain are much more similar. Maybe the dreaming brain and the waking brain are much more similar than one imagined. Yes, the dreaming brain and the waking brain, mortals, are much more similar than you imagined, because we taught back in 3400 BC, 2700 BC, that the word for dreaming was the same word for awakening. So yes, scientists, yes, you're discovering in 2017, now you're discovering that the dreaming brain and the waking brain are similar in the same regions of the brain, as experiences in wakeful state are the same in the dream state. Well, we already taught the word dream meant the awakened state. That's when you were waking up. That's when you're truly awake. It's the same state. They found out now REM. Let me stop there. Boom. Thus, the same brain regions that are active in the awakened state are the same regions in the brain that are active in the dream states. Your brain does not differentiate whether it is in the dream state or awake. And our ancestors knew this. So being that they are the same brain regions that are lighting up, what is the actual difference that causes one to have more premonitions in their dream states than when they're walking down the street, or they're at the playground, or hanging out with their friends? What is it about the sleep state that renders interdimensional time barrier breaking travel experiences to occur more than the time that you're awake? More than that time. What is it that happens? Why is it that we talk more about dream premonitions than walking down the street premonitions? What is it about the dream states, why it happens more, even though they found that the regions of the brain that are active and activated during the Rezi Upesh dream state are the same regions activated during the waking state? So why are people having more dream premonitions than walking down the street premonitions? Let me open that door for you. Let me walk you through. Everybody ready? Here we go. I'm going to walk you through that door. Scientists and government tests were done at Stanford Research Institute as a base foundation of moving forward of the CIA operation. So, scientists and government tests were done at Stanford Research Institute, SRI, as a base foundation moving forward of a CIA operation. And remember, I told you what Saba means? It's crossing over. As seen with the glyph, of a door, and above it is a star. Remember I taught you that earlier? The gateway, the star, the gateway into another dimension of light, called in ancient times a stargate. This was the stargate. Here is Sab. When I taught the young man, when I taught him what Sab was, here is Sab, because this Sab is a fast-moving Sab in which one is reborn into. That's why Sab is the other word for what people call the jackal, the fast-moving jackal, moving at a high speed. And it's also the word for the son of. This is the word for the son of, being rebirthed into something quickly at a high speed, because you're moving at light and you're going through a pylon door, because it's a light stargate door. That's why there's a light beside it, because these doorways is where you're being rebirthed, the Sab door, and you're being rebirthed into what's called the star god, one of the Akus, one of the light beings. There's a stargate, there's a Sab, which is the rebirth. That's why the Sa symbol is there for the son of or the daughter of, because you're being reborn. This is the original stargate. Here's your stargate. So what did the Matrix do? To desensitize the public to the reality of this crossover, crisscross doorway the conscious mind can make into the light dimensional realm, out-of-body dream states, and precognition timeless premonition states, to see through what is called one-pointed consciousness, where you are at one point and you can immediately see to the coordinates of the chosen crisscross coordinate point, as I've shown you earlier that the CIA did, documented. Now, to desensitize you, they came out with a movie after this, so that when the truth comes out to the public, they will say, oh, that's from the movie. Tehuti got that from the movie Stargate. Yeah, Tehuti got that from Stargate. You all are talking about a movie. And of course, what do they do to super desensitize you? They made it Kemetic based. Why did they make a movie called Stargate and not have Roman gods? Why did they make a movie called Stargate and have Hindu gods? Why did they make a movie called Stargate and have Gothic or Gnostic gods or Celtic gods? They made the movie named after the culture that brought the word Stargate to the planet, which were the Neters, who brought the Stargate, put a gate with the symbol of the star called the Saba, the intersection gate to the next realm where you be born at a fast speed. And then they took that name and they put a pyramid of Aku. That's the name of the beings. The pyramid was also called the Aku. So they took the Aku. Man. Huh? Huh? They took the Aku. The Aku was the name of the light beings. The way to get there was a symbol of the pyramid, the Aku, which was the ascension triangle symbol. And they put that inside of the gate. They made a movie called Stargate. And if you look closely, they put the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. They put the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 Akus outside of it. Can you see them right there? There's the Akus outside of it. There's the gate. And then they made it Kemetic based by giving you the Neteru. Because on the other side of the Stargate, the beings that came through was the Neteru. All to desensitize you, so when the truth comes out, Tehuti got it from a movie. Because yes, I was teaching when the movie Stargate came out. Huh? I was teaching when this movie came. You got it from the movie. No, I was teaching this before the movie came out. Huh? Then the movie came out. So while they fill your head up with your ancient consciousness intertwined and mixed with fiction, so that it's not taken seriously, here's what's happening behind closed doors from the research project of Stanford Research Institute. I will reintroduce you to Ingo Swann in the study of one-pointed consciousness to get yourself from coordinate to coordinate. And this is not a movie. This was the real one. Here it is. Hi, Ingo Swann. 1933 to 2013, was an American artist whose psychic ability led him to participate in successful ESP psychokinesis experiments. Swann made notable contributions to remote viewing research at the Stanford Institute, which became the basis for the U.S. military. What's it called? Stargate. This was not the movie. This is what they were actually doing. Stargate Psychic Spying Program. Ingo Swann was born September 14, 1933 in Telluride, Colorado. That's the new car, right? In the Telluride, Colorado, he earned his bachelorate in biology at Westminster College, Salt Lake City, Utah, then served for 3 years in the U.S. Army in the Far East. Swann then settled in New York City, where he worked at the Secretariat of United States Nations from 1958 to 1969. At the time, he also wrote erotic fiction and produced paintings. In July 1971, Swann participated in an experimental photography session at a party in which the photographers attempted to capture visual tracing of subjects' psychic abilities. In the blackened room, it was reported that Swann's photo showed a ball of light above his head. This and other social interactions made him aware that he had psychic abilities that had first manifested in childhood and brought him to the world of the parapsychological research. Swann died on January 31st, 1913. So he was a part of one-pointed consciousness, which I'm teaching you about, going from one dimension to another dimension through coordinate points, and they named it after the Saba, after the Stargate, and that's where the movie came from. This is 1933, way before the movie, but this is 1933, 4,000 years before, after Kemet. Boom. Yes, Operation Stargate. This is the real one, but not the movie, but the reality, which is why there are more people that know about the movie than this project. That was done purposely. I put you to task to go out tomorrow and walk up to your friends and ask them, what did you think of Stargate? And I guarantee you that most of the people will comment on the movie, but not the Ingo Swann CIA experiment. But the Ingo Swann CIA experiment is in the 1940s, 50s, 60s, 70s. This is way before the movie. He's from 1933. So why do you know more about the movie? This is done purposely. Well, the frequency brain wave that they found the brain resided on when one was able to see beyond the physical barriers into the past, into the future, was 7 hertz. 7 hertz of what they found, and they put it in remote viewing with the artist Ingo Swann. Neuropsychological profile, electroencephalographic correlates, magnetic resonance, imagine MRI, and possible mechanics by Michael Persinger. Summary: in the present study, the artist Ingo Swann, who helped develop the process of remote viewing, awareness of distant objects or places without employing normal senses, was exposed during a symbol sitting 30 minutes to specific patterns of circumcerebral magnetic fields that significantly altered his objective experiences. Several times during the sequential days, he was asked to sit in a quiet chamber and describe verbally the distant stimuli, pictures and places beyond the normal senses, the proportions of unusual 7 hertz spike. So the 7 hertz spike, then about 1/3 of the variant in percentages of 7 hertz spikes and scores of accuracy was shared. This magnitude would be too small to reflect a casual relationship and suggest a third factor or factor occurring intermittently. during the 7 hertz period was responsible for associating the numbers of separate episodes of 7 hertz spikes correlated significantly with the similarity of drawing the stimulus and the words employed to describe them. So in other words, the way the CIA was able to go from coordinate points, time travel, or go to a different one point of consciousness, latitude and latitude points of consciousness, was to have their mind vibrate at 7 hertz. At 7 hertz. What is it happening at 7 hertz? What is 7 hertz also? Ready? So what is 7 hertz also? Guess what 7 hertz is? Here we go. Neurons typically fire together in rhythmic patterns. The rhythms can be measured in hertz as brainwave. All brainwave types can be found across the brain at any moment, but usually one brainwave type is dominant and usually determines your overall state of consciousness in any given moment. So what's 7 hertz? Let's go down, down, down. Uh-oh, here we are. 15, 14, 13, we're in alpha wave. 12, 11, we're not at 7 yet. 10, 9, 8, and what starts at 7 hertz? Huh? Right here, theta, delta, 7. What's 7? REM sleep, vivid dreams, deep meditation, light sleep, more sleep, hypnotic before awakening, huh? Hypnocognitive before sleeping. 7 is where the REM starts. That's where the vivid dream starts at 7 hertz. Vivid dreams and deep meditation starts at 7 hertz. So when the question is asked why, the precognitive in the dream realm, yes, the very same wavelength the brain is in when it's in REM sleep, vivid dream, brainwave frequency. Thus the same wave that can break the limit of time and physical sight, that is the wave of breaking the barrier of physical sight and time, is entered naturally during sleep, giving one the ability to precognate or have a precognate foresight, aka, yes, tap into the future in the realm of superpositioning, where several possibilities exist within light consciousness, already pre-exist, and thus the reason why premonition is easier obtained during sleep state, where you can now res upesh and go through the Saba gate, stargate, light intersection coordinate gate at the same frequency that they had to get to do remote viewing through Project Stargate. Going through the gates naturally, when you reside on the 7th hertz, that's REM, when you naturally go to sleep anyways. That's why more precognizant dreams and premonition happen in the dream realm. Well, by the way, speaking of gate, because they took this Stargate, put it in the project Stargate, they made the movie Stargate. How serious is the government in wanting to get through? Oh man. How serious is the government in wanting to get through this interdimensional gateway? I've already covered Stargate. That was one program, right? From the word Stargate in Neteru to the movie Stargate. It's already covered Stargate. Guess what the other project is called that they were working on while everybody was out watching movies? Well, everybody's watching movies and partying and hanging out, smoking it up and drinking it up. Guess what the other project was called? And what it pertains to. Let me take you to CIA release document RDP 967788/R0017002100 Department of the Army, Department of Defense. You know, the same department that is same department of Luna, who is revealing the interdimensional beings. Let's go back before Luna. Oh, what's this? Huh? Oh, why is there a CIA classified document with the areas of the brain that are the same areas of the brain that I taught on that light up. Wait a minute. What is this, everybody? This will say the same chart and area of the brain that I've been teaching about tonight throughout the class, which are the areas that light up during sleep that they discovered in Wisconsin Madison during dream premonitions that crisscross into the other side. Why would the Department of Defense, Department of Intelligence, and Department of Defense have this chart? Are they studying sleep as well? I will let you be the judge. Speaking of stargates, by the way, everything that I've just taught you, let me introduce you to gateway process. This is called gateway process, also called gateway. You know, they use the same word gate, the saboteurs. Experience from the U.S. Army Operational Group. Here's gateway. We're going to move from Stargate, and then we're going to go to gateway. They like that word gate, right? Let's go to gateway. What's this? Uh-oh. What's this, Tehuti? What is it? What's going on here? This is the Army of Intelligence and Security Command, Fort George Meade, Maryland. What is this? U.S. Commander, Operational Group. What's this? You tasked me to provide an assignment of the gateway. We're not in Stargate anymore. Now we're in the gateway experience in terms of its mechanics and ultimate practicality. As I set out to fulfill that tasking, it soon became clear that in order to assess the validity and practicality of the process, I needed to do enough supporting research and analysis to fully understand how and why the process works. Frankly, sir, that proved to be an extremely involved and difficult business. Initially, based on conversations with physicians who took the gateway training with me. So doctors are taking the gateway training with him. I had recourse to the biomedical models developed by Itzhak Bentov to obtain information concerning the physical aspect of the process. When I found it necessary to dive into various sources for information concerning what? Quantum mechanics, in order to be able to describe the nature and functioning of what? Human consciousness. Project Gateway, the study of human consciousness. I had to be able to construct scientifically valid, reasonably lucid model of how consciousness functions. And under the influence of the brain hemisphere synchronization technique employed by Gateway. Once this was done, the next step involved recourse to theoretical physics in order to explain the character of the time-space dimension. Time-space dimension. Studying human consciousness to understand the character of time-space dimension. Tehuti's making it up. And means by which expanded human consciousness transcends it. Transcending what, sir? Transcending time-space dimension. The human consciousness transcending time and space through a gateway. Tehuti made it up in 1983. Achieving Gateway's objective, finally again I found it necessary to use physics to bring the whole phenomenon of out-of-body states into language of physical science to remove the stigma of its occult connotations and put it in frame of reference suited to objective assignments. I'm gonna step away for just a moment. I'll be back in 2 minutes. One moment, everybody. This is getting juicy. I'll be right back. Okay, we're back, everybody. We're back. We're back. Here we go. Non-stop. Here we are. Ready, everybody? Let's click back on. Let's go back to the screen, and let's get it back. Let's go. 1, 2, 3. Boom. So here we go. So the study of human consciousness to break time, space, dimensions, because human consciousness transcends time and space. Thus, you can travel forward and backwards in time through human consciousness. Tehuti, you're pseudo. I'm pseudo with the CIA. Me and the CIA are pseudo. Me and the Department of Defense are pseudo. Let's pseudo it up. Here we go. Achieved an out-of-body state is carried into a waking state. Indeed, it may even be postulated that some dreams associated with deep levels of sleep are what? In fact, the same kind of altered consciousness involved in interaction with the universe. This is in Focus 12 and Focus 15. We'll get to that in a minute. So, again, studying human consciousness function through quantum mechanics, human consciousness can transcend time and space, and they found that some dreams associated with deep levels of sleep are in fact the same kind of altered consciousness. Which kind? The kind that he's studying. The consciousness that can transcend time and space to move forward. For what? Premonitions, and to see things in the past, and there's no limit. Involved in interaction with the universe. That plays a role in all of Focus 12, Focus 15, and Focus 21 states described above. The difference between those states and the condition of the mind in REM, the 7 hertz, the time travel realm, sleep seems to be that that the left hemisphere is almost totally disengaged, and the latter experience such that memory of what was achieved in the altered states of consciousness cannot usually be retrieved by conscious desire, because the left hemisphere has no knowledge of its existence. That's why it's so hard to remember the experiences, or its location in the right hemisphere. Admittedly, some people can be trained to remember their REM state dreams through intense conditioning in the wakened state. So there it is. Again, more Gates projects and the studying of consciousness, and how the Department of Army and the Intelligence and Security Command are spending hundreds of thousands of dollars again on the study of how consciousness can move forward in time. And the same thing they discovered is happening in deep REM sleeps. Thus, the answer to dream premonitions being anciently factual and modernly scientifically factual. When Tehuti tells you that there's a timeless doubled reality, a mirror echo of this realm. 1 second, let me see. Yeah, I'm fine. So when Tehuti tells you that there is a timeless doubled reality, mirror echo of this realm, the mirror echoed body consciousness called the Ku and Ka is just one step removed. It's just one step removed from the absolute. The absolute is what we see as the finite world, the last collapse of the brainwave function, the last collapse. Well, we see it as physical reality. Like, this is absolutely this. So the Ku and the Ka is just one step removed from the absolute. Thus, it can break time boundaries, causing one who is in light conscious dream state on the sides in the 7 hertz realm, that will cause the conscious movement into the future and bring back into the present when the consciousness reintegrates dream premonitions. But it takes long applications of discipline to attain the light frequency consciousness. People say, oh, Tehuti, he's crazy, he's making it up. No, I'm making it up. Now let's go to page 24 and Focus 21, the Project Gateway of the Army Intelligence Security Command is doing this while people take the Tehuti's teachings lately, and they can feel comfortable to go home with their popcorn. So while people don't, so while people take Tehuti's teachings, lightly, not lately, lightly, so they can feel comfortable, so they can go home and eat their popcorn and hang out with their friends. Here's what the CIA, the Department of Defense, Department of the Army, and Intelligence and Security Command is doing. Here we are. What does it say here? What does it say? Force of will. Let me go back. Okay, force of will to bring portions of that energy into motion to create reality corresponds with the sun. So is so because in order to attain self-consciousness, the consciousness of the absolute must project a hologram of itself and then perceive it. That hologram is a mirror image of the absolute in itself, of the absolute in infinity. Still exists outside of time and space, but is one step removed from the absolute and is the actual agent of all creation, all reality. The one step removed, that's the conscious realm, is the actual agent of all creation and reality. And the eternal thought or concept of self, which results from this self-consciousness, serves as then it gets cut off. Focus 21. The future, the last and most advanced of all focus states, associated with the Gateway training program, involves movement outside of the boundaries of time space, as in Focus 15, but with attention to discovering the future rather than the past. The individual who has achieved this state has reached a truly advanced level. Except in unusual circumstances, it is probably not attainable except by those who have conditioned themselves through long application of meditation, or by those who have practiced long and hard through use of the hemisync tapes for a period of months, if not years. This was the original hemisync tapes, not all the stuff that's on YouTube. This was the original. It was 1983 from the original Robert Monroe. It's another story though. Here we go. So yes, we were taught by our ancestors, we were taught by the interdimensional beings of light that time was just an illusionary expanse that can be bypassed through consciousness when one is vibrating at the 7 hertz wavelength, living in a pure disciplined state of Ma'at, giving one the ability of discernment to separate good from evil. In this realm, and peeking into the future realm as a means of which to get information from the coordinates to bring back and guide for first yourself, then to others, as a living example of this this time information, to typo there, as a living example. And you bring it through the study and discipline, tapping into the future premonitions in the realm of the Upesh, like the Neteru. Let us tap back in, everybody. Hotep, I am done. Matrix broken. For those of you who appreciated this, wow. For those of you who appreciated this more than the waiter that you have tipped, and if you have learned, or if this has had any type of impact or has advanced your recently current understanding of this specific subject matter, please send your great reciprocity appreciation for whatever you honestly feel that this and the work was worth to support the movement. You can call it Timeless Sight, Nefer Upesh, Sabadors, Light Beings, or any creative title you can come up with, to Cash App, TT Moon, PayPal at Rocky SV. I appreciate the great support, family. Please keep this going. Hotep, I'm done. Support this phenomenon that's happening. Hotep, Please support this and keep this alive. Three hours and 11 minutes. Wow. I'm going to check the chat to see how the people enjoyed it. And then I'm going to honorably read all the great supports that are coming in for this work. If you've ever had a class like this on precognition dreams, send the link to the room. Let us know. If not, please appreciate what's never been done before. This was a special class for me. There's a link in the room for the team to jump in and the supporters. And I'm going to go let the world know the beautiful supporting cash apps that are coming in, because people want to keep the House of the 10 and this phenomenon moving while there's police cars around me. While there's chaos going on. Oh my goodness. Let me go ahead and read these beautiful supports, everybody. First coming in from the wonderful, I had a feeling that the good brother Israel Holy was going to support today. Medu Seneb. I knew it. I had a premonition. I was like, Medu Seneb is going to support today. And I'm going to read it. I want the world to know, and I want the new people to see this is how we keep our own system moving and functioning. When you see a brother or a sister, I'm waiting for the sister, that'd be phenomenal. The brother or a sister, when you see a phenomenal set of time put in to wake people up to this extent, giving you the ancient culture, the scientific documents, the CIA documents, the Neteru videos, the UAP videos, the Paulina Luna videos, the everything that pertains to the dream magic, dream work, and everything that shows when you get asked the question, hey man, this premonition stuff, this is spooky, I'm not into it. Press play on the Tehuti pod class and go disprove them. This type of work that took 3 hours, took 3 hours and 11 minutes to teach. It didn't take 3 hours and 11 minutes to put it together. I am meticulous with putting this together. So if you all appreciate this, please support. Cash App, TT Moon, PayPal at Rocky SV. We got hand claps in the room from I'm Kazani. And let us show the world, let us show everybody, and the new people especially, this is how people show their support of the movement. This is how people show their support of the teachings, the time that's spent. Just like the Matrix show tells people, this person that flips French fries is killing you. Here's his reciprocity, $18 an hour. Keep killing the people. We have to show we create our own system that's based on life and based on positivity and based on all those real testimonies that were given. Shout out to Israel Hoyley for sneak learning. I guess maybe that's all the times he was watching where he didn't support. Shout out to Israel Hoyley. He puts for sneak learning. Appreciate you, Israel Hoyley. We're going to give you a big round of applause. Shout out to Israel Hoyley for sneak learning. Appreciate you. Yeah, Medu Seneb. Medu Seneb for sneak learning. Shout out to you. Appreciate you. You're one of the people that want to keep the House of a 10 and the Tehuti pod class moving. Without the support, this doesn't happen anymore. This is not a YouTube channel with super chats and what's it called, monetization and getting paid per view. Is not that nonsense where you put on a bunch of drama. This is pure truth, facts. I don't get 1 penny from monetization. Nothing is coming from the system. This is the YouTube. This is the movement that's strictly supported by the students, the learners, and the appreciative. I have no bonuses, no sponsors, no none of that stuff coming in. This is all out of the love of Ma'at and the truth. That's Israel Holy, who's known as Medu Seneb. Shout out to the good brother there. I'm going to continue to read the great support that has come in. I see Angela Gates, but I gotta I need to scroll down because it's in a thread. That's interesting. Shout out to let's go down. Let's go from the bottom because there was one from Octavius. Oh, Nut has Here we go. Oh, this one is from. Oh, here we go. Here it is. Boom! I found you. It does it in these threads. So I gotta find like one thread, and then it'll show boop 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 4 of them. But in the email, it'll say the one Cash App. But when I click on it, it'll have 4 of them. Here we go, or 5 or 10. Here we go. Boom, boom. Able to leave a message on the replay. Is anybody else having that issue? He says, why can't I leave comment on the replay? Has anyone gone to the comment section not be able to comment? I have not. Sometimes it automatically does this where it says no comments. I don't know why it does that. I have no idea. I'm going to go check more likely tomorrow and see if I have some podcasts up that you can't comment, because I don't do that. I'm not sure what is doing that. But shout out to Nuthez Sama'at for 1661. Are you here in the chat? Nuthez Sama'at. If so, peace and love to you. Shout out to you. Consistent and always giving support. Peace and love to you. And thank you for sending that message, because we're going to find out why that is. I don't know why that's happening, but we shall find out, because every problem, what is the saying of Tehuti? Every problem starts off as a solution. We have a question in from Phil. He's the same one that sent a question in. Excuse me, everybody, that's a spider here. I must have moved too fast and it kicked off here. Okay. Shout out to Raphael Ortiz. June 13th. This is a simple question that I'm going to put in. I'm going to add this into someone else's question, so we can make it worth the time, without just answering, was bowling in ancient Egypt, yes or no? I'll incorporate another question. If I can't, I'll just come back next week class and just answer briefly. But I like to make things long podcast answer and incorporating things. So we'll see if this incorporates in something that sometimes Dr. LaRoche sends questions that merge into this. One moment, let me get this off me. Okay, we are back. So he says, oh, it wasn't, was there bowling in Kemet? He's saying, what was bowling called in ancient Egypt? Okay, so Raphael Ortiz, I may incorporate this in a question next week, because this question is already acknowledging that there was bowling in ancient Egypt, and I'm going to answer it while answering the source of where that concept came from, as opposed to just saying, here's the word for bowling, as if the same thing that we're calling bowling is what was happening bowling. So we'll get into that. But shout out to you, Rafael Ortiz. We shall get into that, and I will decide probably next week how I'm going to answer that simple answer or incorporate it in a larger one. If there's another question on Kemetic origins, I can throw that in there. All right, everybody. Shout out to Rafael Ortiz. Thank you so much for your continuous support. So that is Nuthes Sama'at, Rafael Ortiz, and I think the next one is 8th. Ooh, okay. The next one is it 8th? Let me see what this one is. Monkey Mat. Monkey Mat. Monkey Mat. Oh, that's something else. Okay, we're gonna scroll up. Grasshopper, here we go. Coming in from Grasshopper, who is 8th. Shout out to everybody who's sending in support for the Tehuti Pod class. The House of 10. It is Cash App, TT Moon, PayPal at Rocky SV. If you watch the history of the pod class, if you've seen the work that's been put in, and you also hear the intro of the work that's been put in since grade 9 to even get all of everybody here, please just support and say thank you, and send in whatever you feel you think this is worth to keep your portion of what you feel the mission is worth. These are things that don't have to be asked of football games and all the things that are worthless in our brain cells. They're automatically supported. Everything that pertains to destruction. So here we go. And here is coming in from image file. Coming in from, who is this? Oh, 8th. Coming in from 8th. 8th, are you in the room? And Ordella, are you in the room? The great duo. Coming in from Grasshopper, who is 8th. Oh, let me tell you something beautiful that this brother's doing. If he's still in the room watching, he's doing what Gabrielle. And anybody press the 9 if you can hear me, because I've seen no movement or even a thank you in the chat since I am Kadzani. I wonder if and there's 40 people watching, and I haven't even seen a thank you in the chat or this was a good answer or anything. I wonder if the chat is locked. So did somebody press a 9 to let me know if the chat's not locked, or did 40 people watch that and not a thank you or anything? I don't know. Maybe my chat is locked. Press a 9 if you can hear me. Can you hear me in real time, Natty? Press a 9 if you can hear me. I don't know if I'm locked.
I can hear it in the kitchen. Going in the kitchen.
Can you hear me saying what I'm saying in here?
No, it's delayed.
Oh, okay. I got a 9 from, okay, we got a 9 from one of the 31 people here. Okay, we got a 9 from I am Kadzani. Okay, I can still be heard. All right, so we got Grasshopper, who is this brother right here. Kings of the Round Table, 8th for today. What this brother's doing that's honorable is he's going back to earlier pod classes from years ago, and I think he's going back and moving forward, and the pod classes that he watches on his own private time, not on a Saturday with all of us, maybe with Ordella or in his own time, he's giving support for the pod classes he had missed, and that's very honorable because those are pod classes that deserve support too. Retetua did that. Someone else did that. I forgot who it was, but I know Retetua did that. Shout out to Grasshopper. And I'm going to give Grasshopper a round of applause. I usually give a round of applause and noises for anything over $20, but Grasshopper and Ordella, what they do. First of all, he's new, so any new person, no matter what they give, they get a round of applause, hand claps. Shout out to you all. But what Grasshopper and Ordella do is they've I've seen them donate support multiple times during one pod class. So sorry. So it always ends up over $20 anyway. So I'm just gonna say, regardless of what I see coming from 8th and Ordella, any amount, they're gonna get a round of applause because I see what they're doing. And it's very honorable, especially for being so new in the pod class. So shout out to 8th, and I'm going to give a shout out to Ordella as well, because they they come as a package. You accept one, accept the other one. All right, shout out to both of them. And Ordella sent a comment, and she said, excuse me, great question with inspired answer. Thank you. I will ask, see, I told you, they come as a package. I will ask 8th to send support. Absolutely. We are Ordella and 8th. You all are great, and it's great to see couples, family. I'm all about family and out, so it is beautiful to see a family. And you two, let me get some more water. You two, because you're supporters, you are allowed to come up onto the panel and say anything that you choose in respect and appreciation in person with your faces shown. Because I do that for the supporters. I want the family and the world to see the names behind the human faces behind the names. So you all are invited at any time to come up to the panel. You can just say peace to everybody. I appreciate the answer. This was beautiful. However you choose, and especially as a couple, we need to definitely shine and show that. I've developed couples in the House of Attend that of people that didn't even know each other, and then they ran away as couples, but at least they became a couple. And they don't say, hey, thank you, Tuti, for that. They just thought it wouldn't actually have happened in the universe. But at any rate, shout out to the couples. Shout out to Amun, Amunet, Ratetua, the Jed, and the many couples, triples, couples, and families here. All right, we're gonna go to what's that? Triples and couples, triple, quadruple, the triple or quadruple. That's an inside joke. Okay, here we go. Shout out to the next support that I see coming in. Philip to the holler. He's another mystery man. He watches the pod class. He loves the pod class. He watches me on other channels that I go to. And he has been supporting. There's a little time gap, but he has been supporting from the beginning. And I'm gonna check, but he doesn't even have to leave a message. We just know ethers. He's watching from somewhere, from a non-disclosed location. Him and Vortex Ninja, from a non-disclosed location. Shout out to Philip Holler. Let me go ahead and show him. Let's give him some big noise. Shout out to Philip Holler. Oh, there was an issue with the screen share. Let me fix that. Philip Holler. Let's see if we can fix this. Boom, boom. What's the issue with the screen share? There it is. Boom. Shout out to Philip Holler. Dr. Philip Holler, appreciate you very, very much. Constantly supporting. He's one of the Min Ma'at. By the way, I think at the end of this month, I have 3 months of Min Ma'at to announce. So I'm gonna do I think 2 months in one and 1 month in the other. By that time I have 2 and 2. So I think I have 4 months of the consistent supporters to announce, and the top supporters in Tutti Pod class. Shout out to Philip Holler. He's definitely of the consistent supporters. He's on every time we do the list, he's on it. Shout out to Philip. Okay, we have a new name, and I give shouts to the new name. The wise pursue wisdom. The fools soon perish. From Elder Craft 0021. That's a new name. So what do I do with new names? I and it's from the heart. So shout out to Eldercraft 0021, who says, "The wise pursue wisdom, the fools soon perish." And that's a nice name also. Let's give a shout out to the new names. All right, now, for the support still coming in, of course, because there was 50 some people at one time that watched the pod class tonight. So let me go ahead and go up. Google Play order receipt, no. Daniel from AI talking to me, no, I don't want that. Oh, I don't know what that even is. Okay, shout out to Eric Robinson. Oh, that's Tehuti Kemba. Tehuti Kemba, are you in the pod class? He was here earlier, but he's all the way from the Netherlands. So people like him, VRI, I think I am Kadzani, but he's even worse, right? And Maharu, their times are like opposite to ours, so he's probably sleeping right now. Shout out to the good brother Tehuti Kemba. Tehuti Kemba, I'm gonna go ahead and show, and I'm gonna read what he says for his respect and his appreciation of the pod class. Let me move the down banner there. He says, Tua, Nefer Saba Tehuti, Amenhotep Ra. Shout out to you, good brother. You're a consistent supporter. Even with under $20. I appreciate. I'm gonna go ahead and give some noise. Shout out to Tehuti Kemba. His name was given to him in an extremely special way. Where I sent him a pic in the rent ceremony. I think it was last year's rent ceremony. And giving him his name, like there was a picture in the background represented his name, and the picture in the background, when he looked into the picture that I chose of an island, he zoomed into the picture and he pointed. Because I told him this is his rebirth, and he zoomed into the picture and he pointed. He said, "Yo, that's the house I was born in. How did you get this picture?" There's a picture in a certificate of the house he was born in when I gave him his new name. And some of the magic that happens in the House of the 10. Can't fake it, can't imitate it. We have Robert Williams saying, he must want a man in the class. Let me see. Robert Williams says, request for Medu Magic classes 8182. Okay, so what I'm going to do, Robert Williams, when I get to your supports, I'm going to show it to the class and then show them how fast you actually get it. So let me click on and see. Custom made teas for pet food. I remember these donations. I think custom made teas, he's one of the original that sent in. One of them, there was another brother that originated it. But he sends in for pet food. Yes, I need pet food for sure. My pets eat. What did I say in the last pod class that one of the brothers was quoting? My snakes eat pigs. My snakes eat pigs. So my snakes eat pigs, and tomorrow they'll be eating full chickens and hens, and it's a different world over here in the pod class. So I'm going to shout out to I'm Kadzani. He gives a 666. This isn't what he usually gives. He usually gives more than this, but when you see this, it's a little understanding that we have for it's a little history for pet food. So so shout out to I'm Kadzani 666. Pet food to Asaba. Uncle Jasaneb. Pet food to Asaba. Uncle Jasaneb. Iniku Kazan. I per E Coot. Shout out to I am Kadzani. Thank you for the pet food. We have this little history thing that we have going on. I appreciate that. So. Pet food. Okay, wonderful. That's I am Kadzani. And I'm looking for Robert Williams. I'm sure he's in here somewhere. Let me go down. Angela straight out the gates, blowing it up. Here we go. Angela straight out the gates. I was thinking about Angela Gates today too. I was like, I haven't seen. I don't remember when I saw support from Angela, but something made me think of, hey, I think today is a good day to see something. And her and Medicine, and lo and behold, the premonition came true. There is Angela straight out the gates. I think this is this may be the largest support of the night so far. I know there's some other ones that I haven't seen yet, but shout out to Angela Gates. Give her an applause. It's $50. $50 from Angela Gates. Shout out to Angela straight out the gates. Let me get some more noise. Shout out to Angela straight out the gates. Appreciate you. She says, for nourishment for my ka. Thank you, Angela Gates, straight out the gates, showing support. Appreciate you. I am Kazani left a message saying, I caught the class at Resi. I look forward to rewinding the class. I have a little hiccup. A hiccup. I have a little hiccup in my finances, but sent tuition. I remember that too. Tuition for the class. But this is worth a lot more. Thank you for saying that for sure. I appreciate the tuition and the little hiccup thing. And of course, I appreciate you saying, for sure this is worth a lot more. Wondering, Gate of Gates. Oh yeah, this class was on Gates, which is Angela's last name. Okay. Gate of Gates. Boom. Thank you, I'm Kazani. And I'm sure you'll fix the hiccup. Let's reverse the hiccup and make the hiccup finances that come in. You keep hiccuping and repeat. Let the hiccup be finances. Every hiccup is more finances coming in. Maybe I should do a class with you on quadrupling your income or helping. How do you reverse the financial hiccups? All right, we have, let me go back and see. We have Grasshopper. I knew it. Grasshopper with a multiple support. Oh, Odella and Ace. I like this couple. I like this. They're moving as a unit. Movement as a unit. This is great. And Ordella and Eight, when you all decide to come to the panel, I would like to hear your breakdown of your great names. I've never heard the word Ordella before, and I would love to hear the interest of the number 8th and 8th in Knights of the Round Table and all these different things. You can elaborate for the House of Attend family what is the great interest in 8th and round tables. Or Orodella and 8th. Good topic. You'll shake it down. I wonder if this was sent before I started. Because it's saying you'll shake it down. Like what I'm about to do. Shout out to you whenever it did come. Appreciate the support. Consistently. This is a new person that just came in. And two people that just came in and they're supporting multiple times every pod class. I don't think there's any pod class since they've come in that they haven't supported, and 90% multiple times. Shout out to Orodella and 8. Good topic. You'll shake it down. That may have been before I even started. And good brother Tehuti, if you're listening, let me know what the new email is, because your email obviously is not working or something, and you have a question with a large donation sent in, and I don't understand the clarity of the question. Shout out to the good brother Tehuti and Ra. Lick it. All right, we have coming in. I have 2 more meals, Nanny. Okay. Support coming in from so that was the end of the game pass offer. Hey, coming in from Zep Tepi Slim. Zep Tepi loves these kind of classes. I don't know if he's still in the room. But shout out to Zep Tepi Slim. He loves classes on the Neteru, and when he supports, his support is usually in the name of the Neteru. Shout out to Zep Tepi Slim. Are you in the room? I'm going to read this here. Anthony Drain, Zep Tepi Slim. Shout out to Wadjet and Nekbet. $10.72. Shout out to you. And update from Sonetter that came in. Thank you, TD. Kiss. Update from Sonetter that came in. Monday at 4 p.m. your time, it's a go. Okay, so for those who are listening, I will be on the Sonetter channel Monday at 4 o'clock Pacific time, and that will be, of course, to discuss a live interview on the topic of the Neteru. And then afterwards, I'm going to have my favorite session, because after I'm done the interview, which I'm not going to show a lot of things in the interview, but there's going to be, they call it the floodgates, let the dogs out. They're going to be floodgates of all these new people that don't even read any of the stories, that are going to come on to challenge me, and that's going to be fun, of course. Sonetter interviews Tehuti live on the topic of Neteru updates, and the update is 4 p.m. Pacific time on Sonetter. Shout out to Zep Tepi Slim. I don't know if he's in the room, but shout out to Zep Tepi Slim for the support. And shout out to all those who are constantly giving support that are coming in even as I'm talking. And here's a brother here that Patabo Damu, he was a Buddhist before he met Tehuti. That's his testimony. He was a Buddhist before he met Tehuti, before he learned from Tehuti. And I did a class on Buddha, and he is now his name is Patra. So we see where that class went. Shout out to Patabo Damu. Are you in the room? Not sure, but Patabo Damu, shout out to you. He says, oh, he's starting to tip in the Mennonite language now. Ra Marie Heru Aku. Oh, tip. Tip for this must be what I talked about today. Okay, it's a tip. Any tip I'm gonna give if you put tip for any specific thing that was taught, you're gonna get a hand clap, and so I'll give a clap to you. Shout out to Patabo Damu. Edward Lorty. This is Patabo Damu, who was a Buddhist before he came across Tehuti. And in one class, he is now sending supports in Neteru. These are real testimonies from real people whose real lives are changing. Shout out to all those who have been around and changing their life and the teachings for years and years and years. The Pathways of the Awakening is a It's a family reunion. That's what it actually is. The Jet Sedem Ma'a. Let me read the whole thing. I'll read it when it's on the screen. Okay, here we go. Coming from another dynamic couple, dynamic duo, dynamic trio, dynamic quadro, because there's children involved, so they dynamic, whatever number applies to them and their children combined. Shout out to the Jet Sedem Ma'a Pa'ut. Let me put on the screen, read it. Shout out to the Jet Sedem Ma'a Hemt Pa'ut Ku and Retetua. And just so everybody knows, this is the only brother. This is the only one who received her ran in the pod class, who has his mate's name. His mate is in his name. So that Hempt part of his name, that's Retetua in his name before she got her name. It's a beautiful story to that. But shout out to the Jetsidem Ma'a Hempt Pautsku and Retetua, who was a beautiful young lady you saw on the screen on the panel in the beginnings. Then they get a hand clap. Shout out to them. I wonder why it doesn't repeat. Okay. Shout out to the beautiful Aout. And the beautiful thing about this family here is that their children are involved in the teachings. They make sure, and their daughter is phenomenal. The daughter is phenomenal. The children are involved in the teaching, and their latest child is born with a Neteru name, who has an entire class dedicated to her. I did a class dedicated to the unborn child. A few of them, at least 3 of them. And then one dedicated to her name. She got like a Ren ceremony name all on a set. So it's a special family that is there. They have a beautiful story to tell the new child. All right, everybody. Supporters who have saw the class, those who saw it, send in your support. Even if you saw past classes, just say thank you for those classes. Thank you for what you're doing for the world. Thank you for what's happening, and support the House of Attend, the only movement that is doing this. We have Mahogany, who is let me put the whole thing in here. Mahogany, who is FRB. I'm going to read a couple more, then I'm going to take a little break and put some testimonies on. Dr. Mahogany, are you in the room? Or are you with the children? Mahogany. Shout out to Mahogany, who always gives me a diamond. And let's see what she says. She says, we'll watch the replay. I appreciate your wisdom. 666. Shout out to Mahogany. She must have had to do something. And we appreciate your great support. Shout out to you, Mahogany. Appreciate you. All right. Great supporters, great people who saw the class. Students that I haven't heard from in a while. Shout out to wherever you may be. I don't know what. Who are you? Lisa. What happened to Lisa? So many too many to name. Mary Sekhmet. Shout out to everybody. I just know the churches are full. The churches are full. The Hebrew Israelites, Shabbat, Shalom gatherings are full. All the nonsense is full. So maybe one day, if people would, the truth can also represent that which is full. But you have to be in nonsense. You have to be in nonsense to have huge gatherings. Who knows? You have to be in nonsense to have huge gatherings. Shout out to Vortex Ninja, who says support with his favorite number 7. Shout out to you, Vortex Ninja, if you're watching. Peace and love to you, and continue to support. All right, everybody, where are the monster supporters? Let me go and scroll down, go backwards, go down. Are there any we have the I see well, Robert E. Williams twice. Let me read this one. I heard somebody come in the room. Let me see what's happening here. I can't see the room. I heard a boop. Let me go ahead and save this, and then I'm going to check the room to see who just booped in. And I'll let them in. Okay. Let me go ahead and pull the screen. And I see the little brother Amun. There he is, straight from work, straight to the screen. He wastes no time. How you doing, good brother Amun?
I'm doing good, Saba. Thanks for asking. Uncle Justin, up to you. Let's go for this beautiful class. Let's go for all the things you put in the class. There's a enormous amount of synchronicities that were inside this class. Thank you very much for yourself. But how are you doing?
I'm doing wonderful. I'm doing good. Shout out to you and all those who truly appreciate the class. I was putting the class together, and I was like, this question is. It seemed like Amun had asked it, but let me throw in some little things for Amun. Let me throw in some gateway stuff. Let me tie them both together, because it's good to be into the psyops and the government conspiracies and the government secret. All those are my favorites too. What's even more beautiful is when I show the psyops and the government programs are trying to study us. They're trying to study they want the magic too. So it's like, look at them. They openly said consciousness can elude time and space, and they're trying to get there through dreams too. And we can move forward in time, backward in time. I have to drop a lot of extra jewels though. I took a lot of things from other pod classes and added a lot of other stuff I never said ever before. The Saba, the coordinates. Oh man. But I'm doing great though. Thanks for asking, brother.
Hey, Nuke Saba, and it's great that you are doing great. And I think one of my favorite parts of the class was when you showed Anna Paulina Luna talking about the interdimensional light beings, and then you connected it to the Neteru. And then you started speaking about the Neteru and how they're interdimensional beings that came here and taught us about that realm because they're from that realm. That was so good. That was so good. And I hope a lot of people listen to that part, because a lot of people like the aliens and the UFOs and stuff, and then they make a distinction between that and then like ancient gods, or people would say from different cultures. And for you to put that together and show how it connects, That is so powerful right there. So to us, Saba.
Nini Ook. Zetevi Slim says, barely here. The grandkids just fell asleep. Shout out to you. And yeah, absolutely. I'm gonna be on Neteru Monday. My Neteru class is gonna be moved to Tuesday. I'll be on Neteru Monday at 4:00, and that's one of the topics I'm gonna bring up. All the people that say that the Neteru aren't real, and the mythologies of the gods. Can you please disprove all the UAP and the phenomenons and the interdimensional beings and all the things that are going on? It sounds like the mythologies you're reading about. It sounds like those are principles too. So this is real as if it's happening today. But when people are in a more pure state in the middle of Africa, and they say, well, here's the good ones that actually helped us. The mythological. Okay, well, here's the one. These guys look like insects, and we haven't verified if they like us yet. We haven't verified that they're giving us perm harus. So, all right, shout out to this coming out. I knew it. I knew it, and I said it, and I said July though. The second batch came out, by the way. So the second ones came out. Wait till July. This batch is better than the last one. And July is gonna be good, man. And then wait till I can never say his name. Munch. I can never say his name. He's the main guy. Munch. I can't say. You know what I'm talking about, the main guy that saw the EBEs, the first guy to come into the House of Representatives and say, I was there. He calls them biologics. Grunch, he's the main whistleblower. I can't say his name, but wait till he wins and comes out with what he wants to come out. No, because the last phase is going to be the biologics. I can't wait for that. They're going to show the beings now. Now I want those to be the mythologicals. All right, shout out to Robert E. Williams Jr. He says, you have awakened my... I love his titles, man. I love Robert E. Williams' titles. You have awakened my dreams, Tua. I'm going to give him some big noise. You have the better noises than me.
And yes, the FIU really works.
To play by their rules.
Thank you, Robert E. Williams. And I am Kazani says, I watch and follow remote viewers, etc. And Bobby Hammett mentioned one of them back in the 80s that were spying on them. I don't know who the them is. It was crazy for me as I follow and watch both and certified it for me. Interesting. I need some clarity on this. But they were spying on Bobby Hammett, or shout out to you. You said it's certified it for you. I'm glad you enjoyed it. I'm glad you followed that topic. And if you follow that, you're gonna love this class. Go back and watch this class. These classes are the verification classes. The Neteru classes are the how to do it once it's verified. and some extra jewels. There's some extra stuff in here. I thought it was turning into a Neteru class. There's some extra stuff in here that I was just excited.
Another synchronicity that happened, Sabo, was you brought up the dream book. And I had looked at that, I think, last week. I was reading it. I did not understand it. I knew that they meant something, but I didn't know why certain things were the way they were. So when you mentioned the close part and explained why it says that blew my mind. That was a real jewel for me in a synchronicity, because I saw that and I didn't know why it meant what it meant.
Beautiful. And when did you see that, by the way?
It was last week.
Oh, and it's interesting that last week is when I did the class, the Manetta class about the clothes before I even talked about the dream book. I talked about get the devil off the back, change your clothes. That's interesting. That's an interesting synchronicity. And yeah, if anybody tries to just open up that dream papyrus or reading it, you'll be thrown out the window. You'll be like, what? What? How could this mean this? What is this? What you need the full culture to understand what's going on in there, because like good, bad, then and then a lot of sentences are cut off, chopped up. But I love it. I could do men in a class just walking through that book. All right, we got here's the supports coming in. Everybody is at the end of the supports. Everybody, nobody, 60 people saw the class. Let me go down and scroll down. I know there's oh, here we go. Robert E. Williams for the classes. Now, here we are, everybody. So Robert E. Williams, I don't know if you're here, but let me show everybody how we work. I'm going to do this, and then Amun is going to give some big noises. I'm going to get Amun to read this one, and give some big noises, and then we watch how this happens. I got to take a break in about 10 minutes. So here's Robert E. Williams. Let me go ahead and show this. I'm going to give him some big noise. All right, there you go, Amun. I want you to read that. And then give him some noise.
5072 from Robert E. Williams Jr. for Medu Class 81 and 82. Tua for your teachings.
Thank you very much.
Oh my goodness, man.
Oh,
Pardon me, Sabo, for playing it when you're about to speak.
Oh, that's okay. That's what I was going to say. That's what I was going to say. Give him some big noise. Wow. So is Robert E. Williams in the room, by the way?
I did see that at 10:24 your time, he said Neteru Pesh in the chat.
Oh, okay. So everybody, what Robert E. Williams sent in for was the Men Netter class, Men Netter Monday class. I'm sure most people in the room watching know what that is. If there's any new people, you can ask. And so he sent in for 2 recordings, which I taught about today in the class, that you can get the recordings. And one of the brothers, he was asking, when is it going to restart from 1 again? I'm not sure what. I'm not sure what's going on with that. I'm not gonna. But they're available, and so he sent it in. This is his supports, and he already has them. Hey, Eminette popped up. Yay! All right, peace, Eminette. I'm tired.
Peace, grace, opportunity to offer this very extremely deep class. I'm very appreciative of it, and I'm excited to go back and take notes on it, and I'm very happy with all this. And I had synchronicities as well. I put it in the chat. There was it was kind of 2 in 1. One about the Focus 15, and then in general the Monroe tapes. That was a synchronicity for me.
Oh wow! Yeah, send those, and I'm curious to find out what. I know about Focus 15. What's going on? Okay. Wow, that's Oh yes. You know what? As I was putting the class together, I was putting all those little extra jewels. I was like, hey, Emma, that you've mentioned on different pod classes, Robert Monroe. So when I got to that part, I was like, hey, this is perfect. More confirmation, and I didn't even read the parts, but because there's so much to it. But they say his name in there in the file. They say his name, and the Hemi syncs that are on YouTube. There's real ones and there's fake ones, but the Hemi syncs that are on YouTube, they're from that project. It was originally that project there, and Robert Monroe was helping. They were using Robert Monroe. Robert Monroe, he was doing it. He had his own project going on, and then the Department Army had one going on, and but a lot of people from YouTube don't know that the Hemisyncs was originally used by the Department of the Army. That it was a government thing, and it wasn't available to everybody walking around. That was a classified stuff. Now there's 1,000 of them on YouTube. Do you have the real ones? I'm gonna play. I have the real ones. I have the actual. I have the real ones, not the ones. Do you have the real ones?
Oh, we have. I mean, I think they're the real ones. It's his voice. It sounds so old. It's like really old, a little grainy, a little bit.
Yeah,
like 5 different waves.
5 what?
I think it has like 5 different waves, and within each wave is like maybe 5 to 6 tapes.
Yes, that's the real ones that you don't even really see when you go to YouTube. It's a whole bunch of New Age people and New Age ones, but those are the ones he put out, the ones that worked in his project. So shout out to you for having those ones and finding those real ones. All right, so shout out to so Robert E. Williams has those 2 classes. I'm gonna scroll down. We got the Jed Mohammedi Vortex Ninja. I did Robert E. Williams' regular supports, and who's this? Oh, Daryl. Oh, okay. Daryl with the 508. Daryl with a 5.8. Let me show this, and I'm gonna take a break. Daryl the 508 is for pod class. Shout out to Daryl. Pod class. He's been doing 508 since the Killer Tuesdays. He said he doesn't want to change it because of what it represents. Shout out to him and his meaning. Okay, we have I see Amonets twice. But let me I'll save one of them for later. Yeah, I saw Atef again, but he always comes up. Oh. I wonder if Atef has me or the podcast on some automatic thing. I'm actually getting curious now because how do you send a Cash App? I don't know. If you send a Cash App, I don't know how these. Is there automated Cash Apps?
I'm not entirely sure. I haven't seen it, but there might be.
Okay, maybe it's automated. I'm not sure because from what I know, you gotta send the Cash App the same way that you text. I don't know. You gotta put your hands on it. So I'm not sure if it's automated. But shout out to a 10 for Kim Ma'at. Hotel Ma'at 2 Asian, I think that's what it says. 333. I think that's what it says because that's all that it always said for years. Zeb Sebi Slim says the hitman Bobby Lee Hammett straight out of Mullen. The hitman. The hitman Bobby Lee Hammett straight out of Mullen, South Carolina. Okay. Shout out to Bobby. I keep hearing he's passed, and then I need some confirmation. I've heard twice now that he's passed away. He's two times I've said R.I.P. to Bobby Hammett, and they're completely different years. So I need someone to confirm. Let me see an obituary. Shout out to Bobby Hammett and reason and cause of death. R.I.P. to him if it's actually true. Peace and love to him. If it's not true, because I would never want to hear anything happen to him. He only had good intentions. It doesn't matter if I can disprove or debate him or whatever, some things unverified, whatever it may be. I knew him, met him, spent time in his living room, and his intentions were only good. He didn't have any. There was no ego views involved. There was no. He didn't have any of that. So out of a lot of brothers that were YouTube famous and VHS famous, he only portrayed. He believed that everything he taught was the truth that I saw. He wasn't trying to do any kind of deception. Even if the information was wrong, he wasn't manipulating it to make it wrong that I saw. So Bobby Hammett was a good heart. And a lot of people that used to study Bobby Hammett have come over to Tehuti because they say, wow, you're a lot of the topics that Bobby Hammett talks about, but you're showing it and actually living. You're showing the things. So shout out to Bobby Hammett. Several people are here from him. I think Zeb Tebi Slim, obviously he's Bobby Hammett. He loves Bobby Hammett. What's his sister's name? FRB, Medu Seneb. So Zeb Tebi Slim, let's see if he's confirming something. He's still with us. I'll try to get by there and see him. And Sister Linda, see? Yeah. There's a big difference in YouTube's teaching, absolutely. There's huge differences and definitely. But there's points of similarities that I can vibe with him. But when we met, we discussed a lot of our differences, and it caused waves in the room, and pictures are falling off the walls. We weren't yelling at each other though, but it was just an intense frequency. So thank you, Zeb Tebi Slim. I've heard he's passed twice. He's a good brother, and I would like to bring him back. I'll let everybody know if I have to be the one. If I have to bring him back into the interest, I don't know what happened. If we just lost interest, but I would like to see him come back and get updated. And he has a lot of people that love him that would love to see him teach again, and I would love to kind of filter the things. I'd love to give him the sources on what he's teaching about. So shout out to Bobby Hammond. He's great. He's a great heart. All right. We have Anpu, good brother Anpu, who's not going anywhere. I'm gonna read his, and I'm gonna read Amunet's, and then I must take a break. Nana, she'll be able to hear me. Ooh. Ooh. Oh, really? Thank you for telling me that, Zep Champion. There's solutions to that. I hope. Thank you for telling me that. There's solutions to that. I learned a lot from him too, but Saba is so advanced. Yeah, so all followers of Bobby Hemmett, all people that are out there, you're definitely free invited to come to the pod class. Continue your knowledge. I'm gonna smile when Nanny came in. Come continue your journey over here. I have it all for you. Hey, Nanny.
Sit there one moment. Get rid of this. Okay.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Did you call me?
Yeah, I'm ready to take a break right now. I'm ready to eat.
Okay, I'll let you know as soon as it's done.
Okay.
And then I'll get on.
Okay. Read that for me. I'm going to give him some noise for me.
Anpu Ma'at Sugar Heka, $20. Or thank you for the knowledge.
Yeah, we're here. And we're back. Thank you for the knowledge. I love the House of Atu.
I'll just say a little jabby jab. He won by a couple of jabs, you know. He took some jabs, you know. I'm representing the House of Icon right now. The Neteru. The Neteru. That's how you say it.
Hotep, the great Saba Tudiam Hotep Ra, the great Nanny Osset Mur, to all the people in the chat, all the supporters, we send in support. The great Saba Tudi, support him, support the House of Aten for all that Saba Tudi does. Welcome back, Saba.
Thank you.
You knew.
Thank you. The Neteru. I just told Nanny today that a lot of people have similar voices to a lot of people. But there's nobody that has, Neteru has some type of voice. I don't know if there's something about it that it's unique and it has some type of authority or something to it where he has a voice like, it's raspy and very melanated. If son ever comes to the truth and starts, I would love for him to just come over to the pure truth and teach something with that voice and that authority in the channel, and do a class on something that people will listen to him because of the voice and his authority. Shout out to Son, though. I'll be there Monday. I think I'm the only one, I'm going to mention it too, I think I'm the only one that's ever been on the channel that he's never had to say, no cursing, or let the other person speak, or it's not your turn, we didn't get you yet. He doesn't have that issue with me. Shout out to Tim. I don't even want to give him any extra stress. That's why I don't really. A lot of things just slide because when I watch him in the arguments and the stuff, I'm like, oh my goodness, he can't. I don't want to give him one more argument. All 6 hours, they're just like, oh my goodness, like, whoa, how strong is this man's heart to just be in that fighting thing all day and just, man, oh my, hearing every grown men scream. I'm like, I'm not gonna come to the Sound Editor channel and add any stress or anything to him or nothing. He's just, it's like, holy smokes, man. But then I think he has to like it though. He has to like it because he must like it, but that can't be good for health. I'm gonna tell him that too. Like, you're gonna be doing this another 15 years. You're gonna do this when you're 75. Like, still, listen, man. Yeah, shout out to him though. You gotta have a strong heart to just. Oh gosh, I'm like, those guys should look like Ronnie Coleman, man. If they put the time into that arguing 6 hours a day, 4 hours a day, and then they go to 2 other channels when it's done, you all don't see that part. When the Sound Editor channel is done, they go to there's 2 other ones they go to, so it's like 8 hours a day. Like, you all should have the best 6-packs, pecs with veins, and you all should look like the AI that's on your Facebooks. And I go to your Facebook and see all these guys look like Kevin LeBron and Flex Wheeler. All right, shout out to everybody playing their part in whatever role they're playing. All right, shout out to Son Editor for doing what he does, because even though there's a lot of chaos and everything over there, it's beneficial. I still watch some things, and he does give everybody a voice, and it's beneficial. You see arguments and debates that of topics that a lot of people watching this podcast would lose to. If they try to step up there, and try to defend the Neteru, a lot of people here would get demolished over that. So it does make you sharp when everybody's against you. Except Heavy Slim is Simon's arch rival. What's going on? No, he doesn't. He doesn't embrace commit, and he says he doesn't. He says he does. That's the thing about him. He says openly he doesn't. So I don't know what to. When I went there the second time, I was like, "Son, we got to talk about you following Ma'at." But then I realized he openly says he's not a follower of it, so I can't hold him to tenets. He said, even if I read it, he said, if they wrote it and I read it, so what? I said, what? So what if I read it? So what if it says such and such did this? What's that got to do with me in 2020? I'm like, okay, so shout out to Son Editor and all that he's done by bringing people to the forefront. All right, here we got Amun and Amunet, Tua for being the. Oh, sorry, you read that. That's yours. Any of you
$45 for Tua for being the Saba doorway to changing lives with the Blue Eve.
All right, give yourself some big noise, please. Yay. Thank you for reading it.
Big Papa Kurt.
I was doing that to Kurt.
Where's Nuku tonight? Huh. Oh, sorry about that. What? You must have fallen asleep. Shout out to Nuku. I'm sure I hope to hear his comments about me going on Son. His name is Frank Gary. Oh man. Shout out to everybody and the role that they play in this world of seeking truth. People say to me, "You still going Sonetter, man? There's so much chaos and so much stuff." And I've said, that's one of the reasons I go, because there has to be a beacon of there has to be a beacon of discipline. If you can go somewhere and it's all the Hebrews are there, everybody's screaming. There are several people that watch the Sonetter channel that could be their first day watching it, their first week. They're not caught up in the screaming yet, not in all of that. They actually are there because they're looking for knowledge. That's where I got Drip Skylark from. That's where Dr. LaRoche came from. That's where Mary Sekhmet came from. I think that's where Maharu came from. So if I didn't go to Sonetter, there wouldn't be a Mary Sekhmet, there wouldn't be a Dr. LaRoche, there wouldn't be a Maharu, and who else did I? And there wouldn't be a Drip Skylark. Thank you. So Sonetter plays his role, putting together the arguments, the debates, and within all that, it creates a hard, a tough skin for people to if you want to defend yourself, if you want to test your skills and defend yourself, go there and see if you can deal with the ISFET. When I go there, I get all the ISFET, and I'm still like this, so it's not a tough environment for me because I don't never change character. But they will challenge your beliefs, and there'll be guys that'll throw up Netter and throw up different things, and it keeps you keeps you on point. But what's that? Yeah, it keeps you sharp. That's for me, though. That's for me. I wouldn't say, hey, I'm gonna go spend 20 hours watching Elder Yara scream at Zaquan, and go spend 20 hours watching Unquest scream at this person and ask, give me your Addy, what's your location? That's not beneficial, but she and everybody benefits when they watch my interaction, like you all watch my interaction with the streets. It's how will Tehuti behave within a bunch of screaming, angry men that are arguing about the Neteru and don't even know why, because when they go home at night, they don't care about the Neteru. I'll reach in there and I'll grab the truthful people. Without the Sonetter channel, there wouldn't have been, you would never have seen me with Jabari. You never would have, it's a part of the legacy of how you see me interact with these debates. So shout out to him and what he does. I only expect from him what he says that he is, and he's a great promoter. He doesn't claim to follow Ma'at. He doesn't none of that. So I'll be there Monday. Tune in. All right, I think I have one more to read, and then I'm going to take a break. And that is the Neteru seat with Amun and Amunet. And where is Nutku? Kisbetu hasn't been in the Neteru classes, in several classes, but he definitely said he'll never miss one. So I don't know if this is internet or what's happening. All right, here we go, everybody. Amun Amunet for the Neteru seats. I'm going to get her or Amun to read it, whoever would like to. I can't see the screen right now. Neteru seats. All right, let me come to the screen and see who's here. Amunet is there. Hey. All right, here you go, Amunet. Boom. Take a break after this.
$80 for Neteru class seats and recording for 6/15/26.
thank you for reading that, Amunet. And I guess
Yes.
you're the sound lady. Amun is away, so go ahead and give yourselves some big noise. Boom.
You are watching a
Oh my goodness! Spirit of the next, spirit of the next, spirit of the back, spirit of the head.
Everything is beautiful in life.
What's happening at Eddie Matrix?
All right, there we go. Oh, why do I keep putting them? What's happening? Okay, there you go. All right, sorry about that. There you go. I had to tag team with you because I wanted to get those extra sounds in and get that. It's a big support, so I wanted to show my appreciation on top of you giving sounds for yourself. All right. Okay, everybody, I'm going to take a little break right now. I'm going to let Amonet talk, and then Nania Setmer probably come on and talk. I see your name on the screen. And hopefully some more supports will come in. I'll read them. For those of you who just tuned in right now, look at the beautiful topics. I'm trying to I'm having fun with the thumbnails now. I'm enjoying doing these thumbnails with these fonts that I'm experimenting with. Look like a movie now. So there it is, everybody. It's I'm having fun with these fonts here, 3-dimensionals. Tehuti answers questions. Tehuti answers on the science of dream promotions. That one really looks like a movie thing, the way that it's angled. Tuti answers on the science of dream promotions. Dream premonitions. Tuti answers on the... What was all that noise? Oh. Hey, I see the pretty Nat. Tuti... You all can't see her, I see her. All right, Tuti answers on the science of dream premonitions. Is it possible to see the future in your dreams? I really like this flyer. Beings that can move between time are here. Sonetter interviews Tehuti live on the topic of the Neteru update, which I gave the update today. Send in your live questions with reciprocity to Cash App TTM Moon or PayPal at RockSV. From Saba Tehuti, the first one to reawaken the world to the truth that the Neteru were real living beings according to the words of the ancestors. And then Amun's favorite, one of his favorite parts, interdimensional light beings of Kemet. And then Amun, do the high elites in the government practice dream premonition magic? Man, there's so much in this class. Whoa. There's a lot of topics. I used to do 5 to 7 answers a pod class, maybe about half an hour long. Now I'm doing 3-hour answers, but it's really, look at all the things that are answered on here. This is, whoa. Oh, and of course, another synchronicity with Amun, Kemetic Papyrus of Dreams. And then, this I've been wanting to add this for several pod classes. I was waiting. I found a way to sneak it in this one. It wasn't really, it didn't have to be a part of this answer, but I had to put this in. Can something exist in 2 places at the same time? This is something I've always wanted to show because prior to today's pod class, the things that were existing in 2 places at the same time were subatomic particles with the double slit experiment and the what they call photonic tickling. I forgot what else they called it right now. I'm tired. But the photonic tickling but not that atomic structures can be in two places at one time. It's getting bigger now. It's getting bigger and bigger, and soon it will be shown in today's world that it's people too. It's to get bigger and bigger. So this is the podcast for all those who just tuned in. I'm going to take a break. We got the beautiful Nanny Mer joined us. She's going to talk for a bit. I'm going to go get revived because I've done enough. I'll be back, everybody. Hotep. Support the podcast. Peace.
Enjoy your break, Saba. Hotep.
Thank you.
And Hotep to you, Nanny.
Greetings, Nanny. I'm about to get off because I have to give this meal to Saba, but I was hoping that you all could mention just talk a little bit about this upcoming pathway, just a little bit, I guess, till I get back, and then show them the for the if you have a picture available to show them the walk-in ma'at. I mentioned earlier when I was on that you two were the winners of it, of the one last year, and so I figured you guys maybe talk a little bit about it and show that, and then talk about the presentation itself, like a little bit. That. But before you do, you give a moment. Now, this podcast was really, really, really amazing, and it hit home because I was sharing with Saba this morning that I've been having dreams like that. Well, the dreams have come true. I've never really had any that are like super tragic. There was one in I believe in 94. In 1994, there was a really bad earthquake in Japan, and I did have a dream. I even felt it and everything, and it woke me up out of my sleep. But before I woke up fully, I saw some images, and before in the dream, I saw some images of the houses were literally, when they fell apart, they just stacked on top of each other like a house of cards or something like that. That's how they stacked on top of each other, and there was like some lighting, swinging, and stuff like that. Now the next day, or either the next day or that same day but later, they announced that there was a big earthquake, a huge earthquake that passed, and images and things, and then they described it. They described it by saying that when the houses came down, they were like house of cards. Same thing So that was most tragic. I've had a lot of other premonitions, but they're usually happier. Yeah. So okay. So if you can do that, I'm going to stop out for a second there, and then I'll be back.
Okay. Tua.
Tua for sharing, Nanny.
Yes. Peace and love to everyone who is listening, to everyone who has supported the great Saba Tehuti today for this beautiful, magical, and powerful podcast. And as Nefer and Nanny Osetmer was explaining about the pathways earlier and about the walk-in ma'at, we will go over a little bit about the walk-in ma'at and our experiences. And for me, the walk-in ma'at was extremely beautiful. It really does something for those who participated, and speaking for myself, when you are speaking in front of an audience, and of course these people mean a lot to you, and it really does something to you when you speak and you teach in front of these people, and I don't know how to explain it, but it definitely does something or it did something to my own mind, my body, and I know it helped me advance in certain ways, and it also helped with memory as well, because when I was teaching and what I taught on, it like compacted the memory of what I was teaching about and speaking about. And so that was really, really helpful for me. And it is something that I remember for sure that is like a helpful tool for me now moving forward. So I'm really thankful for that moment. And I loved that both Amun and I did it together. So we were teaching of eternal life. I was teaching on the Ankh, and Amun will speak about his a little bit more. And I broke down what I learned from Sabatuti, of course. And I just love the fact that everyone came together and that it was at the the PTA event as well. Yeah, so it was really beautiful for me, and I really liked the feeling and the benefits that I got from that. So to Nanny for that, and yeah, that was my experience.
Well, for sharing on that.
Yeah.
The walking mod, it was really good. It puts you in this zone or frequency while you're presenting, and makes you feel very imbued with mod, with the culture. What I taught on was what people call the Egyptian collar, or the Kemetic collar of immortality. I taught on that and how it relates to protection and the wings of Heru and the wings of the vulture, the mother, and resurrection, and all these different things that I learned from Sabatuti. It felt good to be wearing it and teaching on it, and to be able to see how I can teach and repeat the information to a crowd of people in front of me, and see how I convey the information. So it was really good. I liked it a lot. There was a reward. Yes, there's a reward. I mean, you can get it if you want.
Yeah.
There's a reward that we got, which is beautiful. It was great to see everybody else come and teach as well. It was Harass, her and her daughter. They made the fan. They put it together. That was real beautiful. That was great. See Kespetu teach on Kansu was great. And this is the reward that we got. Very beautiful. Yeah, to all Nanny. It was very, very beautiful. And I'm happy that there was a walk-in mob for sure.
Hey. Wow. It is really nice. Okay. So yes, that's one of the many events that that happens there. And there was other little sub events and things of things of that nature. And also I wanted to briefly, and if you all could be ready to put the podcast the email, the podcast email, and this is this is for all who are interested. We will be giving more information. You know, maybe a video, a flyer, and things like that, and also say the admission price and things like that. We're going to have that for you by next week. But I want that that email up for those. We have something special this time for those that, for example, like Robert Williams, Maheru, people that are extremely, whether it's far or not able to come to the physical, not limited to just them, but I think I am Kazani, people like that. That may be, if it was a different type of situation, they would be able to come to Los Angeles to the event. This is not a, it's not a, let me just put a disclaimer, it's not a substitute for the actual Pathways to Awakening course. But it is a way that one can still feel a part of it. Yes, so I'm just gonna say that much. So if you are interested in that, please go ahead and email your inquiry. The admissions would still be the admissions, something like that. Well, the the participation would still be the same, but there is certain things that you'll be privy to because of one situation, because you wouldn't be actually there, but we'll still try to give you an experience at least. So if you are interested, you're not able to come. But this is, again, let me say, this is not to substitute the real thing. So if you usually come and if you normally come, please, we're expecting you and see you and have a lot of fun to meet Saba in person. Another thing too that I was thinking of is if any of you have your books, and if you, let's say you print it out, and one of you have a little reciprocity, maybe he'll go ahead and sign your book if you want to come in person and have Saba sign your book if you print it out. That's a thought there. And I think that's it for now. I did want to mention, because I know people are going to probably come back to look at how's it called when it's over, like just go back and look at this.
The replay?
Yes, the replay. So if so, I didn't want to mention this. So Sacred Room Gathering. So that is in August, and it is it's like a sub, not two. It's every Sunday, and every Sunday. No, not every Sunday. It's from August to October. It's 4 months. We meet once a month on a Sunday, and it is designed for sent to you, just sisters, and there's 4 of them, and we have the first one is an open one for all sisters are welcomed, and then the 2 in the middle, the second and the third one, are closed ones, and then the last one, the 4th one, is where we do invite. It's for the sisters. It's another open one, and we do invite the brothers as well. And that is something that's provided. I facilitate it, and it is online. You ask for reciprocity. We'll get more into that later. There's reciprocity for the classes. It's a form of how to utilize what we learn here, or how to whether it's just doing some meditations, doing some let's say there's some activities and exercises that we can do, and along, like I said, with the meditation, and then the group, and then there's like-minded sisters in the group, and we are doing things to kind of know, how do you use this? How do you use Ma'at outside of the podcast? Like how do you even utilize it, because it's very important to saturate yourself with ma'at the best way one can. So this is just it's something to kind of help, uh, if you have like well, even if you're single, but if you have like family or children or things like that, it's very family oriented, and it kind of just helps as a uh, woman or sister, and to know that there's others that also have maybe going the same things that you may be going through, and also there's also an opportunity to have a one-on-one with myself, and then at the end there's the last one. Um, there's the one where the brothers are involved. I like that one. Well, I like them all, of course, but I like that because it kind of gives the brothers an idea of what their mates are experiencing and going through. Because I do encourage them when I do meditations. I do encourage them to, do the meditations together. They don't have to necessarily come to all of them to do the meditations. They could, and things like that. Um, and if you'd like to talk a little bit about it, I'm Lynette and Amun, since you all participated in it. Briefly.
Okay. Okay, well, the womb circle in general, you want me to talk about it in general, right?
Yeah, general. I kind of generalize it. So you just maybe your own personal experience of what you think.
Okay. Well, the womb circle is very, very nefer. It's extremely helpful, and the one thing I love about it the most, or at least one of the things I love about it the most, is the fact that it is like a community of sisters where we can connect and all those things. And I love the meditations, things like that, and of course the when we go over the axioms and stuff together, I really, really love that as well. And so yeah, it's a very powerful experience, and I could go a lot deeper, but I'll keep it brief. But yeah, I love it very much. So if you're interested, I definitely encourage you to join the NEF for SWG.
Oh.
All right, cool. That says, with how good it is, especially for her, for women, and for me as a male attending the last one, it's good to see what Amunet and other sisters have been doing, see the connection they've been forming, and to learn about what a woman Netert in Ma'at does, how they go about doing certain things, like how Amunet said going over the axioms. I like that part. A lot of the axioms were centered around family and the women and what they're supposed to do, and also to do the meditations and do certain things to get an idea of um, what is going on inside the SWG and how it benefits them, and then also seeing how it benefits us by being at the last one and by benefiting Amunet. I like it.
Yay! Thank you. If you want to quickly put the SWG email, and we'll be talking a little bit more about it as we get closer. But if you are interested, you can just send a email showing your Nini Uk. I am Kuzani. Welcome back.
Hey, okay, yes, thank you. All right, wonderful, everybody. Nice build on the pathways, and we got Island Snake here. He wants to give me Hey Roo for this one. You got
I don't know, Saba. I really like K-Roo.
I know he's beautiful too. Great conversations, great updates, and next week when the podcast starts, when more people are here, Nana will give the more updates on the pathways in the beginning of the podcast because most of those people aren't even here anymore. Maharus and VRIs and all everybody. But at any rate, okay, I'm gonna check to see if there's any more supports given. If not, we can go ahead and close it up and get our nights rolling. Robert Williams here. Delete that. Anyone else? Let's see if I'm gonna scroll and see if I missed anyone at all. TT Moon, if you can hear me. If you haven't done it yet, press decline. And the Cash App, I'm going to delete that. And any other anything sent. Let's see if anything I missed. Payment received, no. Okay. All right, I believe it's everything. Let me open this one. Israel Holy, Enterprise, Mahogany. Okay. All right. Well, okay. I guess that is it for the night. We can go ahead and do some closing statements and do the affirmation and close out this wonderful night.
So Tep Uncle Justin Eb to you, Emer to you, Great Saba Tuti Amunhotep Ra, Tep Marie to you, Tef Saba Tuti, to your net turts, and y'all said Murin Titi Amun for holding up your Dejed, your Ka E hidden hands, to all of your animals, and all of the energies and forces and Neteru that sustain, protect, and guide you in your out. 12 for this beautiful class, Great Saba. I appreciate it. I'm looking forward to telling you some of the other synchronicities privately. There's some. This class was like magically tailored for why I'm gonna ask the question. It was perfect. So 12 very much, Great Saba. 12 for going over everything that you did, and I really do like light beings part. At that part, I was at work and I had the opportunity to sit down and really listen to it and stuff like that. I mean, the things I would do to have one of the Neteru from the past to pop up in front of me. Oh man, oh Saba. I just think about how the ancestors lived in nature and how this all came about. The story's so beautiful. I thank you so much for bringing that story to us, being the echo and head of that. It's such a beautiful thing, Saba. I appreciate you so much. That's one of the reasons why I love talking to you so much because I am talking to the Neteru. I'm talking to the Neteru Saba Tuti Amunhotep Ra, and I don't. It's hard to put into words. It's just like this magical feeling. I feel this class really conveyed that. So to Saba, for going over the science side of the premonitions and how they're happening. I appreciate that. I've had premonition dreams, but all of them were, I mean, most of them were random things that happen in life. Nothing really too deep. So I appreciate you, Sab. I appreciate everything that you do, for all the time you put into this, and for choosing this question. I know we said multiple, so I'm thankful that you chose this one. I'm looking forward to seeing you go on Neteru and seeing how that goes. I think their minds are gonna explode if you bring up the UAP thing and all that stuff. They're gonna freak out. They won't know how to react to that. So I'm looking forward to that. I'm happy that everything is going the way that you want. People are talking about the Neteru now. So beautiful. And to us, Saba, to us for reminding all of us who we are here, where we come from. It means a lot to me. To for being who you are. And I could keep going, so I'll cut it there. Keep it short right there. Um, I'll end with this adoration to you, Grace Sabatuti. E Tehuti. E Tehuti. Ra and Kut e Pet and Pet. Tehuti Ubin Per Ba Sututu U Neb Merf. Hail Tehuti who rises like Ra when he rises in the horizon eastern of Pet. Tehuti rises coming forth as the Bau to walk about every place you pleaseth. Hotep Uncle Justineb, Emerek Q, Great Saba. Have a net for rest of your Kek night and have a net for Upesh. And I look forward to speaking with you tomorrow. Hotep Uncle Justineb.
Uncle Justin, beautiful, beautiful, wonderful. I am so happy when I hear a class affects, especially the questioner, affects somebody so much. I never know what part of the class is going to affect the person the most. And I don't know in a lot of cases what the synchronicities are going to be. So it's a beautiful thing. When I hear the synchronicities, they confirm that I did a good job and that I channeled the information directly to connect with the person or people. In your case, you and I both have synchronicities with the same answer, and the questions came from you both. So absolutely wonderful. I'm satisfied. I'm satisfied with the response from you two as a questioners. A lot of people, a lot of podcast questions. Most of them, I don't get to see the questioners on the panel. After I'm done, they don't come to the panel a lot and give homage or thanks or what affected them in person. Sometimes they stay in the chat, thank you. Sometimes I don't even see them at the end of the class in a lot of cases. So you're doing a good, consistent job with that. I'll definitely see you tomorrow. Uncle Justin Ever, Shinamat to you.
Go for your beautiful words, Saba, Uncle Justineb, Shinamat to you.
Excellent. All right, and we'll move over to Amonette. What do you have to say to the world?
To all Uncle Justineb, or Neter Tehuti, or Tef Tehuti, to all for this very mind-blowing, powerful class and magical class. I appreciate you very, very much for all that you have done to be who you are and for all the experiences you've had in the past and for everything that you've done to change other people's lives and save people's lives like Amun and I. And Tua for purifying our life, for changing our surroundings, for purifying my thoughts, my mind, even my eating habits. Everything in my life has truly been changed in a very beautiful way because of you. And both Amun and I have a very happy, beautiful life in Ma'at. And I'm very, very thankful for that. And so are our children and all of our future children. They appreciate you very much as well. And I'm very thankful to be your student forever. Both Amun and I will be your student forever. And we're both very thankful for that. And to offer your Nefer life, your health, your protection, safety, along with Nefer Nani Setmer and Titi Amun. And I hope all three of you are doing beautiful at all times. And Amun and I always send all three of you Nefer Mary energy. And yes, Tua very much Grace Awatuhuti for everything. And I will end with this utterance to you. Amun and Amunet Shesu Amket Tuhuti Perts Neter Amaset Imet. Kutsen her out and Tuhuti or Hotep her Ma'at. Amun and Amunet, the divine followers, are following him, Tehuti, coming forth of the Neter from the secret place. They rejoice at the ways of Tehuti, the Great One established by Mot. Kotet Marihe, Onka Jasaneb to you, and I hope you have a very relaxing Kek and a Neferu Pesh when the time comes. Tua.
Nini Uk. Beautiful, beautiful words. Tua, for all the things that you thank me for, especially the life-changing things. Very important for the audience to hear that there are life-changing aspects to these classes and to this movement. That it's beyond just receiving the knowledge, but in your daily life, you're advancing, you're happier, and you're cleaner, you're healthier, everything is advanced, and that is the purpose of obtaining any information, is to advance. There's no need to receive any information that's not going to help a pet advance you. So you're the living proof that, and the testimony that this has advanced you. You have a daily witness. You got Emily looking at you every day as a witness to say, hey, I remember Amunet 6 years ago. And I like that one 6 years ago too, but this one here, yeah, this is a way more advanced one. So you have a witness. So continue on with all that you're doing. You're very dependable. The Maharu clip, perfect. I don't know if you found the Thutmose one yet. I'm not sure where that conversation went, but you get to tell me if you found it. But the Maharu clip is perfect. That was that's the one I wanted. He was tearing up. That's the one I wanted. So Tua for that and all your great work. And Uncle Justin Epstein to you. And I'm glad I can answer your selfless. It was a question that pertained to what you wanted to know. And of course, what I'm going to want to know. But inside of the question, it was also for the female. That's what she does. So, and you did more and then you're also following instruction, because I said, hey, it'd be good for her to see a class that pertains to her, and this. She's gonna love this. She likes Phil.
Oh, that's a different person, Sal. A different person.
Oh, this isn't the older lady that has the premonitions? This is the younger one?
Yes, there's one that has premonitions, and then one that studies under Phil Valentine.
Mm-hmm.
This is for the premonition lady.
Oh, okay, good. Well, yeah, she'll have a great awakening. Definitely show her the class, and she should be blown away if she can have the attention to go through the 3 hours. So, Uncle Justin Epshinama to you, and you both have a wonderful Neferkek evening.
Uncle Justin Epstein and to offer all of your Nefer work.
Excellent. Okay. And we'll go to Pretty Nanny. Looks like she has the skin of bronze or some type of, I don't know what that is. You got what are they? The copper. You're the copper colored skin that the Native Americans have. It looks like it's like a glow to it. You got the sheen on or something, but it looks great. Let's hear some great words from you, Nanny.
Okay. So thank you very, very much for this beautiful, wonderful Nefer class that is just mind-blowing answers again and again, of course. And thank you for all that you do. Thank you for your expression. Thank you for your direction and instruction. And it's just a powerful energy that you have. And I'm honored and grateful to be able to be under your teaching and your love, your kindness, and appreciate it very much. You have a very, very big very big heart, and you share it every week with everyone, and daily with your out. So appreciate that very, very much. And like I tell you in the affirmation every morning, I'm here at your service, any form, any way, anyhow, any manner. And thank you very much for all that you do. Tua, Uncle Justin Neb, appreciate you very, very much. Yay.
Wonderful, beautiful words, Nanny. And Tua, for everything you thank me for, Nina, for everything you said you appreciate me for, and Tua, to you for all the work you do behind the scenes. Great work you do behind the scenes. You show appreciation in so many different ways, and one of the major ways is to keep certain things going pertain to the House of a 10, and that I don't have to keep checking back on and looking back on. And I just can feel comfortable that things are moving, and all the great meals and everything behind the scenes that keeps the podcast going. I feel like I'm going to faint, and I need nourishment, and you're there with all of that. So wonderful, and I'm so glad that I decided to go to the House of Ra. That now we're doing the pathways like it's a big circle. It's a one-time event circle. If I didn't go there that day, we wouldn't have met and created this whole circle of magic that's come about, where now you're organizing the event of the movement that's made from me and then for me, and then the event for me and by me, and here you are organizing it in the same place of our meeting place. So every time we go there, it's a double anniversary thing, a double event, because it's the event of the House of a 10, then the memory of us meeting. So it's a beautiful thing. You've contributed a lot. Keep up the good work. Everybody in the House of a 10 looks up to you and loves you, and they need your presence. You're like the Oracle in the Matrix movie. So keep up. We got the Oracle. We got, I guess, Amunis Trinity. We got Amunis Neo. I don't know. We got everybody here. So keep up the good work. Be Mary Uck. And I'll see you after the podcast.
Okay. Thank you very much. Thank you for your beautiful, wonderful words, beautiful, wonderful response. Appreciate that very, very much. And Amruna Manette, thank you very, very much. Very, very dedicated. I'm very appreciative of the dedication that you both have. You guys play a role, very strong role, or if you have anyone, doesn't matter the age, but it is helpful for the ones that are in your age group that see, hear, day in and day out in the podcast, and to see the involvement that both of you have into everything that you do and do together. You even have your own picture in the background there. With your background, that's you and both of you there. So, and there's others too that look just like the both of you. I truly believe that that you all came back came back to be with the Neteru in this time and space and time. So, so I appreciate the both of you very much. Appreciate the the um the encouragement that you guys give to each other and one another, uh, and that helps to be able to, continue. I know Annette does a lot of different things, but I also know that you know your Dejed, your Dejed, you're the you're the supporter as well. Like both support each other. So thank you very much. I am um, happy that I've met the both of you and got to see you all's growth, and you're going to continue to grow, and I appreciate that. And literally to you, I'm going to continue to grow. So congratulations, and love you both very, very much. Uncle Justin, and my aunt, to yay.
Well, for your beautiful words, Danny. Uncle Justin and Shunemma.
For your beautiful words, Uncle Justin Shunamat, and we love you very, very much too. And we're so thankful for you being in our life as you are, and for every single thing that you do every single day, your consistency, dedication, for every single sustaining thing you do for yourself, the whole out, and the whole household, every single hidden thing you do, all the things that are seen, all the unseen things. Both Amun and I appreciate all of that very much, and we appreciate you very, very much.
Oh, thank you so much, Nina.
Nina.
All right, wonderful words, everybody. Okay, excellent. The chat is asleep. We're gonna do the affirmation, and we're gonna join the chat. Sleep too. Okay.
How many people are?
What do you say, Nanny? I can't hear.
How many people are on? I can't tell because I'm on the.
How many people are what watching? 20. 20 people. And this brother's up here. We appreciate the class and your courage, Tehuti, sharing the magic in a positive way. Peace, Saba. Peace to you. Knights of the Round Table, 8th, and Orudella, if she's still up. Peace to both of you. Excellent. Were you saying something? What the noise?
I'm sorry, I was reading the name.
You're reading what was on the screen?
The name, the Round Table 8.
Oh, okay. Okay, I'm gonna put up the affirmation. We'll start on the count of 3. 1, 2, 3. Ankemat, NS, Nintet Asat Emaat, Men Habapet Emaat, Her, and Hukiwi Per Ikut. I live from Ma'at. I exist within her. I do not speak in the place of Ma'at. Every day I advance towards Ma'at. My being is surrounded in darkness. I come forth as conscious light. Okay. Hey, there's the hand. All right. Okay, everybody. You'll have a wonderful night. And Amunet and Amun and Amunet. Did you all get to see did you all get to see the class from the beginning, or was it interrupted because you're at work?
For me, it was interrupted because we were at work. I don't know how Amunet's experience was, though.
Mine was also interrupted, but I did, I was listening, but it's just, there were so many distractions. That's how it was for me.
Okay. There's a section in there where the second of the podcast where I'm reading a book. So let me know if you see that part, what you think. I started reading. I came back and I was reading a book when she was talking about the missing books of the Bible. But I was reading something, and I may tell you all what I was reading in the men in the class.
I did see that part, Saba.
Yeah.
Oh, you saw that?
Yeah.
Yeah. The screen came back and I was reading. I was reading it out loud for a purpose. But okay, everyone, I'm gonna go big screen and close us out and go end this night, put some snakes away, and call it a beautiful night. So peace and love, Amon Emanat. You can and peace and love, Nanny Setmer. I want to go big screen and close it out.
Peace and love.
Peace and love.
Peace. Peace, Nanny.
Peace.
Peace. Peace. Okay. All right, here we go. What a beautiful, beautiful, beautiful experience. Wonderful, everyone. Peace and love. Excellent. I'm very happy with that question. Very happy with all things that pertain to tonight. For those who missed the class, or if you're just tuning in late, or you came in while we were doing the donations appreciation part to keep the movement going, rewind it, and you'll see the topics are Tehuti answers on the science of dream premonitions. I think this is the first time in history the science of dream premonitions has been addressed. Is it possible to see the future in your dreams? After this class, you will have the 100% sure answers of that, without a shadow of a doubt. Beings that can move between time are here. That was a great part of the class. And the ones that were saying that they're here, where it was coming from that was here, that was saying was here, was not even me. It's a beautiful thing. So Neteru interviews Tehuti live on the topic of the Neteru update, live broadcast. That was updated, that update was given. Do the high elites in the government practice dream premonition magic? That was answered vividly and clearly, without a shadow of a doubt tonight. From Saba Tehuti, the first one to reawaken the world to the truth that Neteru were real living beings according to the words of the ancestors, interdimensional light beings of Kemet, Kemetic papyrus of dreams. Can something exist in two places at the same time? Your awakening is peaceful. Send in your live questions with reciprocity to Cash App TT Moon or PayPal at Rocky SV. Support the Tehuti Pod class only if this has benefited you in any way. Another lovely experience. You all have a wonderful, excellent night. Rewind the class, watch it, absorb it. And I will be on Sonetter TV. Sonetter confirmed. He asked me to come on. And we were just confirming whether it was Monday or Tuesday. And he sent a confirmation, said Monday. Monday, it's a go. So Monday at 4 p.m. Pacific time. Make sure you got that. That's California time, Pacific time. So 4, 5, 6, 7. That should be 7 o'clock Eastern time. Come and you'll see me discussing the Neteru, because there's a big debate happening between Jabari and Dr. Reggie, and I'm completely interwoven in this debate. I'm completely interwoven in the debate, being that it originated from me. So there's no way really to have all these conversations without bringing me in it. So you'll see how that goes. It's going to be an educational moment. I look forward to the people coming on and asking questions. My interview, I want it to be short, but I want the people coming on and my answers to them to be longer. So It'll be a beautiful experience. My name is Tehuti Amenhotep Ra. Let's see. On the hat. Where's Saket? She's here. Right? Yeah, there she is. All right, there's Saket on the hat. And with me, was a little blurry. Hold on. Good boy. And with me, with the lion face, with the lion face is Meow Ku, my beautiful serpent. Support the Tutti Pa class. You all are doing very, very wonderful. Those who stay around, those who are Min Ma'at, those who are constantly asking questions is what is actually keeping the pod class continuing in this fashion, meaning in the way that it is, in the dynamics that it is. So the dynamics that it is a question and answer class, and that's what makes it very unique. That the pod classes, as you can see, all the topics are based on questions from the people. All these multiple topics are not based on what Tehuti decided to speak about, but they're based on genuine, organic, not AI created, but genuine, organic questions from the people, and the results of the answers are in the class. And that's what makes the pod class so unique, because it is based on you. It is not based on what I decide to talk about or teach about. It's based on you, which puts Tehuti to the test every single week, because I don't know what the questions are going to be until the week before or weeks before when I get them. And every question is answered with the exact same tenacity. Peace and love, everyone. You all are doing great. Keep up the intelligent Ku and Ka work that you are doing with the podcast in the House of Attention.